I just want to say Hotep, Henu to SABA. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first 101, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. My dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say, with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam, and, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say SABA scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and Henu to SABA, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
Hotep, great SABA Tehuti. I'm on Hotep, bro. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of MAAT. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses are said in Netet. Tua SABA Tehuti. Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think, Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance, Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me, Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix, Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections, Tua for everything. May your exquisite netzerts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
If you're the date.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. Y'all better watch out because it's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Yeah, you got plasma Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of MAAT, meanings and symbolisms of Medu-Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podcast on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
stand on
that's
a command.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
Yes.
Yeah, I got you. You got the wrong Hebrew once again, man. You keep making it seem like talking about I showed you cartoons. let me tell you something. I don't be showing you cartoons, bro. I don't know who you talking to. The ancient Hebrews and Killer Priest, he knows this well. The ancient Hebrews didn't acknowledge making graven images of themselves, but the other nations made images of us. But let's go into which we was talking about Atlantis and all this. Now look, y'all,
images.
You see that
5 minutes later.
All right.
His question now it's my time. Yes, I've answered the question, and now here's my time. Okay, so Mighty Hebrew, my good brother, I'm just gonna quote some things that you said in your last time period, in your last round or time frame. You said Hebrews do not make images. Did he say that, Killer Priest? Hebrews do not make images
of themselves.
And I'm talking about the prophets and the messiahs and the people of power. They don't make images, okay? So therefore, I should not be able to go to a Hebrew website and find images, okay? Now, if everybody can see the screen, Annie also said, I don't make cartoons. I'm quoting him directly. I don't make cartoons, Tehuti. I don't know where you got that from. Did he say that? I don't make cartoons. I don't know where you got that from. Okay, Mighty Hebrew, my good brother. This is your website? Oh yeah, am I sharing? Sorry.
I can't see.
Okay, just to verify, because this could be an imitator. It could be somebody that's imitating you. But I just want to know, just yes or no, is this your website?
I can't see. I got two websites.
Okay, no problem. I'll wait for.
There's no.
It says, welcome to the Mighty Hebrew University School of Advanced Esoteric Theology.
Can Mighty Hebrew see the screen?
I shared it. He should be able to.
Is that your?
Okay, I know what you talking about. No, I can't. I know what you talking about.
I'm just asking, is this your website? Just yes or no is fine.
Yes, it is. But that don't have nothing to do with.
Is this your website, my brother? I'm just curious. I want to make sure that nobody's imitating you. Is this your website?
That's my website.
Okay, on this website, as the crowd can see, there are two things that I brought up. I showed cartoons, and I said the Hebrews make cartoons and images of themselves today. Why do we find none of ancient times? Mighty Hebrew said, I don't make cartoons. You got the wrong one. I don't know where you got the idea from. I don't know where you got that idea from that I make cartoons. I am on Mighty Hebrew's website, and on his website is a clear cartoon of a black man as a Hebrew, as a Hebrew chemist. So Mighty Hebrew, as a Hebrew, you're making images, and as a Hebrew, you're making cartoons. So let's just clarify that. So now that we've established that Mighty Hebrew fully agrees with cartoons, now that we've established that Mighty Hebrew fully agrees that as a Hebrew you can make images, I can move on. Thank you very much, Mighty Hebrew. This may be a 2-on-1. I think it's Mighty Hebrew and myself versus Mighty Hebrew. So thank you for helping me, and thank you for that website to verify that you do make cartoons. So let's move on now, please. Okay, good. So back to so back to real images. We're gonna go back to images of real African people with artifacts that state their clear teachings. This is Mehi Pere, 1400 BC, the tomb of Mehi Pere, a brother with twisted hair and locks. Twisted hair, as you can see. This is his tomb, this is his body. Here's his belief system that was found inside of his tomb. He believes in the cows of AUSAR and the cows of Osiris and the bulls of AUSAR. This is his Book of the Dead, which shows that he believed in the Book of the Dead. Here is his Medunetter that he wrote. Here is him, drawn by his scribes. This is the papyrus that dates back 1400 BC. Here are the artifacts that were found in his tomb, demonstrating his belief system with the Shabti, with the symbols of Osiris. Here is more images of himself that they found. This is what I'm talking about. Finding artifacts from people that say that they are Hebrews. King David, Solomon, Joshua, Joseph, Job, any of the people with these kind of artifacts, these are drawings from the people, not this Mighty Hebrew. some reason not coming up, but not this. This right here. I don't know what's it's not coming up, but yeah, I don't know why it's not coming up, but there it is. Here we go. Mighty Hebrew, your artist is awesome. I like him. I mean, I've never seen anybody look like this before, but we're gonna take this as a strong, powerful black man. He's a chemist. I don't know if this is inky. I don't know if Abraham had chemistry tools, or I'm not sure which prophet this actually represents, but he looks cool, handsome man, cool. But I just wanted to establish in my last 2 seconds that yes, Mighty Hebrew, you have images and you show cartoons. Peace and love. Show the ancient ones, please. I love you. Peace.
Okay, got it?
Yep, I got it.
Hold your hand up.
I definitely got it. It's real. It's real.
Would you do anything for this woman?
Anything.
You better. Would you bend over backwards for this woman, this man? I would. Everybody, can they see this? Can they see it? Here, put it right in the screen.
All right.
Okay, there's that. Watch this. Watch. Right. Push up. Okay, watch. Put it right in the camera. Watch this. Look at the coin. Just imagine. Put your hands flat. Make it relax. Watch the coin.
Oh, shit.
Just imagine yourself bending over backwards. I mean, nothing's impossible. Just imagine the coin just getting soft and melting. Just kind of melting like that. You see that? Kind of melting.
What the hell? How you do that?
You can compare two coins and see you keep that for life.
Wow. Let me see that joint, man. Get the hell out of here.
Wait, man, I gave him that change out of my pocketbook.
What the hell? What kind of witchery is this, man? Israel, get the stones.
Put that on the screen.
Get the stones, Israel.
Put that on the screen.
Oh no, that's witchery.
101.
He just bent that coin.
Wait, no, he got that change out. I gave it to him from my purse.
With no heat.
I did. Yo, he really did that. That is. Yo, I'm keeping.
They not gonna believe us. Our children not gonna believe.
Yo,
but I heard
really
you work with
not.
David Copperfield, David Blaine, some major magicians.
Some of the teachers I've learned from the teachers of Chris Angel.
Oh, you work with Chris
yeah,
Angel. That's the Chris Angel, the Mind Freak.
Yeah. Wait, look, he really been recording.
I bet you can't bend it back.
I don't want to keep it.
Yeah, I know.
I don't want you to wipe the writing.
I want to keep it like that.
Yeah, the writing is a little wiped off. Maybe.
Wait, hold on. Put that back on.
Put that back on.
Yeah, put that writing back on.
A whole Ziploc bag.
Yup,
see. Keep that.
Yup.
You know, you wrote on both coins. You gave me the coins, and you saw it moving in your hand.
Absolutely.
I did. Yeah, absolutely. I literally wrote on it and gave you. That's insane.
We love you, Lord Tehuti. It was an honor, man.
These gonna go up in our house in Africa.
Absolutely. We could put them in like a jar. We could put them like in a jar type thing. Like seriously, we could put them like in a jar thing. I just want to say to everybody that's watching,
the screen.
everybody that's watching, Prince Asiel and my first spiritual teacher, my Abba Prince Cass. Yeah, man, that's crazy. Dr. Moore,
Are you guys allowed to have this?
Somebody said,
I mean, the witchery. I don't know. I'm putting this up in my house. Forget that.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official deal with Tehuti. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn. We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Upmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Sar, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Upmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kamisi.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari?
Senator, they demand this just be allowing.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same thing about a rule and the same thing about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a name?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological netter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Upset has? Everybody, can you see that, sun eater?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Offset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that
having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you don't. You're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right.
And
Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head. And you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. And that's why that is symbolism. I'll send them one and I'll set one.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it?
No.
Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. This is 8. I'm gonna ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible? Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me right quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head, she can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and black power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV House of Consciousness. But y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority. And there's a lot of people that I read the comments. They say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me. I'm going with my man Floyd Mayweather. All the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette parade.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it where the Natiru real, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my pod class, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, you know, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You know, you can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
To be very clear, I have never had an official debate with anyone.
Maybe I think so. You do acknowledge. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that. So I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
I discovered Tehuti on Senator TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari follower, and Tehuti won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
Tehuti Harakuti, I overheard you while I was in the background. You said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your math teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonetta, he blows everybody away. So here's just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. You know, they claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
Mic check, sound check. Greetings and peace, everyone. We're doing a mic check and a sound check. Press 9 if you can hear me clearly. Mic check and sound check. Have you heard? Mic check and sound check. Let me see the nines in the room. Greetings, everybody. Welcome to the Tuti Pod class, another phenomenon. We got Tuti Harakuti. We got Boots with the I. We got Lisa with the 9. We got Anu with the 9. We have Antu with the 9. Anu with the 9. Lisa says, I'm ready for another great pod class. We got Bella with the 9. Okay, good. Everybody can hear me. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Let's get ready to get started. We're going to start on the proper frequency. I'll never forget how SABA had Jabari and his wife not knowing what him them, she was like, I'm a Kemetic scholar, but I didn't know anything. So I hit them with yeah, I had to do a little bit of hiccup. It did get unfair in the debate. Reggie's apologized to me about 6 times. It did get unfair in that debate, and so being that they brought in more than one person, it was 3-on-1. I had to bring in some magic, so I had to throw something in their living room there to have them. If you watch the debate, you'll actually see them arguing amongst themselves in the living room, and that gave me time to get more information on the topic. Watch that part very closely. You'll see several people team up on me in the debate, and then I do something, and then you start to see them arguing, and that created a screen for me to go somewhere and get something else. So I had to bring in, they brought in more than one, so I had to bring in more than one. Just my more than one was invisible. So peace and love, everybody. I'm glad everyone is here. We're going to start off with the proper frequency. Let me turn all these down. All these notifications down. Let me see. One second. Okay. What is this? Yeah. 1 second. Let me take care of something here really quickly. What is this? Okay. Hey, TT, thank you for that. Okay, 1 second. We got. Let me block this. Block this person. That Spanish people sending me private parts. We don't want that. That's not a part of the podcast. That's not a part of my life. Okay, I don't know what's happening. All right, peace and love, everybody. We're going to start off on the proper frequency and start off with the beautiful affirmation. Shout out to this good brother here, Rigo. Shout out to this NapDap Pro. Israel Hoyley's here. Yeet TT is back here. PC TT. Harass Did is back again, of course. Consistency. Everyone is back again. I see a lot of people back again. We're going to go ahead and start with the proper frequency. And for those who don't know, we're going to put up what's called the affirmation. We're going to get into this podcast. If you saw the Facebook post, it's called "This One is Unfair to the Matrix." Here we go, everybody. Let me put up the affirmation. Turn this down a little bit and put up the affirmation. For those who don't know it, it's going to be on the screen, so you can just say it with us on the board. Here we go. We'll start on the count of 3, and I'm going to move move this from the bottom banner there. Boom. Remove that so you can see everything. Okay, here we go. We're going to start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki en ma'at un en es. Min tet aset en ma'at. Min hapapet en ma'at. Per en huk kiwi per ikut. I live from Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. I will let that marinate for just a moment. Wonderful. Let us begin. Ladies and gentlemen, and those in the room who are netters and netters, we're going to start. Here we go, everybody. Welcome, everybody, to the Tutti Podcast. It's a wonderful, magical day. And it's been extremely, extremely busy for me this week. Got hit with another notification of the evacuation situation. Had to do another evacuation in the hallway. It's been going on for 6 months now, and that took some days and time. I thought I turned this down. So some time off of lots of time off of my schedule. It's been busy, very, very busy. And but I am here. As a matter of fact, up until a few moments ago, there was no answer for the first podcast. The podcast question, I told somebody in a text, 2 people I told, there was no answer fully for the podcast question. And I said I have to invoke some magic to make sure that it's answered as if I put it together for the last year. And that's what may happen, we'll see. You all be the judge when the information comes through. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti podcast. For those who want to know where you have landed today, you have landed in a phenomenon. The phenomenon that you have landed in is a situation where you get to be in an environment where you control the entire topic or topics. This is set up very, very uniquely, and you all get to control this situation. This class is last class was about gifts that people have, and this class is also going to cover some of those things as well. And in my path of journey, which I have elaborated on many times in the intro, my particular gift is to bring and sort out the matrix. I'm very sensitive to the matrix because in my younger days I spent time with these. These are who I spent time with in my younger days, and I spent time away from people and the chaos that people brought. I didn't know that I was doing so. It was just natural for me to be in the ponds and the swamps with the animals, and I learned something very valuable from them. And what I learned was structure. Structure was extremely important. When I saw all the animals and I watched their behaviors and I spent hours with them away from people and away from the parties and whatever it is that people were into, I actually don't know because I wasn't there. I was in the ponds and the swamps with these, and I saw that every creature was structured. Even solo creatures. So ants, which are social creatures, were very structured. There was what they call a queen ant. There was the worker ant. There was the hunter ant, the warrior ant. There was the ant that moved the lava, the pupas. Each ant had there were the drone ants. Each ant had their structure. Same with the termites. Same with the bees. They all had a structure system. And I noticed that the structure system kept them here for millions and millions and millions of years, living pretty much the same. I started looking at that, and I started looking at people, and I started to see that people had no cultural native structure system that they were proud of, that they lived by. People, in the short period of time that people have been here, has elevated the pollution levels, caused mass destruction, wars, rapes, pedophilia, poisons in the waters, so much mass destruction that I was noticing that people were bringing, and they were destroying themselves, which was against what I was seeing the animals doing. The animals seem to live off of what's called biological imperative, self-preservation. Everything the animal did out in the wild was to support itself and to support its tribe or to support its children for as long as it could care for them or care for itself. And everything they did was for survival. I was watching people. I'd come home from my time in the wilderness, and I'd watch people smoke, putting carbon to their mouth and breathing in carbon. And it confused me. When I was much younger, I took my father's pack of cigarettes and I flushed them down the toilet. Got a nice whooping for that. I got punished for that, but I was willing to take the punishment because as a young boy, not even in my double digits yet, I realized that was against biological imperative. That I'm learning you're not supposed to breathe in carbon. You're supposed to breathe out carbon and breathe in oxygen. I didn't understand the marijuana and the cigarettes, and you're breathing in the smoking. And I was wondering, how does that comport with the anatomical system? And I got in massive trouble for that. But I was willing to take the trouble for that because I stood strong that we shouldn't be killing ourselves. Since I was a child, I didn't see the animals doing it. The animals didn't seem to be doing anything that damaged their own bodies. Everything was about a support system and a structure system. I thought I'd turn this down. Let me turn it down again. I guess it has many turn downs, I guess. So I thought the structure system, and I started to realize that structure system was the original religion for all creatures on the planet Earth, including us. It was a structure system based on biological imperative, and that every creature, even the snake, which lives most of them live a solitary life. This is Afu. He's named after the skin of Ra, and he's Afu because his skin actually looks like that of the giraffes in the area. Not this area that I live in, but the area of the ancient people. So his name is Afu, and he has skin, not scales, and he survived many fires, and he moved through fires without getting damaged. It's in some form of magical way. We found him moving through fire. So I saw that the animals, even though they were solitary, that a snake, that a serpent that looked like this, behaved exactly the same as the one that was 2 miles away. When I would find the serpent that didn't talk to me, didn't communicate in any form or fashion with this one, with the one that I caught or the one that I would see 2 miles away, it would behave the same. I would watch the nature video and see the same species in another part of the world, and it would behave the same as the one that I found in the forest by where I live. And I said, what is the structure system that's keeping those animals behaving, hunting, acting the same, and they're not communicating? And the ones that are social, the bees, the ants, and the termites, are behaving, acting the same, and they're social. Yet I'll see a person over here, and he's eating donuts, and this one's eating Doritos, and this one has 42% body fat, and this one here is bulimic, and this one here is going through suicidal tendencies, and this one here is depressed, and this one here is a Christian, and this one here is an atheist, and this one's a KKK member, this one's in the Nation of Islam. And I didn't see animals doing this of the same species. I saw them very controlled, very structured. The zebras, the lions. I have not seen a fat zebra yet. One zebra looked like the other zebra, the same muscle structure. They ate the same. They washed in the same area. They behaved the same. They were structured, and they were doing nothing to doom their society. Yet people that were around me and people that I'd see on the news were doing everything to doom their society. Kidnapping of children, pesticides, Monsanto, everything was this. AIDS was being invented. All type of things was happening. People that were of a certain complexion were living a religion of people that invaded them. I was seeing Native Americans and Aztecs as Catholics, and I was seeing all these strange things, and I realized that there's a matrix taking place, and the one and only matrix that's taking place is the matrix of anti-structure. I soon began to study that the word for anti-structure, the oldest word for it, was called Itzfet, and it was written all throughout the walls of Pepi, Teti, all throughout these ancient books called the Purim Haru, all throughout these ancient writings called the Coffin Text. But the structure was double structure. That means that the structure was for the people that were living and for a realm called the afterlife. I remember when I was living among Christians, they would talk about an afterlife, and I was wondering, how could you get there without structure? But yet the ancient people all had a structure, and there was a structured system for the afterlife as well. That the discipline that was here purified you to take you over there, whereas a Christian, you could rape a child, kill a person, and just say, Jesus saved me, and you were actually forgiven the same night. That didn't comport with me. It got me in a lot of trouble when I was a youth. My mother said something to me very important when I was young, and I know this introduction is a little different, that shifted my biological imperative into a longer form of awareness. And that was, she said that when she was in labor with me, before she went into any convulsions or labor contractions, she said she saw something swirling over her stomach area, her womb area. As a child, I did not know what she was, I did not know what she was talking about. She said there was something swirling over her womb area. And then she said it swirled and it went down into her womb. And as soon as it disappeared from visual and went into her womb, then she went into contractions and gave birth to me. As a child, I did not know how this comported with anything. It wasn't in the Bible. It wasn't in my mother's teaching. And it wasn't in my study of animals. And as I developed through many trials and tribulations, which the other intros have in it, go back and watch those. As I developed, I realized that biological imperative went beyond the biological, and that what the ancient ancestors were discussing was that we existed in a realm that wasn't just dependent upon this. And this was one of the realms of existence, but the actual imperative went beyond the biological. So live as long and healthy as you can here in a disciplined structure, and then you can move forward, because that which is within you is not of the touchable realm. And that took me back to the memory of what my mother had said, that she had saw something that was not in the touchable realm, and when it went into her, that's when she went into labor. One of my children told me the same thing. He said he watched me and one of my ladies at the time in an intimate act, and he was watching us. And I'm listening to him telling me this. He said he was watching us. And then he said he chose to come down. This is a little child talking. He said he chose to come down. And he came down right at this feeling of orgasm. He wasn't explaining those words because he didn't know what that was, but he came down in a certain burst of a feeling, and that's when the young lady was impregnated. And he remembers his existence prior to him inside of the womb. Those two stories being told to me, one by my mother, one by my one of my sons, the impact of immortality and the impact of the non-physical realm became even more of a reality. And I started developing and developing and developing, becoming more hypersensitive to the matrix, staying away from the matrix, but being very sensitive to when it was around. I took a large portion of my income and invested it into magic, and invested it into HITHE, magic, illusion, voodoo, and all types of interesting things that may have put myself at risk, but it was worth it because I wanted to see what was on the other side. I wanted to experiment with what was on the other side. And my experimentation, some went well, some went not so well, but it was worth the experimentation because it sped me up. Something happened that sped me up. When all these events took place, I really started to see what I thought were my people in a very destructive state. I really wanted to help, so I went from school to church as a child, and started trying to wake up people as a young man, getting kicked out of the schools, kicked out of the churches, getting expelled, getting notarized letters, legally not allowing me around religious organizations, and all type of things I was experimenting, but I was on a complete mission. And I realized that no one was really on the mission with me. I didn't understand why that was, but people were more interested in doing things that were destructive. So I started saying, I'm going to make my own people. I'm going to break people out, and those people, when they're broken out, then they will form with the same agenda and continue to break people out of the matrix. And as time went on, I joined an organization. I started joining things. I wanted to see if there was groups of people that also had the same agenda, and I would join different groups and different things, and I would excel past them at a rapid rate. And I decided to join one particular group, and I started teaching from that which I learned from nature, and I started excelling past the what appeared to be the group's potential. I was teaching that which was not inside of the books, and I was reprimanded for it. The actual teacher, owner of the organization, said that he was going to take that which I was teaching and teach it to his students, while the students were saying I was not teaching what was inside of the book. So it caused a lot of friction, but I was teaching what these were teaching me when I was a child, with the knowledge I was getting from studying the ancient ancestors and combining them. And when I came across the oldest spiritual language, I saw that the oldest spiritual language was written in animal form, that you could not communicate unless you understood what the animals did. So I found that the oldest spiritual language was Meduneter, Medunefer, and Metaneter, called many different Shesh-Unk, many different words that it was called, but analyzing the languages was understanding what the animals did. And if you didn't have an understanding of what these did, you couldn't speak, read, or write the ancient, oldest spiritual language on the planet, because it was all based on what the animals did. If If you didn't understand what a vulture did, you could have no comprehension of mut, the word mut or met, same word. If you didn't understand what the cobra did, you would have no comprehension to write araret, arar, which became the word ureus, or namuz. If you weren't out there studying nature, you would have no ability to communicate spirituality. I realized that our ancient people made it an imperative to understand animals in order to comprehend spirituality. I looked at the English language and I thought the English language was in lines and scratches and there was no pictures in them. I went back to the older languages and all the older languages were images of animals. I went to Arabic and there was no pictures there. I went to the Hebrew, so-called Hebrew, and there was no pictures there. I went to the English, there was no pictures there. I went to the Roman, there was no pictures there. I went to the Spanish, there was no pictures there. I go back prior to the Matrix and I see the ancient languages that discuss spirituality had images of nature. This was perfect for my growth. I had called myself the Word because I understood that everything was communicated through sound frequency, so my name was the Word. I had another name too, which was actually going to be discussed in this class, but I had another name at the time, and both names combined was the mission that I wanted to be on. And I was in a perfect state after being removed from that particular organization for teaching outside of it. I realized I could not be contained inside of organizations unless they were the purest of that. And when I saw that politics and different things that were not of Ma'at were inside the organizations, I had to excel past it. As time went on, my beautiful aunt heard me teaching and asked me, how much do I get paid for these teachings? And I said, nothing. That stuck with me for a while. I went back to the ancient cultures. I went back to pre-Matrix, and I started to see that all of the ancient cultures, their biological imperative and survival was completely connected with reciprocity from the people, that the people kept the teachers alive at the highest level, because the teachers and the guides were the ones that were saving the people's lives. I started looking at the matrix that I was in as a young man, a younger man, and I started realizing that the people in the matrix keep the sports players alive at the highest level, or the Kim Kardashians alive at the highest level. That none of your friends that you know today, you may know some teachers, some college professors, teachers in a school, none of them get the reciprocity of Kim Kardashian. None of them get the reciprocity of several people that I could name, that you can't name what their actual talent is or what they do for the biological imperative of the world. Yet they are paid the highest. This moves the children's eyes to want to be like the dumbest. What is a dumb person? A dumb person is one who can't speak properly. That's what the word dumb means. Doesn't mean unintelligent. It just means you can't speak, or you can't speak properly. That means you can't convey the word. So those are the dumb. And the dumb, those who don't convey the truth in the word, are the highest paid inside the matrix. The ones who convey the words, the teachers, the mathematicians, the ones in your schools, your college professors, those who articulate the words to create the engineers that save the world, that create the quantum physicists that save the world, the articulated ones, they get paid less than the dumb ones. I realized that this was in reverse. The reciprocity had to be changed. My students and one of my naturts and a beautiful young lady said that I should teach the masses again. And I said, I'll contemplate it. Right now, I'm getting certain things together with my family, and I'm focusing on raising the individuals that I come across. I came back out into the public, started looking at the things on YouTube, looking at these channels, and I started seeing people that were not teaching of the same frequency that I was trying to bring to the world, and they were not teaching factual information coming from the ancestors. So I brought a new concept to the so-called conscious community, and the new concept that you will not see this concept prior to 4 years ago. The concept is the complete focus on what did the ancestors say for themselves. Now you will hear that echoed. But go back past 4 to 5 years ago, you will not hear, and if you watch the channels, you will see philosophy, metaphysics. You'll see a lot of people coming from the top of their heads. You won't really see anybody opening and saying, today's class, we're going to break the matrix by opening the coffin text and reading what the people of the coffin text say, and we're going to apply it to our children and apply it to us and apply it to immortal. You don't see that. I don't know if that's if so, put the link in the room where your favorite teachers are teaching from the coffin text and how they apply it to their actual life and break the matrix. So I brought this concept. Can we go by what the ancestors said themselves? And I entered into the debate world, not really wanting to debate, just being challenged by everyone. Everyone was challenging me. And I was walking through debates by just teaching what I taught in my living room to my ladies and to my students. And I was winning every single debate with the same momentum, focus, and the same motive and the same motto. And that is, I will just say what the ancestors said themselves. And every time I would do that in these debates on the internet, the audience was announcing me the winner. I would say calm and just go by what the ancestors said. And I started doing screen shares and artifacts and things. The things you see in debates now, it's beautiful. You see them, but I started doing screen shares and artifacts of what the ancestors said and etymology.com. I don't know if you all see your teachers with etymology.com past 5 years ago, but etymology.com and bringing things from the roots of things of what the ancestors said. And I was winning debates, but I didn't care about winning debates. I just wanted to teach. I started to realize something very evil was going on. And that was people were utilizing the information to get views for a thing called monetization, whether they were teaching the truth or not. The more views that you get, the more something called monetization was going on. And all you had to bring was shock value and controversy and contention and arguments and negativity. And that was getting the most views. And I said, I must change this. I have to change the consciousness of the people back to how it was prior to the matrix. And that is, the people appreciate immortality information, life-saving information. The people want structure. And I started to realize the ISFET energy in the matrix was changing the conscious community, as they were called, in the Kemet world and the RBG, whatever people were called, into individuals. And you see, when you're an individual, you have no obligation to anything and no accountability. It was opposite to what I learned from the ants. It was opposite to what I learned from the zebras. It was opposite to what I learned from the bees. And it was opposite to every culture that people in consciousness were quoting. And the Dogons did this. We got to get back to the mindset of the Sankofa. We got to get back to the ancient Egyptians and the ancient Dogons and the ancient Yoruba, the ancient civilizations. And we were kings and we were queens. And I would say, that's beautiful. So what's the structure system? Was there a king without a community? Was there a priestess that just sat in her bedroom and had no students? What's the priestess's culture? I'm a priestess. I'm Empress Zayamunga. I'm Empress Hatshepsut, and I'm the Sekhmet goddess of the mother goddess of the feminine principle. And I'm like, that's great, but every time I read about Sekhmet, Ra is there, and when Ra is there, Tehuti is there, and when Hatshepsut is there, Hatshepsut was one of multiple wives of Thutmose. There was a community there. There were tribes and structures. There was teachers. There was pharaohs. There was treasurer. There was a structured system in every single society. So how could you be Hatshepsut? How can you be an empress with no empire that you're building? I would see sisters want. I'm the empress Sekhmet. Respect me as the goddess. And I'm like, what's the name of the goddess that you're named after, and what culture is that? So I can read about her in her context, because when I read about these goddesses, they're all in groups. Where I would see Aset, I would see Nebtet. Where I would see Aset and Nebtet, I would see Meskenet would be there. I would see there were groups. Kemet was for over 4,000 kilometers and they were all moving as a group of like termites, all together as a unit. There is no individual scribe that had a culture by himself. So I realized that the system of ISFET was to turn people that are into so-called pro-black, conscious, commit such and such into individuals. And I started seeing teachers saying, I don't follow nobody. I don't follow no man. I'm my own man. I'm my own woman. I don't do nothing. I have no groups here. No. And I'll say, oh, so then you don't like commit. Just think of another culture that you promote. That means your thinking is not in line with any of the ancestors. What could you quote one of the scribes that said that? Is there some culture that taught that? What culture is that? That's the culture of the people that stole from you. When they came in as individual Egyptologists or came in as individual people, and they were just studiers as individuals. And I saw the matrix, and I saw what was happening, that everybody wanted to be a pro-black, conscious, woke person in their bedroom, under a society, respecting the police force, respecting the firemen, respecting the schools and respecting the culture that was around them, but not trying to have anything of a culture of their own. So therefore they were online as Ampata, Ra, Set, Amun, Ray, Nyabengi, Zimbabwe. And they're making love to their wife, and the wife is calling them Craig. Whatever your lady calls you when you're in bed, that's actually who you are. Everything else is a front and a fraud. And I started to wonder, why is this happening? And I realized because what they're teaching is not connected to their survival, biological imperative. Your biological imperative is all that's truly important to you. So wherever you work, you can't miss days off. Like how people can miss days off here at the House of Attend in the pod class, and people, I'll be there next week, and I'll watch a couple weeks from now. I'm gonna donate and support the next time, and I'll see next month. I'll go back on the replay. I'm going out with, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. But you don't do that when it comes to that which is most important, which is biological imperative, because you will get fired. You can't say, I'm just around, I'm around. You can't tell your workplace, I'm around, I'm in the cut. I'm around, I watch the work from the cut. No, you have a position at your job, and you must fulfill that position, or you will get laid off, fired, and replaced, because that is your biological imperative, because your neurons connect that with feeding your family. And whatever you utilize to feed your family, that's what you take serious. Everything else is a Halloween act. Everything else is a hobby. And that's why people can come and go when it comes to consciousness, because there's no obligation. There's no accountability. There's no responsibility. No position. No ranking system. It's just, I'm going to be a little bit of Hindu this week. I'm going to study the Nyabengi this week. Nyabengi, Ras, you know what? I'm a little bit of Zimbabwe this week. And none of those people did that. The Zulu man stayed the Zulu man, woman, and stayed within their culture with responsibility. So every morning somebody could go to them and they would be accountable for that which echoed their culture. Not he was a Zulu one day, I'm a priest of this Zimbabwe one day, I'm a Hindu, the metaphysical. That was the ISFET. The ISFET was lack of unity, lack of structure. It doesn't matter to the enemy if you're in your room studying 1 million books. It doesn't matter. None of that matters, because you pose no threat. You pose nothing. You're not building of anything. And so I started to realize when I came back out, let me teach and see if people actually want to build something. I told one of my students, I'm not really coming out because I don't think people want to create. So one of my students said, would you create a nation again, or create a nation like you were part of before? I said, I don't think the audience and people want that. I think they just want to be individual. This is a hobby to them. It's individual. What they want is they want to get higher in their job. They want to get the CEO. They want to be structured in when boss says be here at 12 o'clock. You're there at 12 o'clock. You don't say, I'm gonna watch you on YouTube. I'm gonna just watch you in the background. You're there at 12 o'clock when boss says be there at 12 o'clock. When you hire a mechanic to come meet you at the car at 3, he must be there at 3. He's not can't be there at 6. You hired him. So when it comes to money, that was the biological imperative that people took serious. Everything else was a hobby. So I said, I will come back out. And I announced on the Killer pre-show, I will come back out, but I'm going to do something to test to see if people appreciate what could actually change their life. And that is, I'm going to come out with something called the pod class. Put my head down and not speak until the question is sent in. But how do you send in a question? Well, you could type it in the chat, but I won't read it. Why? Because if you type the question in the chat, you don't care about it. You could type it in the chat, and the next day type it in another chat, and the next day go to the YouTube channel and type it in another chat, and type another chat. But if your wallet is on the table, and Pookie comes around and reaches into it and grabs $5, you're gonna have a fit. Why? Because you worked for that $5. When Pookie the crackhead or whoever, your uncle or your aunt, sees your wallet and reaches into it, and I'm gonna just pick a 20 out of there. Now you're going crazy now. Why? Because you associate that money for that which you worked for. That is important to you. You type a question in the chat, type another chat, throw it in the air. You talk to your friends at the barbershop, argue over who's more powerful, Osiris or Tehuti, and it's just barbershop talk. Let somebody reach in your wallet and grab $5 and watch your behavior change from the barbershop talk. So I started to ask myself, do these people care about the question that they're asking? Is it more important than the $5? Because the $5 they just spent on Duncan Hines donuts, or they spent on some fried rice or some Chinese food. They just spent $11. So is the question they asked, which deals with their health, which deals with their advancement, is it equivalent to the Chinese rice that they ate? And I said to my students, no, it's not. But I want to change that and prove that it should be more important than the fried rice and the high oils that you're eating. It should be worth more than the cotton candy that you gave your child so that he could have diabetes. It should be more important than that. And that's what it was in ancient cultures. So we set up the pod class to say, I'm not just going to answer questions. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take time and make a movie for you. I'm going to take time and make a mini documentary for you that you will be able to show your children, your husband, your wife, your grandmother, for any topic that you have a conversation about or something within that you want to know. We're going to create an entire show on it for you to sit your family down. Just press play. You don't even have to talk anymore. They're going to see diagrams, illustrations, languages, videos, news reports, scientific documentaries, PhDs, scholars. They're going to see several things brought, about 21 sources brought for the one simple question that you will have. And it may take 40 minutes to an answer, but you have your own personalized movie on something that could change you or your son's life, or your daughter's life, or your mother's life. You know why? Because you said, Tehuti, I can't articulate this that well. When I get into a conversation with my mom, we're going back and forth because I just can't bring things well. Can you answer this for me? And I'll just play it for her. And if you tell me that, I will create an answer for mom. It won't be the same as the regular podcast. If you send a question, say, my mom is a devout Christian, can you answer this question for her? I will answer it as if I'm talking to her, not you. This is what happens at the Tutti Pod class. So what kind of questions can be sent in? Is there a limit to questions that be sent in? I told people no. Questions on depression. Is depression and anxiety spiritual or mental? That was an explosive class. This question here about heart stroke came in originally as a question about Orion, star constellation changed to heart stroke. The question here on whoa, there's so many. Somebody sent a question here on the Council of Nicaea. That question contained one of the secret answers for what the Ankh is. So whenever you ask a question, it doesn't just have the answer to your question. I answer and guide questions in the first 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, everything else is extracurricular bonus information and guidance on a topic or multiple topics that you didn't ask, but all pertain to the subject matter of the question that you can go back to later, because you may have a secondary question and say, oh, he answered that as well. And that may take hours to do. If you just meet me on the street, I'm able to answer the question right there and just talk to you about it right there. But for me to put it together to make it pretty for you with news reports, documentaries, neon glowing writings, subject matter with suspense, sequence, part 1, part 2, videos showing, matrix breaking. I do magic on the screen, put visuals in there for you to see things. Look at it again. Do you see it again? This isn't done this isn't done anywhere else. Somebody asked a question about Oregon energy. Raphael asked a question about gingivitis and is there any toothpaste out there that is safe? Questions about Jesus, questions about the Bible, questions about UFO, Pentagon. Another Raphael asked about the Pentagon. Somebody asked a question last week, what is the Nibiru and am I one of them? This brother asked a question about out-of-body experiences, which led to a one-on-one. After we had that one-on-one, he sent a few more questions in. I not only taught him how to have out-of-body experience, but also showed him how to communicate with his mother that deceased while I knew him. And he said that was the most important woman in the world, and she deceased. And he wants to still communicate with her. How much does that cost? Is that worth more than the Nikes you bought? If your deceased mother could be recommunicated with, or your son or anyone, one lady came and had a one-on-one with me, and we ended up meeting. We had met in person, and we had the one-on-one, and her children that she had miscarried came back in the one-on-one. Oh, the pseudo, no, you're spooky. I don't care. Make up a new word. Pseudo, let's call it bubuka. Don't call it pseudo, just bubu, chamba. Whatever word that makes you feel comfortable. This woman has a testimony that she had a one-on-one with me, and the children that were miscarried appeared, and she reconnected with them in the one-on-one. One person had a one-on-one with me on the streets, and I gave them what to do to go home. They did it before they came home and had an out-of-body while walking down the street and communicated with his deceased brother, pointing down and saying, that's my teacher, and he taught me how to communicate with him as he's walking away, and we watch him walking away looking like a zombie, and he come back and tell us what took place. That's pseudo. Good. It's shulubum. But it's ande. Whatever word you like to call it, that is wonderful. But this is what our ancestors did, and that's why there's no limit to what you can ask here at the Tutti Podcast House of Attend. There's no limit. So it's based on a reciprocity system, and so you send your question in. It is Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockESV, or you support. Some people like Black Yellow Card doesn't really send in any kind of question much. He may send in 2 questions in the past 4 years. He just sends in thanks and knowledge because him and a brother named ATEF get their questions answered before they can even ask it. They said, I'm not even going to send in a question. Every podcast, I'm just going to send in support because I'm getting multiple questions asked that I don't even get a chance to ask. This young lady here, Sherry Ka, back then, her name is Nefertatin now, was going to ask the question about, she had a question about the Nehesi, and before she got to it, I did a whole class on it, and she sent support in $54 because she was going to send that in and got the answer before she had a chance to ask. So yes, the support system is there, like we supported the Avengers, like we supported the last Spider-Man and Incredible Hulk and Batman movies, like we support the Knicks game and the football game and wherever it is, we see the children with Six Flags and all the things that actually destroy us. We set up a support system that can uplift people. People say, well, what about finances? I don't teach finances. What I teach is I teach people how to do magic within. And what does the magic within do? The magic within had a brother that had a one-on-one with me, and his income quadrupled. I taught him nothing about his business. I don't know how to do his business. He could teach me. I don't need to know about his business. I can teach him the magic behind the money frequency. When I taught him that, for the time period that he vibrated on that frequency, he quadrupled his income without me knowing how to do his particular business, because the business is an illusion. The frequency is the hikka magic. If you're on that frequency, you can pull certain things towards you. So we have testimonies on out-of-body experiences, contacting deceased parents, quadrupling income, helping people out of religion, getting gingivitis fixed, getting heart stroke fixed, getting eyesight damage fixed. Many testimonies here at the Tehuti Pod class. If you see this happening anywhere else, please put the link in the room and they can come to the pod class, and I will get one of my students to send them a question and we'll see how they do. If not, support what is more important to you than the Knicks game. Support what is more important to you than the latest jersey or the latest Six Flags or some roller coaster thing that just haunted house. Whatever it is that people do that they give reciprocity to. I went to the haunted house. I went to the biggest roller coaster. What'd you do? I went, ah. What'd you do after that? I got off. And then what? Ah. There were things more dangerous and life-threatening that could have been turned into entertainment on the Nile Valley than a roller coaster, which actually doesn't really hurt anybody, but it makes you feel like you're in danger. And nobody put more reciprocity into that than immortality. But we do it today. So we're going to switch this here at the Tehuti Pod class, and we're going to show the very first question that came in. The very first question. Now, if you watch the flyer or the Facebook, you'll see the flyer that was put out. So here are the topics that are going to be covered. And again, what happens here at the Tehuti Pod class that is completely unique from everywhere else that you may go, and that is the questions have absolutely nothing to do with each other. But as I answer both questions, they're both going to have something to do with each other. So somebody asked a question about high cholesterol. Where can you go to ask a question about high cholesterol and back to back ask a question about, is the Archangel Michael real, or is there a Psyops? With high cholesterol, where are those two questions answered are asked to the same person? And these answers are going to be you new people will be the judge. So the topics today, some of the questions that came in, because more questions will be answered than this, but these two questions that are going to cover multiple questions, because I answer questions within questions and give guidance, is high cholesterol, Archangel Michael and the Egyptian Ptolemy Psyops, and then is there a memory removal Psyops taking place? Is there actual Psyops taking place to remove people's conscious memory of things? Imagine that. Imagine if there was a Psyops. Let me take this off the screen. Imagine if there was a Psyops or a focus which actually removes things that you thought you knew. Imagine if there was a Psyops where you couldn't even remember who your family is, and now you think that it's a normal thing, and you label it as a normal thing, so it means nothing to you, but you have nobody in ancient culture forgetting who their family is in any writing. So you get so used to the Psyops, you become desensitized to it. Imagine there was actual Psyops out there to remove your family members' names from you. And you may meet a family member and they say, who are you? What? Who are you, child? I'm your grandson, man. Now I don't know you. And now that's the normal thing, right? Let's get into it, everybody. So those are the questions sent in. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a link in the room. I'm going to invite the great students to come in. They're going to talk, discuss, give a couple updates, and then I'm going to get into the very first question of the Tehuti Pod class, and we're going to blow this thing up. I'm going to put the link in the room right now. This is for the supporters. For those who want to come on the panel, you simply just have to support what it is that you feel that you are supporting. And if this was a channel selling donuts and chocolate bars, the panel would have about 400 people on it, because literally nobody watching this channel right now that is not giving reciprocity to donuts and chocolate bars. So for those who actually want to support the upliftment of your awareness and your discipline, that is what the panel here is for the supporters. And that's why you don't see much people on the panel. Oops, sorry. But if it was a Coca-Cola support, I don't know how many people in here has never bought a Sprite or a Coca-Cola or a Dr. Pepper. We've given our support to them, and that does absolutely nothing but kill you and remove your memory. So this is for the supporters to come up, the great students. There's a Ren ceremony coming up. There's Pathways of the Awakening coming up. The brothers will give the updates on that. And jump on the panel. The first two people on the panel, always the first two people ready, pressing the button fast, is Anu and Antu on the panel. Quick, fast, wearing red again. I don't know how they I don't know how they knew, but good frequency. Nicholas Noatic. This is an example of a student on the other side of the world. This person's in Norway. This person's where Santa Claus lives, the real Santa Claus. This is where the real Saint Nick and Odin live. Nicholas Noatic, he's all the way in Norway. And here he is in the podcast from across the world. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to ask Anu, how you doing, good brother? How you doing today?
Doing excellent and wealthy, beautiful SABA. Well, for being here to teach us. I appreciate you very much. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Extremely busy. Unimaginably busy with everything that I have to do and my regular, combined with things that are still taking place here with the asbestos corrections that are being made and new evacuation notices to move certain things out of areas, and busy me having to go from one city to the next city to take care of different situations. It's been very, very busy, and up until a few minutes ago, the first question for the podcast wasn't there was no full answer to it. That's how busy it was that I'm actually putting together finishing podcast answers while the intro is going on and different things. So I'm very busy. Thank you for asking, and pertaining also to being busy, I think this week coming up, I'm going to address the I did a diet plan for you already, but not one for Antu. That's correct. One for you, but not one for Antu. And then also some workout tips and advice. So I think this week I'll have the ability to respond to that. At least at the bare minimum, have the diet plan for Antu this week. That'll be done. So I'm glad I'm doing okay. Busy, doing okay though.
Do well very much, Saba.
Nini Uk. How you doing, Antu?
I'm doing great. Tuwa for asking. I'm ready for the purification that's going to take place again, and I'm very thankful for your health and for your intensity and all that you do to be our great Saba. Tuwa.
Nini Uk. Okay, wonderful. And how you doing there, Oxafek? He's the one with the question. Yeah, he has the question.
Tuwa. What's up? I'm doing well, Saba. I'm happy to be in class. Excited for the question that you're going to answer for me, and to use the information that you give to and put in my life to help my situation. So yes, I'm very excited to see what you have for it.
Wonderful. And I'm going to give everybody. I'm going to see who else is coming on the panel. Where's Annie? I want to see. Annie and Nefra Keparet have the keys to let more people on the panel when I step off. So I'm going to wait a little bit for them. But yeah, the interesting thing about your question is that I don't think I'm going to answer it. We're going to be on it for maybe an hour, but I don't think I'm going to answer the question. So it's going to be very, very interesting, and we'll see how that goes. And maybe a little twist to this. There will be a twist to this question, and I may not even may not answer it. We'll see how this goes, but there's going to be a lot of information that is going to be helpful, and you're going to see what really is going on with that topic. So thank you for asking the question, and it's going to blow a lot of people away.
Yes, for answering. I knew this is something very popular in our culture. That's well, high cholesterol is very rampant in our society nowadays. So I know this will not only help me, but help a lot of people who are watching and whatnot, or whoever will watch in the future too. So it's something great, and curious to see what the Psyops is behind it as well.
What's the last thing you said? What's the last thing you said? The last 4 sentences. Somebody's what? It cut off.
Well, this is something that's rampant in our society, and I believe that a lot of people will be able to use this, not just only me and everything. Yeah, I was basically saying that. So, yeah.
Okay, not only you, but the people that are watching.
Yes, the people that are watching and people in the future possibly who run across this that have a similar issue or diagnosis as I had. So yeah.
Beautiful, wonderful. Another selfless question asked to help others. We're gonna get into it. Peace to Nicholas Noatic. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna step off for just a moment, and when I come back, we're gonna deal with this question. Let me go ahead and see. Let me close all these windows first. Let me close vocab Malone versus Kanza. With all this stuff here on my YouTube. Close that. Okay. Close that. Thank you. Let me refresh this page. Okay, good. 1 second. Okay. Look at these people. Sorry. A lot of distractions in the world, especially on the internet. I stay far away from this weird stuff. Okay, so I'll step away, everybody, and close these windows so that when the question becomes to be answered, there won't be any lag or anything like that. But peace and love, everybody. And I'm gonna step away now. Where is everybody? I'm gonna have to give someone else. Hey, peace, Levita. Shout out to Levita. I see some new people now that I scroll up. I didn't see Nana Amun earlier. Peace to you. Peace to Rigo. Well, Jamie OX. I didn't see him either. Peace to you. I always tell people we came to this planet. You are not your body. You are the being that inhabits it. Wonderful, wonderful. Peace to all these people that I'm seeing that I didn't see earlier before I scrolled up. Shout out to everybody that's here. So I'm gonna step out. When I come back, this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to actually show which question should be answered first. Let me see. Let me close all this down. So we're gonna go with having problems with PayPal. Oh, poor Nicholas having problems with everything. Having problem with StreamYard. Having problem with PayPal. Okay, I know what's going on over there in Norway. We're having problems with all technicals, all tech. What's it called? Technology. Shout out to the question here. Wait, which one should I? Which one is cholesterol? Let's do the cholesterol one. So shout out to the brother here. Ox Effect. My computer is doing some strange things. One second. Where's Ox Effect? Where is he? Ox Effect. Is this him right here? Oh, so Ox Effect actually changed his question. We're gonna do the cholesterol one. But when he first sent me the question, this was actually the question here. The question was on the pyramid. Peace to Mary Sekhmet. How you doing, young lady? Wonderful. I'm gonna have to give maybe I'll give you, Anu, the keys to let people in. I don't see Annie. I don't see Nefer Keperet. May I give you the put it to you to let people, because you're always in the first one here. I'm gonna let me go ahead and put this here in the room. Boom, boom, boom.
cholesterol. So this is the question that the brother actually sent in. So when you see this question, it's not going to look like what's asked, but that's because he, behind the scenes, changed the question. And actually, this question, the first one he asked, is also another question that cannot be answered. Oh, there's Annie. Peace to Annie. Wonderful. Annie is here. Here's Dr. LaRoche. Everybody's coming in today. Wonderful. We got a full house in here. Annie's here. Dr. LaRoche coming in. Dr. LaRoche, how you doing? Dr. LaRoche, how you doing? Annie got on the blue. Dr. LaRoche, we're going to be discussing high cholesterol today. What's going on, brother Annie? How are you, man? You have any high cholesterol going on with you too, or it seems like everybody has high cholesterol?
It does seem like everybody has high cholesterol.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I said yeah. It seems like a lot of people have high cholesterol. It seems to be a common. Everybody's mother and grandmother. Everybody, I got high cholesterol. I went to the doctor. I got high cholesterol. So we're gonna discuss it today. You doing okay though?
Yes, I'm doing excellent. Doing accurate, great SABA for asking. Excited for the pod class and the information and the teachings that you're going to bring forth. I really love the thumbnail too. The thumbnail looked amazing. So very, very Nefer creation on the thumbnail as well. Great SABA. But yes, I'm doing well. Yes, look at that. You doing doing some graphic design. Looks great. Great.
Thank you. I'm glad you're doing well. Oh, there's a lag. What'd you say there, Annie?
I say yes, Hinu, and you're welcome.
Wonderful. And you know what? And the interesting thing about the thumbnails that my thumbnails, I don't do any fake. I don't do fake pictures. I don't do I don't do the cartoon. Everything that I do on my thumbnail is something factual. But when it came to the Archangel Michael, I couldn't find anything factual on him, so I had to put throw the cartoon up. So this is one of the rare times you're gonna see. That's why you see Ptolemy here is real. You've seen the real cardiovascular, the image of the heart, the actual Apollo diagnosis of that. But when it came to Michael, I couldn't find a real picture of him, a real image from the Hebrew, so I had to put up the cartoon images. So that's a rare time you'll see Tehuti put up cartoons on the thumbnail. But you have to be creative with that one. It's ready? Okay, wonderful. And here's the question, everybody. Did you say something, Annie? I think there's a little lag. Did you say something?
I just said nice. Yes, it looks great too. For all of what you're doing and the intention that you put into everything that you do.
Thank you. And so this is SEFX. He asked the question about the food pyramid Psyops. What should it really be like? And this question couldn't be answered. I don't even know if I told him that it couldn't be before he changed it. He said he was changing it, and but actually I was going to contact him and tell him that this question couldn't be answered because, like I've said many times, there can be no food pyramid that does not have the letter S on it at the end. So there is no food pyramid. Food pyramid is a singular. So there can never be a food pyramid that I'm going to eat that's going to maintain the vascular development and give that food pyramid to a little person like Antu, and then she gives it to a 5-year-old, and then he gives it to his great-grandmother. Great-grandma is eating the same food pyramid as Ronnie Coleman, the bodybuilder. When Ronnie Coleman, the bodybuilder, is eating the same food pyramid as Tiger Woods and Serena Williams. So there's no such thing as actually a food. There is no one diet that is any type of pyramid or anything that can be prescribed for multiple people, especially with different ages, different blood requirements, different insulin requirements, different sizes, different training programs. You could be a tennis player and a person that does bowling doesn't have the same dietary needs. One takes much more strenuous
carbohydrates. So there's no food pyramid. So before I even got a chance to change it, the brother changed it to cholesterol. So I was like, yes, okay, good. There we go. We're going to have some fun with this one. So thank you, Ox Effect, for sending in that support. I'm going to step away now and come back, and we're going to go right into it. So you all tell the beautiful people that are watching, support the Tutti Pod class. For those who are appreciative of that which you've already seen me do for how many years is it now, Annie and Anu? How many years has been going on? Including Killer Priest. I was doing free pod classes there.
4 years.
4 years. Yeah, I was doing the Killer Priest show was me for 2 hours straight teaching for 2 hours on the Killer Priest show without I didn't receive one donation. So yeah, 4 years going on. For those who appreciate and see what it is that we're that I've been doing here, what's being developed here. Support the Tutti Pod class, support the House of Attend, support what it is that's happening here, because without this, there's no other partition to go to that I have seen that you can do this. So support the Tutti Pod class, support what it is that you see, and I hope you appreciate this more than the all the July 4th and everything we spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars on, the Halloweens and everything dealing with death. So support the Tutti Pod class, and I'll be right back. Talk to the people here, Annie, Anu, and Ox Effect, about the great things that the pod class has done for you, the House and everything is done for you, and let the people know to support this, because it keeps me in a position where I can continue this. And as soon as that position is threatened, I won't be here because I won't be able to. I told my interprets that the high caliber and quality of the questions are because of the students that are sending in the support. The second that changes, the caliber changes, because I won't have the time to do it at this high caliber anymore. And with what I was doing before, splitting up my schedule, I would only have 1 hour in a day to create a pod class answer, and that's nothing that I need to do. There's no way that I could do that. You would be surprised how long it takes to put the answer in the way that I put it in for you. So the second my time is divided, I would just have to go back to what I was doing before, which is teaching the individuals outside of the pod classes. There's a whole nother life when the computer shuts down. So these are not the only classes that I'm doing, but there's several classes, and there's people getting training, diet advice, and there's several things that I'm doing that I have to cut off. Bodybuilders and champions and people that I've trained that won awards, and people that are on your TV that you see that I've trained, and your people that do health advice for your favorite battle rappers. Your favorite battle rappers are my clients, all type of people that I had to do and divide my time to. Now it's just centered towards breaking the matrix here, and so because of that, I can answer at the highest level for support. How you doing, Meko Ra?
Hotep, Hinu, Saba, I'm doing well. Good to see you. Oh, yeah.
I had to come grab the snake out of your house. I had to come grab him out.
Yes, I recognize.
Yes, you're doing well, though?
Yes, I'm doing very well, Saba. Thank you for asking.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'm going to take a step off here, everybody. And when I come back, somebody asked me once, and I'll say this before I go. Somebody asked, where's Primordial? I want Primordial to hear this. Oh, here's a brother asked a question. He asked a question about the Archangel. And I feel this brother asked questions really not just for him, but he may have a family or a group of people that these topics come up for. They may be Christians or whatnot. And he asked these questions, and I give the answer here because he asked questions about the Nicene Council and other things like that, Archangel Michael, and that he can show his people that may be Christians to break them out of the matrix. So he says, Hotep, brother, Tehuti, thank you for doing the Archangel Michael. Nini Uk to you. Gabriella and someone else asked me, how do I do these answers without it's not gloomy. And there's a process that I go through, everybody too, and that's why I ask the support I get. I don't even ask for it really. The amount that comes in, it's just people understand what's happening, and there's a certain thing that I have to do to that I have to go through privately in order to come to the screen and answer with this. I have to smile and laugh when I'm answering it, because the actual doom and gloom part of it, because I see the matrix, I have to do that in private, because I can't do that. I can't do certain things in the public, because then that's not a good guidance. So the actual damage, what I have to go through for the amount of destruction that I see happening and putting into a pretty thing, is done behind closed doors, in private, or done out away from the house, so that I go through that first, so that by the time I teach it, that the happiness is there, because the actual pain of certain things that I have to see, the destruction that I see actually taking place, I can't demonstrate how I truly feel about that here, because this will be it'll be a very sad show. So it's presented with me laughing and doing all these things, because the other side is done in private. So thank you all for supporting. I'll be right back. Peace and love. I'll be right back to answer this question and give the guidance.
All right, Hotep Henu, everyone, peace and love. So thank you everyone for being here in the pod class, live and direct with the House of ATTON. To all the great supporters, the Meru of the House of ATTON, and who appreciate what's taking place. You know, this is there's many people who watch and don't support. So Tuwa and Hinu to everyone who does and does it consistently, and for those who also assist in other ways as well, in helping to construct and bring new creative avenues to the House of ATTON, to be able to bring forward more pathways for you all to come within the purse. So Tuwa Hinu, the links are posted at the top of the chat. So be sure to utilize those links, send in your questions. There is no question that is off limits. If there comes a question that cannot be answered in the pod class format, SABA Tehuti will let you know, and you can just switch it around. But send in your questions. It's a beautiful thing. It's why the pod class exists, and it's been here consistently because of everyone who supports. And there are those who watch and get the benefit of all of us who gather together and make sure that we show our reciprocity for that which enhances us. And it's a beautiful thing, because everyone supports all the things that destroys them daily throughout their lives, and will do it happily. And so now when it comes to an opportunity to be able to support something that you can't get nowhere else, you can't pull up and drive somewhere and have this easily accessible to you, you know, it's just not available. This is the only place that this exists and will exist. So while it's here, let the great SABA Tehuti know your appreciation for everything that he's doing, that you all are sitting right here watching, taking in right now. So Tuwa Hinu, houseofatton.org. You can go and get your merch. You can support there as well. There's a lot that's taking place within the House of ATTON. It's a beautiful thing. We have some powerful, we have a powerful event coming up that's only for the supporters. And the great Head MAAT Kuara will speak on that. But yes, we'll just go around the panel, let everyone speak, let your Ker be heard, let your E be felt. We'll start with you, great brother Anu. Peace and love, Hotep.
Peace and love, Ordershen. Hotep Marie to Sabututi and his entire family, including us on the panel. To all of his snakes, that part of his family as well. To all the supporters, to everybody in the chat. To all the sneak learners, one day you better come on here and show that support for sure. I'm looking forward to this class. Looking forward to both of these answers. To AFFIRMATION for asking the question that you did. And to the other brother that asked the question that he did. I do not know anything about both of these topics. I'm very much so looking forward to learning about it. I think that these answers will be good for me personally to help break people out of matrices in the future. So I'm very appreciative of both of you asking these questions. I'm appreciative of SABA Tehuti answering these questions. Everybody support our wonderful SABA Tehuti. There's no one else out there doing what he's doing. He's the only one doing it. He deserves the support. I would like to see him be supported forever from these classes. I would like to see his future family and children be supported forever from these classes, even when he is in the Nether Kurt in 100 years, 1,000 years from now. I think that SABA Tehuti should receive all that he puts out, which is limitless. So limitless support. I appreciate what he does for me, for Antu, for our family. I appreciate what he does for everyone else. He is twice and thrice great. He is endlessly great. He builds up countless amounts of people throughout his days. It's incomprehensible to me. I would not be here without him. None of us would be here without him. So that in itself is a testimony to have us on the screen, to have the people that you see that come on the screen. It is a fantastic thing. I do not know anybody in history that has done what he is doing, because he is living for MAAT, and he's living for MAAT in a world of the Matrix. Not even our ancestors did that. They had harmony amongst themselves and in the culture. So SABA Tehuti is truly a unique part EE. He will be worshipped for eternity because for many reasons. And one of the main reasons is because he is able to do this in such a time of chaos and be that beacon of light and build up so many people continuously to become beacons of light as well. So that definitely deserves support. No disrespect to Martin Luther King or Malcolm X or anybody like that, but nobody has done what our SABA Tehuti is doing right now. Nobody. I'm very thankful for that. I'm thankful that he is bringing the culture of MAAT to us, like Manku's shirt, culture. Culture, and then the Tomahus are the vultures, but the bad kind, because vultures are actually good. It's weird how they did that. Anyways, I'm thankful that SABA Tehuti is doing what he is doing. I'm thankful that he brings multiple layers of the truth to us. He is not just teaching us things as if Budge would teach you. He's teaching us from the point of view of the culture because he lives for MAAT. He teaches us the Heka, whether we know it or not. He teaches us everything, and the uniting, the quantum entanglement between the people that are being taught by him, that is observing him, is very unique, is very special, is very powerful. And I could talk about it forever, but nobody else is doing it. The amount of synchronicities that happen between people, between followers of SABA Tehuti and Tehuti himself, I have never witnessed before. I do not think it's out there, only here at the HOA. So send in your support, because this is definitely something that is deeper than a number in your bank account or a piece of paper. This is supporting beings that are here now, and were here in the physical form at one point and here in another form, and the real time zone and the Tuat. It is very deep. If you consider the followers of MAAT your ancestors, they will be proud of you for being able to support our mighty Sabatuti. So really think about that. Really think about making yourself proud, the ancestors proud, everyone here proud, and support what you care about. I'm very much so looking forward to this class. If anybody hasn't seen Ani's class last Sunday, make sure to go check it out after this class or tomorrow. I do not know who's presenting tomorrow on the HOA channel, but shout out to them. Everybody make sure to go check out who is presenting tomorrow.
Primordial Thought 9 will be presenting tomorrow.
Okay, we might be getting part 2 to the movie. So everybody get ready. When those movies come on the movie theaters, they have like, it's filled. There's all those people in there and stuff like that. So we should definitely be supporting Primordial Thought, no matter what he brings forth, whether it's a movie or Nefer wisdom teaching or both. We should definitely be supporting. So support the HOA, support what you love, support what you care about, and support what is changing the world. Even if you're a sneak learner, support, because unless you can bring someone else forth who's doing it like people at the HOA, then it's the truth that it's only happening here. So you might as well support. So Hotep, Tua Mary, to everybody. Uncle Justin.
Tua for your words, Anu. That was brilliant. It was a lot of energy. It gave me a lot of energy and power. Tua for your words and supportive energy. Tua, Hotep, and Mary to everyone here. I appreciate all who found the Tehuti pod class and who are being consistent within it. I appreciate you all very deeply. I'm happy you are all alive and healthy and here to support yourselves and the great Saba Tehuti and his Nefer Aut, his beautiful life expanding family. If you are new here, House of ATTON has many different platforms that you can support on, which are Instagram, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Twitter, which is now called X. You can listen to Spotify, which Nefer's Aten, a Nefer Sinet, a Nefer sister within the House of ATTON, has created videos that you can listen to of these classes, which are just audio. And everyone within these audios have their own specific soundtrack for their individual coup or what they represent. So for an example, Anu has Thunder with his, which represents his coup. And it is very Nefer to see everyone's unique attributes within that. And it is something beautiful to have, because if you're on the go, you can listen to it and it's shortened down to just be the teachings itself. And I'm very appreciative to Saba Tehuti Amunhotep Ra for helping me heal in the ways that I couldn't do by myself. I would not be on this panel without him. He has purified my Eve and continues to do so in many deep ways. And in the past, I was not able to see myself in certain frequencies and just different ways, like coming up on here as an example or doing my own class. I could not see myself doing that in the past. And by Saba Tehuti teaching me and guiding me the way he does, I was able to break through barriers and different fears and all these different things that I had blocking me. And he allowed me to grow in ways that I did not see before. So he really helped me in so many ways. I can't really explain it all in this moment because there's so much that he has done and that he continues to do. So Tua very much to the great Saba Tehuti for all the healing and life that he is providing us, giving the Ankh to our nose. Tua very much. Otep Mary to everyone.
Otep Hinu, Tua Anu and Atu for sharing, very powerful. I want to echo how important the support is for our master teacher Saba Tehuti. If you have not heard him give his testimony every time in the intro, it speaks for itself. And if you're not supporting, my shirt says, "No culture vultures." No culture vultures. So for the sneak learners, those that do not support, we're not really feeling that. So our master teacher, SABA Tehuti, is definitely worthy to be supported. Hinu Hotep, to our master teacher, SABA Tehuti, I'm very much looking forward to him answering the question about Archangel Michael. I've heard that name quite a bit over time. Haven't done very much research on who this character is, but just like the dragons breakdown, just like Shakespeare, just like Juneteenth, just like Harriet Tubman, just like Santa Claus, just like David from the Bible, who is a character pretty much stealing from Tehuti most, just like Moses, just like George Floyd, just like the jab, and just like Jesus Christ, I'm looking forward to the truth of being told about the Archangel Michael. So Hinu Hotep to the HOA, peace and love to Ani Patah, to Atef Rem Kim, to Primordial Thought 9, peace to everybody on the panel, and peace and love to the chat. Hinu Hotep, looking forward to another sacred ceremony and get this sacred sermon from the Nakash with the Kopesh, our master teacher, SABA Tehuti. Hinu Hotep.
Peace and love to everyone on the panel. Peace and love to the great SABA Tehuti. Peace and love to everyone in the chat as well. Always reiterate that I'm very grateful for being introduced to SABA, how he's changed my outlook on life, how I view life, and that everything is life, not just you live here and then there's death and you die, and it's continuous life in a cycle, and that's something that's definitely affected me the most, just dealing with day to day and other people. It's something that's beautiful to know that life can be everlasting, and we always have opportunity to create or what life we want for ourselves and manifest what we want. So this is a wonderful, beautiful thing that SABA has created and brought forth to us, this Tehuti's podcast. And I encourage everyone to support, like the supporters on the panel and some of them in the chat. I mean, if you're here consistently for hours throughout your day, then I don't see why you don't support in other ways as well. So yes. So Henu, to everyone. I'm very much looking forward to the question I asked about high cholesterol. I was told that I had high cholesterol recently, and that it's directly correlating with heart disease, and that's definitely rampant in my family. I've had family members transition due to things because of heart disease and whatnot. So I'm definitely interested in what SABA has to, what information he's going to put out there for me to be able to use, and for everyone to be able to use if you have similar diagnosis or problems in your life that you can hold by a medical practitioner and whatnot. So yes, I definitely look forward to the other questions as well about the Archangel Michael and what other knowledge SABA brings forth, because I always look forward to it. Always learning something new. I always thirst for knowledge and to fill my cup with as much as I can. So yes, to and Hanu, Hotep Hanu.
All right. Hinu, great brothers and sister Antu, Tua, for those very powerful words. Appreciate everyone who comes to the panel. We definitely want more of you to begin coming to the panel and letting everyone see you, letting everyone hear you. And it's the beautiful thing about the reciprocity system is there's many boundaries that are broken whenever you begin to challenge yourself. And if there's ever a point in time within your ankh, within your life where there's no challenge, then evolution is difficult. So I always say and always have is learning to be comfortable in uncomfortable positions, putting myself in challenging places to see where the limit is so I can surpass it. And it's a beautiful thing. So very first step is coming up to the panel and representing Ma'at and what exists here. So looking forward to all the new people who come in as we continue to expand and grow and reach new sets of eyes and ears, because there are many people out there who really want the truth, especially the youth. There's so much information everywhere, and that's one of the topics today, and going into Archangel Michael, and it's very prevalent in today's time, with so much information that to siphon through it, it takes a discerning eye and Eve. It takes wanting to really have the truth and not be comfortable with what you feel is correct, which keeps a lot of people from digging into the actual archaeology and the historical facts of these stories that are presented. It's such an honor to have SABA Tehuti, and for him to take the time out to lead by example and showing us how to teach, showing us how to be students, because there's so much isfat that exists. There's so much confusion that is taking place within this reality that we're all experiencing. And though each experience is unique to your own perspective, there is an underlining, more absolute reality that tends to be overlaid by all of the false illusions, and the religious aspect and the language truly hypnotizes you. And so when beginning to learn the Medu Neter and SABA Tehuti coming forth and showing the Medu Neter, and I love that image behind you, Anu, because it shows, what we might see in the glyphs as Shemes or Shemsu, a follower, and you see it in detail right there next to Anu, and how it's leading at the forefront of Ra. It's a very powerful imagery. So when you begin to learn the Medu, it really starts to break you out of the matrix, and you start to see how much confusion exists, right? And how the matrix just promotes complete isfat, and how a lot of your time is being siphoned from you. So therefore, a lot of your energy is being siphoned from you, which I showed this in one of the Sunday classes in Chronos, the Greek god Chronos, which is a company name for a lot of these businesses that utilize time clocks that you're clocking in and out of. It's called Chronos. And it's a ritual that they're enacting and that they're living out in real time. So while everyone is participating in rituals unknowingly and wondering why they're drained of energy and drained of resources, So there has to come a time when we begin to start to channel and funnel what we're giving our attention to, what we're giving our currency to that which is able to not only replenish but return to you eternal life, immortality. So to everyone who understands that and sees what's taking place and isn't warped by the false matrix and the thought process of all the craziness that I hear when it comes to supporting each other. You know, this is the only place where you're really going to come where there's no gossip. No one's sitting up on these panels gossiping about anyone else. You'll never hear that on the Tehuti podcast, House of ATTON. You'll never hear that. You'll never hear arguments. You'll never see that. You'll never see it, and it can't be faked. That's the beautiful thing about it, is when you're the real deal. Consistency doesn't exist to those who are putting on an act. That's why showing forth consistency and discipline is so important, because it's a reflection that it's the actual reality for you. So when people come here, it's a different type of experience, and because there's none of the chaotic. A lot of people are attracted to chaos. Where's the chaos at? Oh man, when it's too calm, speaking about this too, about where they have this thing called awkward silence, where being calm and it starts to affect people. I've seen people start to physically react like in seizure because there's no chaos taking place. It's calm. They're like, what do I do? And it's like that permeated all throughout the internet. So when you come to a place like this and it's the FEC, and it's only about information and knowledge and teaching and guidance and ancestral artifacts and looking at what actually exists, and not falling into a fantasized story that makes someone feel good. It becomes difficult for people who truly do not want MAAT, do not want the truth, to appreciate what's taking place. So that's why there can be 50, 60, 70 people during the teachings, and maybe 20 people support, 1,000, 1,200, 15, 2,000 views on the videos, and 4 comments. But you go to these ISFET videos and there's plenty of that exists. So there's a lot of work that has to be done internally within each individual person. So now when we come together, like what you see on this panel, it's structured and it's organized and it's balanced and it's strong, right? And so this is what the support looks like. And one of the greatest things that you can do to begin that process is when you support, come onto the panel and start to build with us and join in the collective. So Tu'a Henu to everyone who does so, houseofatton.org. Welcome back, Great Saba Tehuti. Peace and love. Glad to see you back.
Yeah, thank you. To you, I like the talk that you and Anu gave. That's what I heard, bits and pieces of it. One moment, let me close out the windows. Close these windows down. Hold on. Okay, we close these down. Close these down. It's taking a little while. Interesting. Why is it doing that? Close this down. Close this window down one by one. Okay, good. Okay, now, can you all hear me and see me?
Yes.
Okay, we're about to get into it, everybody. What's this? Wait a minute. Something's not right. Hold on, everybody. Let me shrink this down. Something is not on the screen fully. I'm gonna have to correct something here. Let me see. Okay, now it is. That was odd. Okay, 1 second. Everything's on the screen, right? Yes. Okay, now I can expand. I see. Okay. Expand. My computer is moving at a slow rate. Okay, good. That's good. Okay, everybody, here we go. We're about to start. Peace and love to everybody in the room. Peace and love to Nook. Peace and love to you. Peace and love to this brother here. I think his name is ATTON. Off of memory. Peace and love to everybody. We're about to get started, so we're going to get into the first question here. We're going to put it on the screen, and we're going to give some big noise to the very first question that's asked at the Tehuti Pod class here. This donation was sent in a little while ago, so this is not for today. This is not a donation that's been sent in today. It was a donation that was sent in some weeks ago, but the question actually had to be changed. So the question you're going to see on the screen from weeks ago is not what's going to be represented, but we're going to give AFFIRMATION some big noise. Give him some big noise, please, for this. $50.
Yo, let's go.
Shout out to AFFIRMATION and let me get rid of it. AFFIRMATION, go ahead and tell us. Tell us the reason for the question. And did you send something else that had the actual title on it?
I sent additional support, for the
let me look for that. Hold on.
Yeah. But yeah, I was
here it
recently. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother. I'll get that and read that off when we're reading the tips for the question. You can go ahead and just tell everybody live what your inquiry is.
Yes, I saw a nurse recently, and I had some blood work done, and they said that I had high cholesterol. My LDL levels were a little high, so that's what made me kind of wanted to ask you the question and see what I can do to actually help lower it and to kind of understand what it really is. They gave me a little rundown of it, but I know you can go very in depth with it, and so I have a full understanding of what is really going on and whatnot. So yes, I trust your input and your knowledge, Saba. So I brought the question to you.
Okay, good. Next, I should have came here in my white doctor's suit with the stethoscope and the little mask. But yes, what was your cholesterol levels, by the way? Tell everybody what was it that they that declared was of an attention importance.
My LDL was 116, and they said anything above a 99, I think, was considered high and whatnot. My other levels were good. I don't even know. HDL was like 63, and the LDL was like 7 or something like that or whatnot. So
okay.
Yeah.
The total was, they gave you a total?
It was all three of those numbers combined. So the 116 plus 63 plus 7. So yeah. So
Okay, very interesting. Interesting. Oh, what's that last thing you said?
I don't know anything about these numbers really, so that's why I'm like, okay, let me see what's going on.
Let's see what's going on here. I don't know what's going on. Let me see. I'm gonna go through the panel. Annie to Anu to Antu to Menko Ra. I find out what in the world. Annie, what's you know what LDL level? You know your LDL level? What is an LDL? What's an LDL? Is that like your blood type? What's that?
What's I don't know what an LDL is.
LDL.
No, what an LDL is.
Okay, what is okay, Anu, do you know, have you been told what your LDL is, even though you don't know what it is? Have you been told what yours is, and is there any concern?
No, I have not been told.
And Annie, have you been told what your LDL is? And if so, were you told there was any concern with the number?
No.
Okay. And two, you know what what's LDL? Do you know what LDL is? Is that like your saliva type, blood type? What's your heart rate? What's LDL? What is that, man?
I have no idea. I do not know.
Sounds like a trucking license. I don't know. Okay. So all right. So LDL. We don't LD. Menko Ra may be interviewing a doctor next week. I don't know. So Menko Ra, what is this LDL? Do you got LDL too? Is that like a syndrome? What's that? LDL.
Hey, OXFX, you should have told her to check your HOA levels. I don't know what LDL is. I have no idea. My health is very good. I never go to the doctor.
Man, oh my goodness, his health is good. He doesn't go to the doctor. He doesn't know what LDL is. This is gonna be an interesting class today. We're gonna see. When they told you OXFX your LDL numbers, did you ask them what is an LDL? Is that like your heart rate per minute? What is that?
I think they told me what it was, but it still skips my mind. I just know they said that it's the cholesterol that builds up around your arteries to block the blood flow. That's what I understand from the LDL. So,
okay, cool.
I don't know what it stands for.
Okay, I'm gonna look. So it's a type of cholesterol.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Let me. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna see if I can get the answer real quick. I was a really busy week today. I didn't have much time to put together pod class answers, so let me just okay. Man, LDL is not even a cholesterol. Okay, all right, everybody, here we go. We're gonna get into the answer to this question. LDL levels are high. HDL levels are good. Nobody even knows what an LDL or HDL. They seem to both have L's in it. I don't know. LDL, HDL. Who knows? We're going to find out, everybody. Welcome, everybody, to the Tutti Pod class. Get your pens and your pads out. We're going to find out about this high cholesterol. Do I have high cholesterol? What do you do when you have high cholesterol? Do you have to give up? I heard some people come to me and say they have to stop eating eggs. It seems that whenever somebody comes to me, because I do fitness training. Well, I used to before the pod class, but when I would do fitness training and diet programs for some of your people on TV and your battle rappers and all the people, some people that you know, those people would ask me questions. The first question they'd always ask me is, do I have to give up eggs? I don't know. It's like a default question. I don't know if anybody here has heard of that before. Whenever I talk about high cholesterol, the first thing is, yo, eggs. I don't eat a lot of eggs, man. I'm going to bring my eggs down. I'm like, okay. Well, we're going to find out what this is and see what's going on. The brother here, you said your levels were 116, right? 116?
Yes. The LDL levels were 116.
116. So we're going to see how many days this brother has left. I don't know if high cholesterol, he said it gives you heart. What did it do to you? It gives you a heart attack? What did it do?
Yeah, heart disease. It's a symptom of heart disease. Yeah, it can give you a heart attack, basically. Yeah.
Man, so his heart disease LDL levels are up. We're gonna find out if his brother's days are numbered. We're gonna see what's going on. Does he have to change his diet? I gotta stop eating the eggs. Stop kissing women with oily lips. I don't know what this is, but we're gonna find out if that's what it stands for, lips. We're gonna see what's going on here. Welcome everybody to the Tutti Pod class. Let's get it in. Peace and love, Annie Patah. Peace and love, Anu Antu. Peace and love, Menko Ra. Ox effect. We're going to get into this answer, everybody, and we're going to put it on the screen for everybody that just came on to see how is Tehuti going to address this question right here. And the question is, I'm going to put the screen. There it is right there, everybody. High cholesterol blocking arteries. The brother has 116 LDL. Nobody on the panel know what LDL stands for. We're going to find out what this is, how important this is, if this is actually a threat, if something has to be changed, if so, what to do to change that. Is this life-threatening? Welcome, everyone, to the Tehuti podcast. As you see there down at the bottom, support the Tehuti podcast with reciprocity and live questions sent in with reciprocity. Those are two separate things. And we're going to find out today what this is. And we're also going to get into the memory removal Psyops. If you look back on the screen again, it says a section right over here on the left-hand side, memory removal Psyops. Is there a Psyops to actually remove memory? As I teach the class, I'm going to talk about the oldest word on the planet for memory, what is important about that. And when I come back to the panel, maybe I'll bring an animal to the screen that is the oldest word for memory. The oldest word for memory is actually two animals, and I may bring one to the screen. It's the oldest word for memory, and it's the oldest word for heaven on the planet simultaneously. We're going to find that out, and I may bring that beautiful creature to the screen because I always have an animal that surrounds me for that which I teach and that which I believe in and that which imbues me. So everybody, we're going to put the timer on. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. I see the numbers are going up because I know around now is when we're going to start getting to more information. And let me go ahead and put the timer on, everybody. Boom. And here we go, everybody. If you press the 9 if you can hear me and see me clearly. 9 if you can hear me. We got Cool Star in the room. Shout out to Cool Star. He must have just got in. Peace to Cool Star. Shout out to Tehuti Harakuti says this information is going to be life-changing. Tua, Marie, great SABA, and Tua for you. Tua to you. Tua to you, Harry. Tua to you. It's a tongue twister. Tua to you, Tehuti. Tua to you, Tehuti. Harakuti, shout out to you for your due diligence, putting in the time and the effort. I see the changes. I'm watching you. I see the changes. I see you putting in the time. I see you doing the shares. I see you every class since you've given an apology, you've given a support donation. I see consistency in you, and we're definitely going to have you in a very good position in the house of the 10 because I see that you want to be active. You just need to be active, guided the right way, and you're doing it right now. So peace and love to you. Shout out to this good brother here who's a ka in the flesh. Maharu, he's a spirit in the flesh. He is one of the greatest brothers ever walked the planet. Shout out to him. Shout out to this beautiful sister here, New. Been consistent ever since, giving multiple donations for class, coming to each class. She's missed a couple, but she's come to the majority since she's been. Shout out to Mary SEKHET. I gotta find out if that's you on the screen right there. If it is you, whoever did the artwork of that is a masterful artist because it looks like a drawing, but it looks like a person in real life. So shout out to Mary SEKHET and whoever the artist is who did that. Shout out to everybody. Okay, everybody can hear me? Everybody ready? Here we go. We're about to get started. I'm going to put my timer on, and we're going to get started into this question here. Let me get this out of my eye. Once I get started, you know I don't want any interruptions, and we're going to just go. You ready? So let me get this out of my eye. It's about 102 degrees or 98 degrees in here due to the beautiful animals that surround me. So here we go, everybody. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Harass did is in the place to be. So here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Entire screen share. And there it is. We're going to start the timer. Let's see how long it takes to elaborate on this cholesterol. Go. Hide that and go to this big screen. And boom. Here we go. Everybody ready? Boom. All right. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, the question and answer class of the House of Aten. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity being stolen, millions of people now have questions about who they are, where they come from, if immortality exists. What is the original religions on the planet? What are the original languages? What is spirituality? Who are the Natiru? What about my health, which we'll be covering today? Health, purity. What about mental purity? What about mental detoxification? I've had out-of-body experiences. What are they? Are they real? Are there any ancient sources to the things that you teach, or any ancient sources to the original belief system? What about government psyops out there, government programs out there, mind control programs, government conspiracies? Are they real? Are they false? Which one? What is happening? What about telepathy? Is that a true ability? Quantum entangled consciousness at the subatomic level. Well, unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism disguised in the form of black consciousness and atheistic, quote-unquote, Kemetic teachers who will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of any of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather teach from memes or do debate, debunk, expose, or I challenge you videos, challenge your spiritual beliefs. The Hebrews are wrong. The Bible is stolen. The Egyptians are originally Arabs. They're white. No, the Egyptians are originally black. The pyramids in America, ours are older than the ones you have in Egypt. We are the Abos. We're the American Indians. We're not African. Everything is contention, attacking everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they adhere to on a daily basis when the debates in the computer system and their laptop shuts down, that they and their family actually practice. Never showing you what they actually believe in, because in actuality, family, the truth is those quote-unquote conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything, but they just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide that they cannot really answer what the ancients teach or to break the matrix, they have made you feel uncomfortable to even ask any of these questions, and then you're laughed off the stage or kicked off the panel or called a pseudo or some kind of name, or you're insulted for the above inquiries. That's the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send in these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized, documentary type answer, customized, and on top of that, taught live. With each answer, you get a subconscious matrix and matrices broken for you. Is here at the Tehuti Pod class. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? The donation was originally for the food pyramid, but the actual question is on the cholesterol, which you heard the brother ask live. What is cholesterol? What should he do? He's been diagnosed with high cholesterol. Let's get into it. Okay, so, oh, look at this. As I was actually working on the change question around 2:53 p.m., the brother sent me the official change of the question at the same time. I love this life of Heka. So he sent me this question. I knew that this question I couldn't answer. I started working on the change of the question. Simultaneously, he sends me this with the change of the question. I would like to change my previous questions about the food pyramid. I would like to know about high cholesterol, what it is, and how to lower it. I have it because my LDL was levels or 116 mg, and some other letters there is too blurry. Greatly appreciated for your feedback. Below attached previous catch up. Tua, great master teacher. At the same, that was at where's the time? 2:53. So it's 2:53 as he's sending me that. Here I am with my computer screenshotted. 2:56 the same time. I'm actually already working on this answer for him, and he's sending me the change officially, and I'm working on it. That's when I decided to work on it at the exact same time, and so I screenshot it. By the time I got the screenshot, 3 minutes had passed by, and so his is 2:53, mine is 2:56. All right, so that shows the hikah and the synchronicity that we have here at the House of Attend, the Tehuti Pod class. Let's get into it, everybody. So boom. Now, unfortunately, the good brother has been diagnosed with high cholesterol, LDL 116, and would now like to know what causes high cholesterol, what is cholesterol, and what are some therapeutic natural methods to help restore it, even with this unfortunate diagnosis. Fortunately, he's a student of Tehuti and a member of the House of Attend, and as such, he will get the solution here at the Tehuti Pod class. So again, his question is, he would like to know about high cholesterol and actually, what is it? Okay.
So unfortunately, he's been diagnosed with high cholesterol. But fortunately, he's a student of Tehuti and a student of the House of ATTON. So fortunately, he's going to get the answer here. So first, we will address what is cholesterol. What is it? I asked everybody on the panel, what is LDL? And nobody knew what LDL stood for. But he's been diagnosed with a cholesterol level of high LDL. So he was told LDL is a cholesterol, and if the numbers of that cholesterol type is high, then there's a concern. So what is cholesterol? Is it bad for you? Is it good? And what is its function? Boom. Cholesterol is actually a chemical substance that falls into the category of a sterol. That's why you actually hear the word sterol in the word. You hear coal, and sterol. Sterol is actually in the word. So actually cholesterol, it falls into a category of what's called the sterol. So sterols are compounds that contain what's called guanine structure and additional function groups and are modified ring systems derived from guanine are called steroids, which everybody thinks is some bad word or some bad thing, but these are actually the same root word. Cholesterol, sterol, steroids, all of these are of the same, we won't call them family because they're not related by blood, but they're all of the similar categories and relate to each other because cholesterol is actually a category of sterol, and a modified ring systems derived from guanine are steroids. And you can hear the words within the words. Cholesterol, sterol, steroids. You can hear them in the word because one is a modified ring system derived from guanine, and sterols are actually compounds that contain guanine, and cholesterol is a category that falls into the category of sterol, which contain guanine. So cholesterol, sterol, steroids. Okay, so here we go. So boom, here's actually what the cholesterol or the sterol chemical makeup looks like. There's the cholesterol. I'm going to blow it up just a little bit. So there's actually the sterol because it's a compound that contains guanine. Any compound that contains guanine, that's a sterol, and which is a cholesterol falls into that category of a sterol. So there's a sterol right there. Sterol chemical makeup. So cholesterol is actually a waxy fat-like substance that's found in all cells in your body. Your body needs some cholesterol to make hormones. Very important, especially for a male. Important for everybody, but especially for a male. So it makes hormones, which is extremely important. It makes vitamin D. This sterol waxy substance is a substance that your actual liver makes. It protects. It's a protection substance. It protects the nerves and makes cell tissues and certain hormones. It also is a substance that helps you digest food. So the cholesterol is extremely important. It helps make necessary hormones. It helps make necessary vitamin D. It's actually a substance that's in your liver, and it protects nerves, and it makes cell tissues and certain hormones. It's also a substance that helps you digest food. No cholesterol, bad cholesterol, non-working cholesterol, you actually pass away. So it's necessary. So the necessary amount of cholesterol balance is produced exactly by your own body, which creates what it needs for these functions. So your body actually creates most of the cholesterol that the doctor finds within it. It creates exactly the amount that's needed in a healthy state for the perfect balance, so that it can protect so it can protect nerves and make cell tissues. This is what's creating your body. Without the creation of cell tissues, without the protection of nerve and the creation of cell tissues, you do not even have a body. So cholesterol is very, very good. Now there's what's called 3 main types of cholesterol, which we're going to find out, and I'm going to teach you a little bit later, that there are actually not 3 main types. But when you look it up, they're going to tell you your 3 main types, and that's why when I asked the question, what is LDL? One of the answers was LDL is a cholesterol, form of cholesterol, and that is what most people think. So under the common categorization, you'll find it under 3 main types of cholesterol. We're going to actually change that categorization as the class goes on. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go.
Hope you're learning thus far, and I hope you appreciate what you're getting and about to get. So what are the three main types that are actually not technically three main types? Here we go. Now, so as we can see, natural cholesterol is actually good for you. So what type of cholesterol is quote unquote bad for you? These cholesterols, as you saw, hold on, let me shrink this down. Let me I'm over here. Okay, these cholesterols, as you will see, you haven't seen it yet, but these cholesterols you will see in the chart, typo here. I'm going to show you what these are. They're going to divide into 3 sections, and we'll see which one is good and bad. So let's just get right into the 3 sections here. So here we are. Here are the ones that were mentioned by the doctor or the specialist to the brother Ox Effect. 1, HDL. He spoke about his HDL levels. HDL is high density lipoprotein. That's HDL. High levels of HDL, the good cholesterol, are a sign of health. HDL can help protect arteries and prevent fatty deposits that could clog them. Okay, that's what they call one type of cholesterol. Now, number 2, LDL. When I ask everybody on the panel what's LDL, LDL is the opposite of HDL. The only difference in the two is the first word that's represented by the first acronym, H and L. L is high, H is high, L is low. Low density lipoprotein, which is LDL cholesterol. If you have too much LDL, or what they call bad cholesterol, it's not really bad, but what they call bad cholesterol, you put yourself at risk for heart disease. It can clog your arteries, and that's why when the doctor spoke to him, he said on the panel that his HDL levels seem to be pretty good, they're okay, but it's the LDL that there's a concern with. And that's because the LDL, if this is high, then you could put yourself at risk of heart disease. When your HDL is a little bit higher, it can help protect the arteries. So there's HDL, high density lipoprotein, and LDL. Okay, so here they are on the chart. So when you look at them on the charts, here what they consider types of cholesterols. So then now we see something different, which we're going to get into. So we see the LDL. LDL leads to deposition of plaque in the blood vessels. Okay, LDL. So liver to LDL and then blood vessels. And then we see HDL transports cholesterol from blood vessels to liver for elimination. Very necessary. We see something else over here that is not really mentioned when people talk about their cholesterol, which we're going to cover and discuss today, and that is triglycerides. So when you see the types of cholesterol, people always say LDL, HDL, LDL, HDL, but you don't really hear this one, triglycerides. We're going to get into all of that and understand the importance because this one has a mathematical code that we're going to get into to understand what the numbers should actually be when it comes to this one and the HDL. So here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tutsi Pod class. Here we go. So as we can see, both HDL and LDL are needed in this partnership in order to transport cholesterol out of the liver and to transport cholesterol into the liver. Now, the first thing I want you to know is that in reality, these are not technically two types of cholesterols. Look at the words clearly, or the acronyms clearly. HDL, high density lipoprotein, LDL, low density lipoprotein. If you notice, the word cholesterol is nowhere within those two words, because in actuality, these are proteins, small partitioning shuttles which transport cholesterol, because cholesterol, being a waxy substance, does not mix with water or blood very well. So it needs a partition, it needs a type of shuttle in order to transport it. So actually, the lipoproteins are transported vehicles, shuttles for the cholesterol to move about, because it's not made to mix in with the water or the blood. So that's when you say two types of cholesterol, you can understand that these are not cholesterols at all. The word cholesterol is not even in the word. These are low density proteins, small proteins, LDL. Back over here. What does it stand for? HDL, sorry. High density lipoprotein, low density lipoprotein. So these are not cholesterols at all. They're actually proteins. So proteins serve as shuttles, transport systems for the cholesterol. That's why when you look up LDL, HDL says HDL transports cholesterol from blood levels. It is not the cholesterol. It's the cholesterol is inside of it, protected so that it does not interfere or mix with the water and the blood. It's a protective device, HDL and LDL, transportative devices inside the body. So the other benefit of cholesterol and keeping it at a healthy level is that it helps you create bile. Very, very necessary. If you remember, when we come back over here, when I was elaborating on the cholesterol, oh, where'd it go? Back over here, where we're saying the cholesterol helps you to digest food. What is actually the liquid in the body that's helping digest? One of the liquids, the main one, is bile. So you need bile in order to digest your food, or you will actually pass away. So what is cholesterol do? It helps you create the bile. Bile is what your internal system needs to digest, especially digesting fats. Healthy fats are needed, especially in men for testosterone levels. You need healthy fats. And then everyone for brain functioning and harmonial balancing. And what is a normal LDL for men and women if you were to research it? The normal LDL, so here we go. So for a male, is 40 or greater, HDL. What is normal HDL for men and women? So male, 40 or greater. So here you have the chart here, HDL cholesterol, milligram, DL. Once you go below this number here, it's bad. Right here, 40 to 60 is still a little low, but 60 plus is optimal. 70 is good. So that's why the brother, when was asked what is his HDL, he said, my HDL seems pretty good. It's at 63 because 40 or greater is moving towards good. Anything above 60 is optimal. So his is 3 points above 60. So therefore his HDL is good. For a female, it's 46 or greater. Okay. All right. So we're going to go to LDLs. This is the National Cholesterol Education Program. Cholesterol guidelines: desirable, borderline, high, and high as it goes from green to yellow to red. Total cholesterol less than 200, 200 to 239. Total cholesterol desirable less than 200, borderline high 200 to 239, high 240 and higher. LDL less than 130, 130 to 159, and 160 and higher. Okay. This is according to the National Cholesterol Education Program. Cholesterol guidelines. Okay. Everybody follow so far? You'll notice there's something else that I showed you on the chart that is shown on the chart. I want you to look at. Usually when discussing cholesterol, you always hear about those two LDL levels and HDL levels. What about the third section? Let's look at the chart again that I pointed out earlier. The first one here, triglycerides. You notice this one doesn't have an L in it. It doesn't have an LD or an HD. So this is not a low density lipoprotein or a high density lipoprotein. It doesn't have the word protein in it at all. It has tri, which is 3, and then glycerides. So what is this? What are triglycerides? And why are they hardly ever focused on when discussing cholesterol levels? This is actually the easiest thing to repair. Very easy, but easiest thing, meaning that when you apply it, it's the easiest thing. The hardest thing, because the matrix is designed to have you addicted to especially refined type sugars. Whenever people think about cholesterol, they always think about oils and eggs and fats and greasy foods and things. You rarely hear people talk about the sugar, which is the hardest thing to get out of your system, but the easiest thing to bring down the triglyceride level, which we're going to mathematically use the number to equate the proper number with the HDL to give you the mathematical code of what the healthy number of the HDL triglyceride ratio should be. But of course, in a system where they want you to, they know you're not getting off of sugar. They need that for this matrix to work. You hardly hear about that ever addressed. So here we go. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class. Here we go. Support the Tutti Pod class if this is something unique that you're learning from. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, which is soaring at the bottom of the screen. Support it like you support high cholesterol. There we go. So triglycerides. So you will notice there's something else that I show on the chart that is shown on the chart. I want you to look at when, sorry, you will notice there's something else that I show on the chart that is shown on the chart that I want you to look at. Usually when discussing cholesterol, you always hear about the two, which is LDL levels and HDL levels. What about the third section, triglycerides? Let's understand that. Yes, triglycerides. You do not come to hear about it much in discussions about these levels. They're extremely important. Triglycerides are used to transport excess carbohydrates and sugar. So high triglycerides means too much sugar within the body. The appropriate triglycerides in your body should be at 150 or less. This can be lowered simply by lowering the sugar in your diet, which is simple but happens to be the hardest thing. Now, why is triglycerides important for figuring out the cholesterol levels? Because it is what you should ratio with the HDL. And I'm going to give you the mathematical code. Once you find out your triglyceride level, milligrams, and your HDL level, once you find that out from your doctor, or if you have a machine or anything that can do so at home, if you have that high technology that can do so, you can actually figure out the actual number that is good, that it's not the same number that they're giving you when they give you the HDL levels and LDL levels. I'm going to show you another ratio that is actually more exact and more important and actually more real, which you'll find out why at the end of this class. Here we go, everybody. So, and this is a number that you can get yourself very simply after finding out from the doctor or any form of equipment that you may have. You simply take these mathematics of triglyceride number and you divide it into the HDL. So here's the mathematical code to find out your proper numbers, what is healthy and what's a healthy and non-healthy ratio for you, which is not going to be your LDL level, which you always get, and it's not going to be your HDL level, which you always get. It's going to be the non-popular one, which you may not even hear about, and you're going to mathematically calculate this yourself. And this is actually the real number that you should be concerned, worried about, or happy about. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class. You're getting in here first. Here we go. Are you ready? So this is an extremely important number that you should be looking at so far. Examples of, as I've stated, if the optimal LDL level is, let's say, 45, then that's not really optimal. That's just borderline going towards good. Optimal is actually higher than that, but anything lower than that can actually become dangerous. But let's say HDL level is 45. I'm just giving you a number, and the optimal triglycerides is 150 or less. We will take the number 150 of the highest. So you take the 150 of the highest because you want 150 or less. So you take the triglycerides, this chemical right here, and you do the division and divide it by the HDL levels of 45. Hopefully your HDL levels are lower. I'm just taking the number 45 because technically right there, anything below 40 is dangerous. 45 is heading towards being good. Anything above that heading towards the 60s and 70s is actually the best and most optimal. But we're just taking two simple numbers that we can deal with the absolute highest that would cause danger. And for me, the absolute lowest, I won't even go to 40. I'm taking the actual lowest, which is 45. So we're taking the triglyceride structure, number of milligrams, and we're taking the HDL structure, number of milligrams, and we're going to divide the 150 and the 45, and that's going to give you 33. Now, the number, this is a good low number. This is a good low number. So 3.33 is a good of the numbers that you're at the bare minimum. So of course, if your HDL structure milligram numbers are in the 70s or in the 60s, this number is going to be lower than this. It's going to be like around 2. 2 is actually optimal. 3.33 with this division is just when you know you're thriving, you're surviving, but it's time for you to start changing these levels because you really want your triglyceride level to be lower than 150, and you really want your HDL level to be higher than 45. I just took the 2 that is a couple numbers before danger. So this number is actually right before danger. It should be, this number should be 2. 2 is actually optimal. 3.33 means start working on some things. You're surviving, you're okay, but start working on some things to bring this number actually lower. So that's 3.33. Okay, now, but let's take 200 triglycerides and divide it by 30. Now, what did I say? I said that if you take the triglyceride number and it goes above 150, let's say it goes to 200 milligram DL. Now you know you're in, welcome to the danger zone. Now you know you're heading towards danger zone levels. So we're going to take a danger zone level. We're going to take 200 milligrams slash DL triglycerides and divide it by 30. Now, if you're at 30 HDL, these two numbers are deadly dangerous numbers. I just took 2 numbers that are extreme dangerous because anything below 40, you're heading down the unhealthy pathway, heading down to some destruction, and anything above 150. So we'll take the 2 dangerous numbers just to show you the difference in what this number is going to do. Is it going to go up or is it going to go low? So we take the 200 triglycerides, we take the 200 milligrams slash DL triglycerides and divide it by the 30. And what do we get? We get 6.66. What does this mean? This means this number is going up. This is a number that they don't usually give you. I don't even know of anybody who's ever been given this number. This is a thing that you can do at home. Simply, you can do it in a few seconds with a calculator. Once you find out your triglyceride level and HDL level, you just simply divide them into each other. And the lower it gets, around 2, is optimal. The higher it gets, above 6, is dangerous. These are the numbers you should worry about. But if you don't, if you're not getting your triglyceride level, which is your sugar intake, which is what you're taking in the most of anything, is sugar, then you can never come up with this simple mathematical equation solution, which can simply be solved by lowering the sugar. Sugar. Bad sugar. Here we go. So thus you know, now, any ratio over 6 is unhealthy. Welcome to the Tutsi Pod class. If you are learning something about health and how to divide or anything that can benefit you, please support what you've never heard of before. If you've done this calculation before and you know about this, just say, hey, Tehuti, me and my wife do this calculation all the time. It's nothing new to it. They told us this when they told us the Egyptians were black. But if not, appreciate what you're hearing for the first time, because this can actually save your life, because these are numbers that they're not going to give you. They want you to eat the sugar. Here we go. It is also important to know that 75%, remember I told you that most of the cholesterol in your body is actually produced by you, and most of the numbers of the cholesterol is your natural cholesterol that you need. So 75% of the cholesterol number that you're creating naturally is made by your own liver. That makes 2,000 milligrams of cholesterol a day, and the other cells in your body make another 1,000 milligrams of cholesterol a day. So what you may think is high cholesterol may actually not be. If you're not told, well, what does my liver naturally make a day? How much of that number is my natural number? Because some people think they're getting this high cholesterol strictly because of external foods that they're eating. But how much of it is what your body is producing and your liver is producing before you even take a bite out of anything?
And how much is it that the rest of your cells are producing? 2,000. That's 3,000 milligrams a day, and what you're making naturally. Okay? So what you may think is high cholesterol may actually not be. I want everyone to remember the question of the class. The brother who asked the question stated to me, what is cholesterol HDL levels? What is high cholesterol? And what is high cholesterol? And he asked in the panel, he doesn't even know, he wants to know, what is it anyways? What is this? Whenever I asked on the panel, what is HDL? Nobody even knew what HDL was, that it's actually a protein, a lipoprotein. So there's the question actually specifically, because I answer questions specifically, then I give bonus information. So what is high cholesterol levels? What is cholesterol? What is this thing? What is the HDL? What are these things? But what is high cholesterol? And he wants to know about what cholesterol is. Being he was told that he has it, which is high cholesterol, he wants to know how to lower it. The next question is how to lower it naturally, because he's being told he has high cholesterol. So he wants to know what is high cholesterol and how to lower this therapeutically through natural means. Thus, if he does have high cholesterol, I will definitely show him how to lower it, because this is the specifics of the question that's asked. Now, I've already shown how to simply lower the triglyceride levels, which is what's taking your other levels higher, and it's actually the easiest thing to change, but it's the most addictive thing to try to change. So the brother asked, what is high cholesterol? What are the numbers of high cholesterol? I've elaborated on that. And if he has high cholesterol, what can he do? Being he's diagnosed with high cholesterol, what can he do to lower it naturally, therapeutically, naturally? And I will answer this question if he has high cholesterol. I promise I will answer this question if he has high cholesterol. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Are you ready? Mary Sekhmet said, this is good to know. Cool Star said, here with you, Saba. Here we go, everybody. Ready? If this brother has high cholesterol, diagnosed with it, I'm definitely going to guide him on how to lower it. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Close this. So, I want everybody here to remember, I want everyone to remember the question of the class. The brother who asked the question stated to me, what is cholesterol, LDL? He stated to me what his LDL levels were. He asked to know what is high cholesterol, and being he was diagnosed or told that he has it, how can he lower it naturally? Thus, if he does have high cholesterol, I will definitely show him how to lower it. But what if he doesn't? What if it was another Psyops? What if he actually does not have high cholesterol? Well, Tehuti, how can you be diagnosed with something that you don't have? That doesn't sound right. The doctors are professional. They're the ones to give the diagnosis. I didn't do this as a home therapeutic remedy and go put my arm in something that I made up. I went to the professional doctor and they diagnosed me with it. This is a professional on paperwork diagnosis. After the diagnosis, there's no question of whether I have high cholesterol or not. The next question is, what direction do I go? Once you're told you have something, you don't go back again and check it out unless you want to see if you got better. So if you get diagnosed with high cholesterol, you don't go back the next day and say, doctor, could you give me a diagnosis for
Well, my cholesterol, he'd be like, I just diagnosed you, you're high. So now here's what you're supposed to do. And the here's what you're supposed to do is where the psyops begins. Because once you accept something as reality, the here's what you're supposed to do is the direction that moves your life. Once you accept a certain illusion or reality, the direction in which you go sets the frequency and pathway for the rest of the life. You don't go back and check again unless you follow the direction. So it would be ridiculous for you to go back to the doctor 4 days later and say, can I get my cholesterol checked? You'd be like, what did you do? So what if it's a psyops? Well, for that, let's change the reality that you live in. Let's move from the diagnosis to the truth. Are you ready? And for that, you know what it's time for, everybody? It's time to shift the reality and move into Tehuti Overdrive. It is now 37 minutes, and I've answered all the questions that were sent from the brother Ox Effect, except for what's a therapeutic natural way to get down his high cholesterol. But what if he doesn't have high cholesterol? Should he still be trying to get it down? Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Let me ask the class, when you think of cholesterol issues, what is the first side effect that you think of? Let me come to the class. When you think of cholesterol issues, everybody, what's the very first side effect that comes to mind? Is it excessive sneezing? Is it coughing and a stuffy nose? What is the first side effect that default comes to mind as soon as you think of high cholesterol? What comes to mind? Heart failure. Clogged arteries. This sounds horrible. Nook Panuk said heart failure. Lisa said clogged arteries. Mary said heart blockage, chest pains. This sounds like death. So of course, if you're diagnosed stroke, oh my god, high blood pressure, heart attacks, high blood pressure, strokes, chest pain, heartburn, what? So of course, once you're diagnosed with high cholesterol, you're no longer thinking about questioning the diagnosis. You're thinking about automatically adrenocorticotropic kicks in. The anticipation of possible death kicks in. Now you're on the move to find solutions. You're not on the move to go back to the doctor and say, diagnose me again. You're like, oh, clogged arteries, heart failure, heart attack, pain, chest pain. Elizabeth, you're thinking of, I may die. Shortness of breath. Oh my goodness. We got shortness of breath. This is all detrimental and causes adrenocorticotropic, and now you're on a mission. Heart attack. Your heart attacking, telling you, you're not killing me, I'm gonna fight you. Heart attacks. All this is death. Lisa said, Saba, we don't need a doctor, we have you. Well, I'm going to say, much love, appreciate you, Lisa. And I'm going to add to what the doctor is definitely telling you. If you have a situation, need to go to the doctor, what I can do is I can add to what they can't tell you. A lot of doctors' advice is great. Their diagnosis machines are great. But there's also a system of the matrix of what they're not allowed to tell you. That's why there's people that get arrested and taken away for homeopathic remedies. And the FDA will come to your house if you sell certain homeopathic remedies, even if they're helping people. Because there's a money system at work, we're going to find that out. But shout out to you, Lisa, for your trust and faith. And definitely, I recommend everybody. You see, because if you didn't go to the doctor first, we wouldn't have this class. So go to your doctor. Definitely go to the doctor. And then come back to this class. And I may say the doctor is good. Or the doctor may get slapped up. we don't know until you go there first. Here we go, everybody. Oh, I know. She says, I work in the medical field, so you see them so much. You see death and help. You probably see both sides, all type of chaos. That's a whole nother class. Shout out to our first netter, 100%. Here we go. You ready, everybody? Here we go. Let's get into it, everybody. What's the Psyops here? So you're told heart failure, heart attack, heart pain, shortness of breath, stroke, high blood pressure. High blood pressure seems to go side by side with this cholesterol issue. Let's find out what's going on, everybody. Ready? Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Let's find out what's really happening here. And what is the truth that the doctor is not allowed to tell you. May not want to tell you. So it doesn't benefit. Yes, boom. Let me see if y'all can see this. It's showing that you can see it. So here we go. Ready? So we already did this mathematical breakdown. Went into overdrive. So let me ask the class, when you think of cholesterol issues, what is the first side effect you think of? You guys gave, everybody was right. And here it is. Apollo Diagnostics. The connection between cholesterol levels and heart health. So the first thing you think about is your heart health, and heart disease, cardiovascular disease, which is CVD, right? Artery problems, heart disease. These are the things that you think about. And there's a connection between cholesterol levels and heart health, according to Apollo Diagnostics. So this is the first thing that you think of, which puts you in a state of panic because nobody wants to die, even though everybody's living like they want to die. As I elaborated on in the beginning of the class, everybody lives like they want to die. When it comes down to actual death, everybody's running to the hospitals and doctors and ambulances, but everybody's smoking it up, eating the food, doing everything possible to get you in an unhealthy state until you're diagnosed with, hey, you're gonna die, and then everybody's worried. Live your life how you're supposed to, healthily, and you never have to worry. But here it is. So cholesterol blocking arteries. And there's a cholesterol buildup, the yellow right there. See it building up? And then this gets thinner and thinner. As it gets thinner and thinner, at one point, this blood moving through these artery levels, these arteries here, are dammed. They can't seem to get through. That's a very dangerous thought. So here we go, everybody. Let's see what the Psyops is. What if I were to tell you this was a Psyops to put you on something that actually impairs one of the aspects of immortality? And what if I were to tell you the Psyops of bad health, in this case cholesterol, and the apparent lowering of it is actually an attack on what's called your SEKHET. SEKHET is the oldest word on the earth for immortal memory, needed to continue into the afterlife. This is the word SEKHET. It's a word that means remember. And this is where you get the word Sekhmet from. Sekha, Sekhet, Sekha, to remember, to call to mind, to think. This is your consciousness. Sekhet is your consciousness. So what if the Psyops, the cholesterol Psyops, was actually there to impair one of the aspects of immortality, which doesn't even relate to the heart. But the Psyops of bad health, in this case cholesterol, in the apparent lowering of it, is actually an attack on your SEKHET, the oldest word on the earth for immortal memory, needed to continue on to the afterlife. But before I show you that, let me get into the importance of earthly memory that you will be training for your partitioning into the afterlife, and how the shutting down of the limbic system blocks this advancement. So here we have conditioning programming. This is the conditioning programming part of the brain. The different structures in the brain handle different kinds of memory. Semantic, episodic memory, procedural memory, emotional memory, long-term, short-term. These are all different types of memories. Memories aren't stored in just one part of the brain. Different types are stored across different interconnected brain regions. For explicit memories, which are about events that happen to you, which are called episodic, as well as general facts and informational, that's semantic. People say, don't get semantic. What does that even mean? It's a part of the brain called the semantic area, the semantic memory. It stores the general facts and information. That's what semantic is. When somebody's talking to you and they say, don't use semantics, you say, what? What happened? How can you not use semantics and even communicate? So these are the general facts information. There are three important areas in the brain: the hippocampus, the neocortex, and the amygdala. Implicit memories, such as motor memories, rely on the basal ganglia and the cerebellum. Short-term working memory relies most heavily on the prefrontal cortex, which attaches emotional significance to memories. This is important because strong emotional memories, those associated with shame, joy, love, or grief, are difficult to forget. The permanence of these memories suggests that interactions between the amygdala, hippocampus, and neocortex are crucial in determining the stability of memory, that is, how effectively it is retained over time. Again, the hippocampus, which is located right here. The hippocampus, located in the brain, temporal lobe, is where episodic memories are formed. An index for later access. Episodic memories are autobiographical memories from specific events in our lives, like the coffee we had with a friend last week. In higher mammals, for its wrinkly appearance in humans, because there's a lot of it, so it looks like a walnut. It's wrinkly because it's compacted, but it's extremely important because it's the episodes which connect one thing to the another. If there's no episodic memory, everything is new again. Okay, here we go. Ready? Boom. Thus, you, in your healthy SEKHET memory state, you are wired to retain semantic episodic memories that you can use to stabilize your emotional state. For what? For rational examination. The definition of MAAT. The definition of MAAT is examination. So thus, the semantic and episodic aspects of your brain that are used to stabilize your emotional state for rational examination, that is MAAT. Literally the definition of MAAT. And in turn, when the shift is made, or the transitioning you to the Netzerkurt, or what they call the afterlife, these episodes of life are flashed in front of you through the triggering of DMT to continue your light frequency judgment on that side of your pure energetic projectable double, called the Pa or Pa in Medunetter. Thus, memory, which is the word SEKHET, is the key to retaining your consciousness. Without it, each experience, even though done before, would be a brand new one. Thus, no matured wisdom would ever be attained to continue past the physical body. Thus, there is an entire chapter dedicated in the oldest book of immortality on earth to the retaining of memory, which is found, if you have a Wallace Budge Perm Haru, it's found on page 87. If not, look it up by the chapter. The chapter is the chapter to memory, the Re en Ertet Sekau. There's the oldest word for immortal memory on the planet, Sekau or Sekhet. So the chapter of the memory of your sound frequency that people call a name in the netherworld may be given to me, my sound frequency in the Pa'or. That's a double house. That's a house that is the realm that is double to this realm that the pure energetic projectable double can reside in, because it is the echoed version of this realm right here. In that realm, you say, may I remember my sound frequency in this Pa, in this realm of light. Okay, in this realm of light, the Kur Pu, the night that are computing the years, the Renpet. Renpet is the rebirth. Go back to my Shesh class, or the Sheshet class, to learn about what the Renpet is and why Tehuti and Sheshet are holding Renpet and what Renpet actually means. So, Renpet telling the number of Abbots, that's another one of Sheshet's names, Abbot, which is the months. Nook Ami, I am one with, or intermingled, or with the Pau, the original beings, the original consciousness. That's Pau. That is that which makes up something. That's why when you say what is, you say Pa or Pau. So the original, what makes up the consciousness. I sit on the side of the east, the Abti. So that is this. There's a chapter pre-Matrix in the book of the afterlife dedicated to the importance of memory. That's memory. Okay, so in this realm, it said your heart is weighed against the feather, meaning that the heart actually has to be lighter, which means that no excessive buildup of negative memory of that which you were in the past can be built up in your subconscious, weighing you down. And that's why the same word for memory is the same word for what? To weigh, to balance. The word for memory, pre-matrix, is the same word for the scale. Or there's a scale. There's the heart and the scale. So the ancient ones of Ma'at knew the memory was so important when it comes to your heart being lighter than the feather, that the actual word for consciousness is the same word for scale. That does not exist in English. Welcome to the Tuti podcast. If you're learning this for the first time, support, continue to learn. If you've learned this before, if you've learned that scale is the same word for consciousness, pull up the YouTube channel, timestamp, book, page number, chapter, and verse, and we'll give praise to that. If not, this is the first time you're ever learning this in your life. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tuti podcast. If the matrix can put one into a defense, uncalm frequency of agitation, contention, an argumentative, unrelaxed state, unhealthy, fidgety, always nervous, defensive, apprehensive, in the beta frequency state, guess what in turn that does to the limbic system? Doesn't it describe every YouTube channel? Doesn't it describe all the content? Agitation, contention, argumentative, unrelaxed, fidgety, nervous, unhealthy, apprehensive, I'm defending myself, beta frequency. That's like all the that's all the channels, right? That's all the high views. But what does this frequency do to the limbic system? What does it do to the limbic system? In this defensive state, the more primitive part of the brain interferes with the rational thinking. Remember the rational thinking? The aspect of memory that deals with episodic memory that results in the rational thinking. So the primitive part of the brain which interferes with rational thinking and the limbic system can knock out most of the working memory. physically causing narrow-mindedness. Narrow-mindedness, or what some people may call hard-headedness. Why? Because you forget. As soon as you learn something, you don't adhere to it. Remember how I began this class? That's ISFET. You're in every which direction. You can't control your emotional state. You are not bound to anything. You have no accountability to any form of principle, any form of principality. There's no discipline in the life. You don't say, I wake up in the morning and I do this, I adhere to this. It's just knocking out past memories, because it's like the TikTok and the Instagram and everything, or the Facebook. Every time you scroll down, it's a new subject matter. Scroll down. It keeps your brain all over the place. Yeah, the Dogons were like this. The people of the Zulu were like this. The people in the Nile Valley who follow Ma'at were like this. There was no... Every culture was like this. It's the opposite of what happens to the limbic system. That's why you get into an argument. Ever get into a long argument, and the person you're arguing with was like, what are we arguing about again? You actually forgot what the argument was about. Your memory and the limbic system and adrenocorticotropic kicks in, and you're so much adrenaline, you forgot what you're arguing about. It's not even the same topic that started it. That's what keeps the chaos. If you're given a responsibility and you forget it, then of course there can be no discipline. If you learn Kung Fu, Tai Chi, if you learn to punch in a certain way and you forget it, then the next day in the class you're punching like this. Because you forgot the last thing that you just learned. Thus, forgetfulness results in a lack of discipline. Because how can you be disciplined if you don't remember what to be accountable to? When you go to work, though, in the Matrix, you for sure remember what your job is. Imagine going to work and you forget, what am I here to do again? You get fired. But in the path of consciousness, you don't have to remember anything, because you can go any way the wind blows. You're with Ma'at. The next day you're with the tarot cards. The next day you're with astrology. The next day you're the Hindu this. The next day you're with this. The next day you're with that. The next day you're with this. The next day you're with that. And what's the name of your culture? We don't follow. I ain't follow nobody. Ain't nobody tell me what to do. But everybody that teaches in the ancient cultures had to stay persistent to become a master of that. But the system of SEKHET removal, the memory removal, makes you every which way. I've talked to certain people personally. I've had one-on-ones and conversations with people, and a week later they turn against me, and I'm like, what happened in that week? They remember something from 2 years ago that didn't happen within that week, and they mash it together and cause chaos. But I'm like, wait a minute, if we were just like this last week, something must have happened within that week, not a memory from 4 years ago. Because the brain is not accountable to anything except for your job, your school, and your church. Welcome to the Tutsi Podcast, everybody. Let's continue. So the focus, wiping out memory, is the first step to becoming immortal. The last step to becoming immortal. The first step to becoming immortal is the SEKHET, the memory. Because if you don't remember something, everything is a brand new experience. You start off as a baby every day. You forget what you learned. So you can't apply something if you forgot what you even learned, then it could never be applied, right? Welcome to Tutti Podcast. I'm here teaching you discipline. Here we go. So did the matrix that you live in create a system that ties your need to live, have good cardio, heart health, through diametric Orwellian inversion to subconsciously kill you here and in the afterlife through a misrepresentation of health in which you would strive for under the guise of getting better health. Imagine you're striving to get better health, but that was systematically designed for you to get more unhealthy. What a master plan that would be. Well, not really a master plan. It's the same plan you have when you put a worm on a hook and the fish says, that's going to get me some strength. And when it bites it, it gets hooked. You go fishing. The same Orwellian inversion takes place, and you being told something about health that's untrue, so you pursue what the solution is, which is actually destruction. And that is why you are here at the Tehuti Pod class, to watch the matrix be revealed live in front of you. What is the most popular drugs prescribed to lower cholesterol? Well, let me come to the class and see. Has anyone here had high cholesterol? I'm going to give you a moment. I'm going to come off the screen. I'm going to give 1 minute, and I'm going to ask if you, your mother, your grandmother, your friend, husband, anybody's been prescribed with high cholesterol, what's the first set of, it's actually a set of drugs that fall under a family of drugs, but what's the first drugs that they give you? I'm going to step off for just a moment. Hold on. I'm listening though. I'm watching. I'll be right back. I'm back. Let's see what's we got statins. Okay. Statins. Interesting. Statins. Lisa put statins. Anybody know? Okay, we'll go back to that. Lisa put statins again. So when you get diagnosed with high cholesterol, Maharu says yes, cholesterol pills, which are mostly under the category of statins, like Lisa said, which are, there's different types, but they fall under this category. So you go to the doctor, you get diagnosed with high LDL levels, high cholesterol, and the next thing they do is they push you towards, Lisa says, statins. And here's another one, Lipitor. Okay, statins, Lipitor, Lovastatin. Okay, so statins, Lipitor. Let's deal with those. Ready, everybody? Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Good answers, Lisa. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Okay, so I said, what is the most popular drugs prescribed to lower cholesterol? Lisa said statins and Lipitor. Boom, let's deal with it. Here we are. Statin. Here it all. These little pretty pink pills. This is one of them. Statins. Okay. So, around how many Americans are on this drug? Let me take you to JAMA, Cardiology, Original Investigation, National Trends in Statin, Use and Expenditures in the U.S. adult populations from 2002 to 2013. I'm not even covering recently. I'm going back from 2002 to 11 years ago. Insights from Medical Expenditure Panel Survey, January 2017. Let's go see what the numbers are. How many people are on statin? Here it is. Original Investigation 2017. national trends in statin use and expenditures in U.S. adult population from 2002 to 2013. Insights from the Medical Expenditure Panel survey under MD Joseph A. Salimi, ND, MPH, and Haidar Warich, MD, and some other MDs. Statins are one of the most well-established measures for prevention and treatment. So statins are one of the most well-established measures for prevention and treatment of atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, ASCVD. Guidelines released by American Heart Association and the American College for Cardiology broaden the proportion of U.S. adults in whom statins are indicated from 37.5%, that is 43.2 million, to 48.6%, which is 56 million. These guidelines also included specific recommendations about using high-intensity statins among select high-risk individuals. However, contemporary data on national patterns for statin use are limited. So here, what are the numbers here? 43.2 million to 42.3 million to 56 million people. So these companies here, cardiology, broaden the proportion of U.S. adults whom indicate 43.2 million and 56 million. Let's go. So that is the JAMA Cardiology, National Trends in Statin Use and Expenditures in the U.S. adult population from 2002 to 2013. Let's go to the official website of the United States government, National Library of Medicine, National Center of Biotechnology Information, and we're gonna go to PubMed Central. Statins are a class of widely prescribed drugs used to reduce. What are they used to reduce? Used to reduce low density lipoprotein cholesterol, LDL-C, and important to prevent cardiovascular disease, CVD. Most statin users are older adults with CVD, cardiovascular disease, who are also high risk of cognitive decline. It has been suggested that statins can alter cognitive performance. Okay, although this is debated. Now, here's the number. With more than 200 million people on statin therapy worldwide. 200 million people. How did this Psyops purposely transpire? Was it a conspiracy of the Matrix? Was it a group of conspirators that got together to cause this jump in drug attachments specifically associated with cholesterol? Was it a conspiracy? A conspiracy is a group of men or women that get together to decide something. Conspire means to think and make a decision on something. So this is was it a conspiracy? Was it a group of people? Let's find out. Now, my great student, ATTEF, sent me the cholesterol question and stated he was diagnosed with quote-unquote high cholesterol because his LDL levels were 116. But wait, do you remember that chart I displayed earlier? Let me show you again from the National Cholesterol Education Program guidelines. He's 116 LDL. Let's go back to the National Cholesterol Education Program cholesterol guidelines. LDL that's desirable, less than 130. That is what you desire to have. Anything less than 130. He was diagnosed with high cholesterol because LDL levels were 116. Desire means what you're striving for. Desirable, cholesterol, LDL. Low density, lipoprotein. The lipoprotein shuttles for the cholesterol. The number you desire is anything under 130. Oxifec goes to his doctors and they diagnose him with high cholesterol levels. Danger, danger. Because he's 116. Now, when I used to go to school, I made it to grade 9 before I got expelled. Grade 9, grade 10. But when I went to school, I was always taught that the number 116 is lower than 130. So how could you desire to have higher? You're desiring 130, but if you have 116, you're high. These are the things that make the society's mind go crazy when they accept mathematical untruths right in front of them. But how did this happen? Is this done purposely? Maybe the doctor he went to didn't know the chart. Or is there a different chart? Wait, it says clearly desirable LDL is 130 or less. Oxifec stated he was diagnosed with high at 116. I think I'm reading these numbers right. At 8:41 p.m. he sent me this message. Hotep, great Saba. My HDL is 63. My LDL is 116. I was told over 99 was considered high, especially if I had a family history of cardio issues. Over 99 is considered high. Well, somebody should inform the National Cholesterol Education Program cholesterol guidelines that something is wrong here, because it says you should desire to have anything less than 130. Well, according to that, Oxifec's LDL is very desirable. So what is really going on here? It seems the numbers have changed. What if 116 LDL is not actually high, but a part of a Psyops to make millions more for Big Pharma? Are you ready? What did Oxifec say? Big Pharma making big bucks. Welcome to the Matrix, where the chart can tell you 130 is desirable, but 116, which is under 130, is too high. And your mind is scrambled. Then you run for statin. Lipitor. What's that called again? Lavostatin, which is statin, and Lipitor. Here it is. Lavostatin, which is statin, and Lipitor, all under the same drug family. So you run there because your LDL is 116. What are you going to get? Heart pain, heart attack, clogged arteries, but yet it's lower. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti podcast. Here we go. The SEKHET. SEKHET. Here we go. Ready? Boom. Are you ready? So what is really going on here? It seems the numbers have changed. Remember I asked this question over here. I said, how did this Psyops purposely transpire? Was it a conspiracy of the Matrix? Was it a group of conspirators that got together to cause this jump in drug attachment, specifically associated with cholesterol? Was it? Let's go to New York Times experts set Lower low, experts set lower low for levels of cholesterol. July 13th, 2004. What does this mean? What experts? Who? What happened? Experts set lower low for levels of cholesterol. July 13th, 2004. Federal health officials yesterday sharply reduced the desirable levels of harmful cholesterol for Americans who are at moderate to high risk for heart disease in one day. The new recommendations call for the treatment with cholesterol-lowering drugs for millions of Americans who had thought, not who they had thought. I'm sorry. What do you mean you had thought? We were told, not thought. No normal person wakes up and has a thought. You know what? I think 200, 130 is desirable. Where are you getting that number from? You're taught that by your doctor. Then the next day, the reason why you thought that is because you were told that. But the next day, in one day, federal health officials yesterday sharply reduced the desired levels of harmful cholesterol for Americans who are at moderate to high risk. Why? Because the new recommendations call for treatment with cholesterol-lowering drugs for millions of Americans who had thought told their cholesterol levels were fine. Already more than 10 million people take the drugs, but now more should start. Recommendations say for people at the highest risk, they suggest that the target level of LDL, the type of cholesterol that increases the likelihood of heart disease, should be less than 100. That is 30 points lower than previously recommended. Hey, what do you mean recommended? I thought we thought. Here it says, the new recommendations call for treatment with cholesterol-lowering drugs for millions of Americans who had thought. What do you mean thought? Down here you say this was recommended. We didn't thought. The doctor recommended it, and now it says that it should be less than 100. That sounds familiar. That sounds exactly what OXAFEC told me. Hotep grade SABA, my LDL is 63. Hotep grade SABA, my HDL is 63. My LDL is 116. I was told over 99 was considered high, especially if I had a family history of cardio issues. So 99 is high after this one day. Yesterday. One day it changes for everybody, no matter what health you're in. It doesn't matter if you're a tennis player. It doesn't matter if you're a bodybuilder. It doesn't matter if you're 300 pounds, 500 pounds, you're overweight. It doesn't matter if you're a sumo wrestler. It doesn't matter if you're a 15-year-old child who does swimming lessons. It doesn't matter if whatever you are, in one day, they lowered it 30 points. Why? Because the new recommendations call for treatment with cholesterol-lowering drugs. What cholesterol-lowering drugs? What cholesterol-lowering drugs? These ones. Like Lisa said, the statins, the lovastatin, the Lipitor. These ones. In one day, everybody cholesterol level recommendation change no matter what health you are in, whether you had past cholesterol levels, whether you were in perfect health, whether you were a fitness trainer, a basketball player, football player, a swimmer, whether you were a 500-pound person, whether you're a 13 person, whether you're bulimic, whether you're a vegan, vegetarian, a meat eater, no matter what you are, in one day it's sharply changed to 100. The recommendations, which modify guidelines set by the government only 2.5 years ago, will increase by a few million the number of Americans who meet the criteria for therapy with the powerful cholesterol reducing drugs like statins, And many people who are already taking the medications will be advised to increase their dosages in one day. Under the old guidelines, about 36 million people in this country should be taking statins, said Dr. James Kleeman, coordinator of the National Cholesterol Education Program. Is that these guys? Huh? What happened? What happened? Is this the National Cholesterol Education Program? That's them, right? The one that said 130? Okay. I was just checking. Just checking it out. Who knows? Checking it out. Under the old guidelines, about 36 million people in this country should be taking statins, said Dr. James Kleeman, coordinator of the National Cholesterol Education Program, but only about half that number do. Boom. You know how many doctors there were? 15. With these 15 doctors that changed the healthy LDL number, which remember was 130 to now 100 or 99, which resulted in what? 8 million more people went on statin type drug therapy the next day. 8 million people went on statin type drug therapy overnight. Within 24 hours, 8 million people. And the number put on the drug continuously increased. Yes, 8 million up to 30 million people who were previously healthy. I was healthy yesterday, but now I'm high cholesterol and had healthy blood pressure. So 8 million people up to 30 million people who were healthy the day before and had healthy blood pressure. Now we go to cbsnews.com under health. Adults have high blood pressure. Under what? The new guidelines. Remember what harass or somebody typed? I said, what is the what comes with the cholesterol? High blood pressure. So of course, if the numbers change with the cholesterol, then of course the numbers are going to change with the blood pressure recommendation, because they're going to go hand in hand. So what happens? What's the result in this one-day transfer? 8 million people go on in 24 hours. And what happens to the blood pressure results now? Nearly half of U.S. adults have high blood pressure under the new guidelines. Do you know how many millions and millions of adults there are in America? Well, nearly half of the U.S. adults, now in one day, 24 hours later, now they have high blood pressure under the new guidelines, updated on November 14th, 2017, 1:30 p.m. Eastern, CBS. They're going to tell you it right here, openly. Anaheim, California. New guidelines lower the threshold for high blood pressure, adding 30 million Americans to those who have the condition, which now plagues nearly half of the U.S. adults. So in one day, 30 million people became unhealthy in one day. I don't care if you're a professional jiu-jitsu fighter, if you're a 400-pound sumo wrestler, if you're Al Bundy with your hand in your pants watching TV all day, if you're Mike Tyson, if you're a professional boxer, if you're Jet Li, if you're training doing calisthenics all day, if you're one of those overweight people that are trapped on the bed because they're so big they can't get out the door, if you're a 13-year-old, if you're a tennis player, if you got one leg, it doesn't matter what you are, in one day, 30 million people within a 24-hour period are now high blood pressure. Now they're diagnosed with high blood pressure in the next day. I was just healthy. I was a health advisor. The day before, I was doing great, telling everybody how to be healthy, following the guidelines. And now the next day, get me on some statin. The heart pains are coming. The heart pains are. I'm feeling that. It's coming now. 30 million people became unhealthy in one day under the diagnosis. Welcome to the Matrix. Hope you're appreciating this, everybody. Hope you. I don't know if you all are getting this timestamp, book, page number. Let me know where this is being taught, because now we're going to get into the SEKHET. What does that have to do with SEKHET, Tehuti? Let's find out the Psyops. Yes, man. 30? What does it say? New guidelines lowering the threshold for high blood pressure adding 30 million people to a condition in one day. 30 million people became healthy, who were healthy 8 hours before. How does all of this tie into the SEKHET death of memory psyops matrix, Tehuti? Oh, let me take you to Harvard Health Publishing, Harvard Medical School, under the section called Cholesterol, August 6, 2015. What do you say, Harvard? Because we know Tehuti's making it up. Harvard Health Publishing, Harvard Medical School, new findings. This is August 6, 2015, under cholesterol. New findings on statin memory loss link. What? A study in JAMA, remember JAMA that I read earlier? A study in JAMA, internal medicine, may help to explain the controversial connection between cholesterol lowering medications and memory loss. Researchers scrutinized health records of more than 11 million people who saw their primary care doctors from 1987 to 2013. They compared reports of memory problems by 3 groups of people. 483,000 who were prescribed statin to lower their cholesterol. 26,000 who were given another type of cholesterol-lowering drug, not statin, to lower their cholesterol, such as fibrate and niacin. 483,000 who didn't take any cholesterol drug. People who took any kind of cholesterol drug, a statin or some other type, were nearly 4 times more likely to report memory loss right after starting the drug, compared with people who didn't take any kind of cholesterol drug. The high cholesterol diagnosis, which got 8 million people overnight, and 30 million people overnight. Recommendations to do what? What are the recommendations for? The recommendations of the change under the new guidelines. The new recommendations call for treatment with the cholesterol drugs. So the new recommendations automatically put 8 million people on the cholesterol drugs and 30 million people under potential for the lowering cholesterol drugs. For the new guidelines, 30 million people now have the condition. What does a statin do? According to Harvard, 483,000 tested people who took any kind of cholesterol drug. That's the Lipitor, that's the Lavostatin, the statin, any type, were nearly 4 times more likely to report memory loss after starting on the drug, compared with people who didn't take any kind of cholesterol drug. Huh? Boom! There it is. No way, Tehuti. The statin-lowering cholesterol heart protection drugs are doing the opposite and destroying consciousness? Well, at least it's helping me with vascular cholesterol heart health, Tehuti. Oh, really? What is the best source to go to show my class? How about we go right to Statins News itself? This is just a few months ago. Let's go right to Statin News. What do they say? This is just a couple of months ago. April 2024. April, May, June, July, August. What, 4 months ago? January 01/04 2024, a few months ago, early part of the year. What does it say? We're going to Statins News, right? This is them, right? This is Statins. Does that say Statin right here? Statins News, Statin.news. Statin drugs, i.e. mitochondrial toxins, linked to heart disease, even though they were pushed with promises of protecting the vascular system. There's what Lisa mentioned, Lipitor. They're widely prescribed as a solution for clogging arteries, but statin drugs actually accelerate coronary artery calcification, according to new study research published in the journal Clinical Pharmacology reveals that statins are more aptly described as mitochondrial toxins and that they impair normal muscle functions in the heart and blood vessels. They impair. So they're described as mitochondrial toxins by the clinical pharmacology, and that they impair normal muscle functioning in the heart and blood vessels by depleting the body of coenzyme Q10, also known as CoQ10. So again, research published in the journal Clinical Pharmacology reveals that statins are more aptly described as mitochondrial toxins and that they impair normal muscle function in the heart and blood vessels by depleting the body of coenzyme Q10, also known as CoQ10, an antioxidant that cells use for growth and maintenance. CoQ10 does not synthesize properly when a person takes statins as prescribed by doctors to prevent heart disease, which is said to be the leading cause of death. An antioxidant that cells use for growth and maintenance, CoQ10, does not synthesize properly when a person takes statins as prescribed by doctors to prevent heart disease, which is said to be the leading cause of death in the United States. Welcome to the Matrix. I got high cholesterol, man. I got high blood pressure. And as far as my blood pressure, me personally, Tehuti, the last time I went to the hospital and received the comment from the doctor, he had said, and I quote, this is what the doctor told me: "Do you meditate all day? You have the lowest yet healthiest blood pressure I have ever seen in my whole career." That's what the doctor told me when I went to the hospital. He said, "Do you meditate all day? You have the lowest yet healthiest blood pressure I have ever seen in my career." Yes, I spend most of my day in an alpha wave frequency plus. The building up of high cholesterol, which OXAFECT does not have, is usually a result in the blood buildup of high triglycerides and excessive carbohydrates and fats that are not being used. Therefore, I do diet plans and healthy advice to show my students how to reutilize and replace the glycogen levels and replace them, and also the exact amount of carbohydrates and sugars that are stored that can be utilized for an exercise. Usually the triglycerides, carbohydrates, and fats that are stored are not utilized in the regular person. That's resulting in bad health. For more information on how to get this, because each person is different, you can contact mysticaltelevision@gmail.com, because at one time, me, Tehuti, I had to work so hard for my family.
I had no time to exercise, and thus I myself, unfortunately, built up an unbalanced cholesterol system due to high carbohydrate and less release, unbalanced, and high triglycerides, because I had to work 8 to 20 hours, including travel, a day, and I had no time to go to the gym or eat healthy, because it was back and forth on the subway, performing magic and bringing out my snakes to people. So that's at one time, me, Tehuti, which I've shown before. Here I am, boom, with Haritata Yamagashi, who is the first Japanese IFBB pro bodybuilder, the first Japanese. This is Haritata Yamagashi, who's the first Japanese IFBB pro and bodybuilder to appear in the Mr. Olympia. And who's this person right here? Who's that? Is that Tehuti? Yes. I would bring my snakes to the gym in a suitcase, and I would take pictures outside of the gym. When I finally got time to go to the gym, I was 320 plus pounds, because I worked for over a year in the freezing cold at negative -8 degrees, to work and build up to come to California so I could have some time to balance out the work, because when I used to live in Canada, it was so cold that there would be months that I couldn't do anything. So thus I had to work in the freezing cold before it got frostbite cold to perform magic from 4 o'clock in the afternoon until 10, 11 o'clock at night, and travel to finally get home close to 1:30 in the morning. And I was getting bigger and bigger and bigger, because I knew the end goal, even though my cholesterol levels were in balance, I knew that I would finally get to the point where I could take my family, which consists of three women, me and 2 daughters, that I had no job. I'm performing magic to support while saving every dime. I'm counting up dimes and nickels, quarters and pennies, and saving up so I can get out of there, so I can get into a healthy environment. I sacrificed my cholesterol levels and ended up looking like this, because my triglycerides were way too high, way above the 150 range. And I would literally take my snakes. This is my snake Snoopy. This is Snoopy, and I would take Snoopy to the Gold's Gym and start working out there while showing the bodybuilders and taking pictures and getting tips outside of the gym. I'm still working. And there I am right there with high cholesterol levels, really high triglyceride levels. And there I am with first IFBB pro bodybuilder to appear in the Olympia. That's Haritata, and that's Snoopy, and that's me. So I literally never stopped working. Even when I go to the gym, I would sneak my snakes in a suitcase, and when the manager's not looking, I would take them outside, scare the bodybuilders, but then teach them the safety of snakes and get tips outside, until eventually the manager of Gold's Gym kicked me out. So there's Snoopy. That's I think he's my 14-foot Burmese python. Now, after I'm achieving my goal and working hard for my family and my children and 3 women, and supporting myself through doing magic on the streets in -8 degrees, after achieving my goal and setting aside time to train and balance my glycogen levels and excessive triglyceride buildup and balance my cholesterol levels, I went from that to my true netter self that I never seen, because it was covered up in this fat that was hidden. I went from that to balancing my true cholesterol levels, which is really my triglyceride level balancing, and my glycemic level balancing, by utilizing my glycemic levels and rebuilding them up only the necessary amount that I need for the training. So I went from looking like this to looking like this. And that was a result of me not talking about it, not getting on panels and debating and arguing with people and talking about health and all of this stuff. It was me actually becoming disciplined and saying, in order for me to become a netter, my mind, my body, everything has to be in a balance. I can't be a netter and be overweight with high cholesterol levels and high true cholesterol levels and high triglyceride levels. So I need to show the people that my mind is as disciplined as my body and my body is disciplined as my mind. And this got me more students because my students before I left Canada saw me looking like this. And then when they saw me again, I looked like this. And they said, this looks like the impossible transformation. And this was my show to the people that nothing is impossible. So what did I do? I would literally go to the gym and set out my coconut water, my I think this alpha lipoic acid pills, I can't remember. This is my BCAA pills. And as people would walk by the gym, I would gain students by just sitting there like this. And people would say, wow, man, you look amazing. And start teaching class at the bottom of the gym after the workout. So it started by me going to the gym, sneaking snakes in, still working in the gym, to now gaining students because now my students see me looking like this, and I will start teaching class right here about health, ancient Kemet, Ma'at, and I'm teaching class just like this, soaked after the workout or right before the workout, and gaining students. So I'd put on my workout hat, which I made some of this, put the Ankh on it and Ma'at. So people would see me training with this hat, and they'd say, yo, what basketball team is that? Is that the bird? What bird team is that? Is that a falcon? I say, no, this is Ma'at. And I would start a class, and then I would gain clients, and all of this because I went from a true transformation from what the true cholesterol levels that were bad, which was really triglyceride levels, to transforming into this to show the people in that study Kemet and Ma'at that you're supposed to transform and be seen physically transforming, not just talking transforming. And this is how Nani Aset Mur met me looking like this, and she told the other brothers, be quiet. She didn't want to hear the other teachers teach. She said, be quiet, let this brother teach because he's a manifestation of discipline. And that's what I did with my cholesterol situation, turned a high cholesterol situation into a great act of transforming into a visible netter. Then I passed on this guidance to the students of balancing the cholesterol and discipline to my students, and turn them, my students now, look like this. So here comes my students now. So now I'm in the gym and walking around with my students. We're not just walking around talking about knowledge and talking. We're actually transforming their physical makeup because my whole focus was discipline. So I used the imbalancement of triglycerides, glycogen levels, cholesterol levels for a good thing because I said to them, this is not permanent. And most of what you've been taught about health is actually a lie. Now, when you get taught the truth, here's what you can actually transform into. So these are my actual students that I transformed into this from this. This is him, one of my students prior to my guidance, and this is him afterwards. And then he goes from this right here to competing and turns into this. So unlike the so-called Kemetic YouTube and a YouTube and a calling me pseudo to the YouTube and the talkers and sitting there arguing with the beer belly, I was showing the Kemetic people and showing the people that were into consciousness that, hey, listen, this is what my guidance can do, because a netter is supposed to transform a person. So I would transform people in front of people into this, into that. So while they're arguing, debating, getting pot bellies, talking whether the Hebrews are wrong, that the Hebrews are blah, 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 talking, my students are walking around looking like this because I'm taking their imbalanced cholesterol and triglyceride levels and showing them the truth of it and the Psyops and turn them into this. Yes, this is what a netter does for the people, not debate and argue all day, but transform them kepara. That's why debating for me was so easy, because I wasn't a debater. I was like, what? I just gotta talk? I just have to teach what I live every day? No, I was out here transforming people, staying away from the internet, transforming people in actual life, their mind and their body. Let us continue. So now that I've shown you multi-layered
cholesterol psyops to remove consciousness memory while simultaneously actually increasing the heart disease? Was it ever openly discovered and revealed that millions of people were falsely diagnosed with quote-unquote high cholesterol and put on brain memory deteriorating drugs who actually were not truly high cholesterol? Let me take you to Healthline, June 12, 2024. Yes, less than 2 months ago. This is a couple months ago, and fact-checked by MD Kevin Syrie. Let's go to it. Here it is. Healthline, June 12, 2024, a couple months ago. New analysis finds millions of people on statins may not need them. New analysis reevaluates statins and who should use them. Statins are widely used to help lower cholesterol. Using a new analysis, researchers found that millions of people may be taking statins they do not need. New research finds that many people currently taking statins to lower cholesterol may not actually need this medication. Yes, millions of people hypnotically programmed to ingest the supposed lowering cholesterol poison, which really has the effect of decreasing memory and knocking out your cognitive function. Imagine the millions of people, your great-grandmother, who you thought was naturally suffering from dementia, imagine it was due to the attempt of lowering the cholesterol all of these years through the psyops. Wait, Tehuti, are you saying that there are millions and millions of our grandmothers and grandfathers out there suffering what we thought was dementia, Alzheimer's disease, which we were taught happens to older people naturally, but was really induced under lowering of cholesterol drug psyops for the purpose of neutralizing our SEKHET memory and the cognition to create more sheeple to hinder the afterlife consciousness? Well, let me introduce you, since you think it is natural for older people to have dementia and Alzheimer's. Let me introduce you to two people, two netters from the culture that brought the importance of immortal memory, SEKHET. I'm going to introduce you to two people. Who are they? Ptahotep, 2411 BC. Here he is, Ptahotep. What does he say? As he's writing, I have betaken 110 years of life by the grace of the Pharaoh, favored before the great chiefs. I have done right by the king who placed, and I've done right by the king unto the place of reverence. 110 years old. This is the first author, archaeologically, of the writings of Ma'at. Boom. Writing literature and guiding people in Ma'at at 110 years old. Where's the dementia? Where's the Alzheimer's that is so prevalent amongst our 70-year-old people of today? Here's a guide of the people writing the laws of Ma'at and guiding people clearly at 110 years old. That's when he starts writing. Let me introduce you to Ramesses II, Usar Ma'at Ra Septepen Ra, 1250 BC. What does he achieve? Construction of monumental structures. Ramesses II embarked on impressive building programs, leaving a lasting legacy. Monumental structures. He commissioned the construction of numerous temples, monuments throughout ancient Egypt. Amongst his famous projects are the temples of Abu Simbel, located on the banks of the Nile River. These temples feature colossal statues of Ramesses II carved into the rock face, showcasing the grandeur and power. The Battle of Kadesh, one of Ramesses II, one of the notable military achievements, because unlike the presidents of today, the ancient kings of Ma'at would actually go into the battleground with the armor, with the spears, with the warriors. So the notable military achievements of the Battle of Kadesh, it took place in 1274 BCE between the Kemetians, the Egyptians, Tamaray forces, led by Ramesses II. That means he's on the horse too, and the Hittites, a formidable empire based on Anatolia, who actually had over 25,000 soldiers. Ramesses is fighting. He's in the war He's fighting in the war. He's 25. At 25, a new pharaoh had already been living an adult life for the last 10 years. He married for the first time at 15 or so and had already fathered at least 7 children. He had already fought in at least 2 of his father's campaigns up onto the western Semitic lands. He did not wait long before picking up the fight against the Hittite enemies in 1275 BC. Only 3 years or so after taking the throne on the he began to plan the campaign to go to Kadesh. Diplomatic treaties. I'm not even going to read any more of that. Diplomatic treaties. Ramesses II actively involved in diplomatic affairs and engaged in several significant treaties. The most famous of these was the Battle of Kadesh between Ramesses II and the Hittite king Hattusili, who he was in the battle. Ramesses in the battle. The treaty marked the end of hostilities between the two powers and established a period of peace and cooperation. It is considered the first recorded peace treaty in history and set precedent for future diplomatic relations between the two nations. The Treaty of Kadesh ensured the stability and secured Tamaray's northern borders, allowing Ramesses II to focus on other aspects of his reign. Patronage of art. Ramesses II was a great patron of the arts and actively supported the development of literature, poetry, and other forms of artistic expression. He fostered a cultural renaissance during his reign, promoting the growth of intellectual and creative pursuits. Ramesses II patronage contributed to the flourishing of Kemet's art and literature in his reign and considered a period of artistic revival in ancient Tamaray. Military campaigns against the Sea People. Ramesses II led again successful campaigns against the Sea People, a confederation of seafaring raiders that threatened the stability of the Mediterranean going towards the late Bronze Age. Woo! Okay, Ramesses. Restoration and construction of temples. Ramesses II had a deep reverence for religion and dedication significant resources to the restoration and construction of temples throughout Kemet, Tamaray. He sought to honor the Neter, leaving a lasting religious legacy. Ramesses II initiated the restoration of many of the ancient temples that have fallen into disrepair, breathing new life into these sacred sites. Longest reign in Egyptian history. Ramesses II's reign stands as the longest in Egyptian history, lasting for approximately 66 years, from 1279 to 1213 BC. This extended period of rule allowed him to carry out numerous ambitious projects, solidify his authority, and leave an undeniable mark on Tamaray's history. Ramesses II's long reign provided stability and continuity to the empire, enabling him to pursue grand endeavors and establish a powerful, enduring legacy. And too many more things to list here today. How old was Ramesses during many of this? Clear, cognizant, great achievements. How viral was he in his biological imperative, sexual cognizance? Ramesses II Abu Simbel. Ramesses II lived to be 96 years old, had over 200 wives and concubines, 96 sons and 66 daughters, most of whom he outlived. Let me read it again. Usar Ma'at Ra Setepen Ra lived to be 96 years old, had over 200 wives and concubines, 96 sons and 60 daughters, most of whom he outlived. I misspoke, I said 66. And 60 daughters, 96 sons and 60 daughters. Let's say about Viagra? Nothing? No? Okay. Let me go. And here is your country's ruler today. So here's Ramesses II. 96 years old, 200 wives and other women, 96 sons and 60 daughters. Okay? And what happens today in the Matrix? Here's your country's leader today. Here we go. Let's see how he does to Ramesses. Here he is. What is this? NBC News. As Biden's memory issues draw attention, neurologists weigh in. Forgetting the names of acquaintances or having difficulty remembering dates from the past doesn't affect decision making or judgment, brain experts say. White House strategy on Biden's mental fitness. Forgetting the names of acquaintances or having difficulty remembering dates from the past doesn't affect decision making or judgment. Yes, sir. So in MAAT, before the mental matrix Psyops, our rulers lived to 96 years old, full cognizance, sexual, biological, full cognizant, sexual, biological, imperative cognizant, to have 200 plus females in his family, 96 sons, 60 daughters. How is the sexual awareness cognizant of today's ruler? Today's rulers today. How are you sexually, Biden? Business Insider, Biden's bad week just got worse after he said he was the first black woman to serve with the black president. Biden said in an interview he was proud to be the first black woman to serve with the black president. There's his sexual cognizance. He didn't even know what sexy is. So yes, now you see the cholesterol psyops, the psychological, mental, and memory deterioration in comparison of before and after the Matrix. Well, most of us think it is normal for elders. It's normal for Biden. It's normal for elders to get dementia. Now you have learned that before the Matrix, it is not. What if I told you, where's Ramesses' dementia? What if I told you that your grandmother, grandfather's possible dementia, Alzheimer's, that was diagnosed is now scientifically being discovered is something else? I wonder what that could be. What's that something else? Of all the millions of people that have dementia and Alzheimer's that we think is normal, what do we see in Scientific America? September 1st, 2010. It is not dementia. It is your heart medication, cholesterol drugs, and memory. Why cholesterol drugs might affect memory. One day in 1999, Dwayne Graveline, then a 68-year-old former NASA astronaut, returned home from his morning walk in Merritt Island, Florida, and could not remember where he was. His wife stepped outside, and he greeted her as a stranger. When Graveline's memory returned some 6 hours later in the hospital, he racked his brain to figure out what may have caused this terrifying bout of amnesia. Only one thing came to mind. He had recently started taking statin drug Lipitor. He forgot who his own wife was. People today forgetting what race they are. A man thinking he's a proud black woman. Another man on stand who was a NASA astronaut. Doesn't remember where he is. He can't remember his one wife. Ramesses has 200 wives. Did he remember them? Could Ramesses remember 200 wives and the names of 96 sons and 60 children? This man can't remember his one wife because of statin cholesterol drugs. Biden doesn't even know what sex he is or what race he is. Welcome to the Matrix. Pre and before MAAT. He did not remember where he was. His wife stepped outside. He greeted her as a stranger. His memory returned. He was trying to figure out. His memory returned 6 hours later in the hospital. He racked his brain to figure out what may have caused this terrifying bout of amnesia. Only one thing came to mind. He had recently started taking the statin drug Lipitor. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity you have spent over the past few years or decades on the July 4th ritual, and if you have learned or if this has had any type of impact or has advanced your recently current understanding of this subject matter or the subject matter, send your tip of appreciation, your tip of reciprocity appreciation called Cholesterol Truth, MAAT Memory, Death to Dementia, or any creative title that you can come up with to PayPal at RockySV, Cash App, TT Amun. Hotep, I am done. I hope you appreciate this more than Nathan's hot dogs and Six Flags. I'm going to put the link in the room for the team, the supporters to jump in. We're going to check the support to see if you all appreciated this. I hope the brother Ox Effect appreciated this. Is this even an answer? Appreciated this guidance. I'm going to check the panel. I'm going to check the chat first and then see who's on the panel. Did I put the link in the room? And I hope you all supported this. If you've ever bought Nathan's hot dogs before, if you've ever bought KFC before, if you've ever shown reciprocity to Popeyes, Hershey's Kiss, the Avengers, popcorn, if you ever went to Friday the 13th and Freddy Krueger, went out on a night of the town, had some fun, smoked some weed up. If you ever spent over $10 on weed, I hope that this is a little bit more important to you than that. But this is the test to see. I'm going to check the Gmails. I'm going to check the Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV. I'm going to see who jumps on the panel. I'm going to put the Cash App and PayPal on the screen again. I hope this. If anyone watching this has been taught this by any other teacher on the planet Earth, any other YouTube channel, any book, anything has taught what you've learned in this class, please put the book number, page, paragraph, screenshot, YouTube channel, YouTube timestamp. Put it in the room. We've learned about the cholesterol and the SEKHET and the Psyops and everything you've learned here. If not, help support the 2T Pod class because you've not gotten this before. Just like that first pack of Nathan's hot dogs that you never got before, but you saw the commercial. It was juicy. It was shiny. The oil was dripping down your lips. You liked it. Tasted salty and nice. And you bought the pack and ate the pack and bought another pack and ate the pack. So if this food for thought is more nourishing than that, then please support Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV. There is Anu and An2 popping up. Always the first to pop up. How y'all doing?
Doing excellent. Doing wealthy especially because of this class. You all very much for this class. You definitely make it lively because it is scary. And I'm very appreciative that you went over so much. You went past the question. You gave us more than what was asked for all the time you put into this. And it's definitely scary how they try to destroy memory for people to be unconscious in the next realm and be fed on. And it's horrible how they just give people these medicines under false claims and then just let them live their life and die. And what you gave here is very powerful because it prevents that. Very much. I hope that everybody out there is very appreciative because you definitely brought out the axe with this one and the ujwat, the healing and cutting stuff down at the same time. Thank you all very much. Otep Mary.
I'm glad you appreciated it, and thank you. All this was done while many things are happening over here that I don't know where this. I'm not sure what some of these answers were not here before. So but I knew this was needed. I wanted to change the direction and show Stephen E that they're trying to take his SEKHET away. That's what this whole thing utterly is about. If you believe them and didn't come to me, you'd be looking up therapeutics and different things, even the natural ones. Your cholesterol is responsible for transporting the necessary fat for brain function. It's one of the reasons why human development, brain developed at the rate it was in, was the consumption of fish and fatty acids that are needed. And so people lowering their cholesterol inadvertently lower the natural fats that their brain needs. Thus, the result is the lack of memory. If you don't remember things, you can be easily manipulated. And so that's why they tell everybody the scariest thing you could ever hear is one part of the body that is even dangerous to transplant. So even if you hear that, oh man, I gotta get rid of this and get a new one, nobody wants to get a heart transplant. They pick the most dangerous thing. Boom, 8 million people in one day. Boom, 30 million people 24 hours later are now looking for the statin, lowering the mentality, lowering the consciousness and the episodic memory, and that is the Psyops. But in actuality, your cholesterol is great. One is 63, one is 116, which means that you're doing well. Could it be better? Of course. Did they even tell you the triglyceride number or the mathematical triglyceride HDL ratio? Probably not. Because if they can lower your memory and keep you on sugar, then you're a good child. Hope you appreciate it, Oxeffect.
Yes, to us, I greatly appreciate that. I greatly appreciate that. I learned a lot, and I learned about the Psyops, and I'm grateful to you now. I don't even have high cholesterol. Look at that. They're trying to get money out of me or out of my insurance company or whatnot and do whatever. I don't know what they're trying to do, but I knew if I came to you, I could definitely get some answers. So yes, to you. And I didn't know that your body actually makes the cholesterol. I mean, your body makes 3,000 milligrams or 3,000 so often cholesterol. So it's something that's natural. So like, yeah. This is definitely very insightful. And it's very interesting. You use that website, JAMA or whatever, because I actually ran into somebody named JAMA this week. So I was like, oh, I don't ever see that name. It's spelled the same. So I was like, that's definitely a synchronicity with that. So that was great. Also, I spoke to somebody else at one of my jobs, and he takes one of these medications, and he seems to be pretty forgetful at times and everything. So I was just like, that correlation that you brought forward, I'm just like, okay, now I have something to conversate with him about, possibly, and maybe bring him into some of the knowledge. We'll see. But yes, you are. And hand it to you, Saba. Thank you.
Nino, I'm glad you appreciated the cholesterol triglyceride that he's taught. First of all, he may not even be in the true category, and if he is, the triglyceride level is easy to lower, and it's better to lower your triglycerides than to lose your memory. You are your memory. You are nothing but your memory. So when somebody says, act your age, how old is this person? All those are Psyops questions. They're all trickery questions. There's no age to act. There's no age that develops anything. And I tell people all the time that if you have a 15-year-old girl or a 15-year-old boy and they get their head hit and they go into a coma and they wake up 30 years later out of the coma, which happens, you wake up out of coma years later. Are they 45 years old? If you tell that person to act their age and they're acting 15, it's not their age. They're in a coma for 30 years. They revolved around the earth 45 times. The last time they had a memory was 15. So you don't change anything because you get older. That's a fact that nothing changes. He doesn't wake up and like, it's time for me to get married. I need to get my PhD. He wakes up as a 15-year-old. So there's no such thing as age. All of that is a psyop. So the reality and what that lesson teaches you is that you are only your memory. Because he's only 15. He can revolve around the earth another 800 years, and he's only 15 because you are only your memory consciousness. And the ancient people knew that. And because it doesn't change with age, that's one of the reasons it can survive the afterlife. Because it has nothing to do with your physical body's age. It has to do with the adaptation and consumption of data. I'm gonna stop right there though, but glad you appreciate, that's a whole nother class about teach now, but glad you appreciate that. And Antu, did I hear from you? I must have took some stats, I don't remember. Did you say
not yet. I appreciate this very much. It makes me feel very safe within this knowledge that you bring, to offer protecting our memory, protecting all of us, and just sustaining us with this beautiful knowledge that nobody is getting anywhere else. This is very powerful, and I'm just very thankful to be here and actually know this and not be someone that does not know this information and get in a situation where you would be taking that medication and forget and just lose yourself that way. That is horrible and scary. So Tuah, so much for all that you do and the time that it took to create this and put this out here for us. Tuah, very much. And Tuah to AFFIRMATION for asking the question as well, because without you, this wouldn't have been on the platform as well. So Tuah, very much.
I'm glad you appreciate that. It's very important. Imagine you forgot who Anu was. And somebody could just send a fake and you're like, are you Anu? I don't remember. And he says, yeah, it's me. And there's that laugh. That laugh that only Anu does. You're like, oh yeah, it is you. And imagine you forget the man forgot who his wife was. So you could send in anybody and you could be like, remember me? Or whatever do one thing and say, oh yeah, is it you? How many people have gone to their great grandmother's house and they don't even remember who they are? And we think that that's a normal thing. Imagine Ramesses, son number 1, son number 2, son number 3, son number 4, son number 56, son number 48, son number 50, son number 87, daughter number 10, daughter number 52, wife number 200, wife number 58. He has to remember 200 wives, 90 sons, and 60 parents. And Biden thinks he has a black vagina. So that's a difference there, a little bit of a difference. I'm glad you appreciate. How you doing, Annie? If you come on here saying you're a black woman, man, I'm out of here. How you doing? I'm the first black woman of the House of Attend when we're 7 years old. I'm the first black woman to ever teach, have an album out. It's me. I hope that never happens to us, my brother.
Yeah, no, I hope not either. And I hope if there was ever someone would not put you in the forefront and to keep on speaking, act like nothing's wrong. Just act like no one will know.
That's our president, man.
Yeah, it's Tua for the class. I'm happy you put that in there as well. The Matrix is extremely. There's so many words to describe the Matrix, and I love that you have that.
I'm gonna come off the screen. I'm listening. I'm just gonna come off the screen. Keep talking though. I see ATEF is here. I'm gonna come off the screen. I am listening. I'm sitting right here.
Okay. Yes, I'm happy that we have you and your eye to be able to wash our eyes to be able to see clearer, because there are so many lies taking place, and you would expect, whenever you go to any type of medical institution, when you're dealing with doctors, that you would be able to get some accurate information. But these are, in today's time, we have to remove the titles from people and look at them as regular, everyday, normal people. What are you doing outside of this hospital? When you just like how when we leave the pod class, what are you doing? When you go to clock out from your hospital hours, what are you doing? Are you continuing to study? Are you continuing to further your education when it comes to what you're doing? Because there are those who may go through school and get their master's, get their PhD, and are just good at reciting what they learned then, but stop doing their own research and digging into real information for the real answers. And so I'm thankful that SABA Tehuti, that you are able to show us that these matrices exist in every avenue, no matter where you go to get some information from. So it's beautiful that we can take, and I love that he said this as well, to build on top of whatever information we receive from these any outside source. So because they have certain technologies that we may not have access to. So just to get the information, the baseline information, and we're able to look at it and now look at the real information, and not just here's a pamphlet, here's something I read one time that, okay, now here's the 99, but why is it 99? I don't know, it's just what I was told, so to our great Saba for just showing us to always continue to ask questions, continue to dig, and to not be content with just the very first thing that you're given, even in these institutions where people call academia, or these are people within the matrix themselves. So to offer that, great Saba, I appreciate that, and for teaching us how to continuously see beyond that veil that's always prevalent. So Tuan Hinu.
Nino, I'm glad you appreciate it, my brother. I'm gonna go on to I'm glad you said a lot. I'm glad you appreciated them. It was a lot to do that. Thank you for appreciation. I'm gonna go to a Tefrem Kemal. I'd say a couple words, then we're gonna go. I want to see what I need to see what the support is of this. Go ahead, Tef. I think you're on mute, maybe.
Tep, can you hear me?
I hear you great. I'm listening.
Tep, that was 2 out for that life-changing information. Everything that you said was so monumental and beneficial for today, for everybody. It resonated with me on so many levels because I had so many different experiences with family members and memory loss and these different types of medications that that are prescribed. And you answered a lot of questions that I had. You know, every question is important to me. But today I visited a family member, and I was asked the same question over and over again due to memory loss. And it's so many of my family members that have that problem. And it's just very important. So I'm grateful that now I can show them this amongst all the other classes that I'm able to show them and teach them with. I'm eternally grateful to you and the Natiru, not the Natiru, but you and Natiru, great Saba. I totally agree with you. And when I look around and I just look at society, it's like, how many lies do we have to be told before we call somebody a liar? You know, with the situation that happened a few years ago, with the mass sickness, supposedly, all of those things, it's just everything is a lie. You know, I never trusted those people more than I trusted my grandmother when she gave me the aloe and the saraseed in the refrigerator and the mason jar. You know, because it was an energy that was in that was put into those different home remedies. It was love and it was true concern that was mixed. It was hekau, real Marie that was in those, mixed in with the aloe and the saraseed and all the different things that Granny had in the refrigerator. So I just want to thank you for all of the information. And just to piggyback off of what Ani said, it's very evident because the doctors don't live no longer than any other group of people. The doctors die just as quick as the nutritionists. You know, the doctors don't live longer. There's no demographic out there of doctors that are living past life expectancy of, this group of doctors live. They die just as quick or quicker or right along with everybody else. So everyone is suffering from this matrix. So this information that you're giving us is absolutely groundbreaking. So Tua for your insight, for your wisdom, for your guidance, for everything. Tua to you, AFFIRMATION, for asking that question. Very, very, very important. I was just sharing the link with one of my family members as it was going on, because it's so important. You know, it's so important because the lie is so prevalent, as Ani said. So to our great Saba for that. And this is information that anybody can use. You don't have to be into Ma'at. You could be Muslim, Christian, Buddhist. You could be whatever, you know. So this is very, very, very important, life-changing information. So come join us, House of ATTON, Ancient Tehuti and Teachings of the Natiru. Back to the source. We the original axemen. So Tua for this guidance and motivation and inspiration, great Saba.
Many appreciate you, my brother. We're gonna read some. I'm gonna refresh the page. We're gonna look at the supports and see how many other people actually appreciate. I know there was 70 people watching. 50 to 70 people watching the watching that wisdom for 2 hours. And I know that even the average movie is about an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes when you go to the movie theater. And when you leave the movie theater, you have absolutely nothing that has to do with your health or immortality. So that was 2 hours of health, immortality, and several things taking place, matrix breaking. So of the 70 people watching, we're gonna go to the inbox and see how many of those people appreciated and supported as much as the Nathan's hot dog. There we go. We're going to start off with Tehuti Harakuti. Beautiful. Okay, I'm going to definitely need some readers. So here we go. I see the axes. Ooh, who's this? Ooh, wait, this is Let me move off of that. I'm not teaching that yet. Okay. Okay, here we go. Tip. I'm going to call this Okay, so for the first person that I'm reading, which is actually the last person on the list because the emails work top down. So we're gonna go to the support given by this brother here who appreciated the wisdom, and that's none other than the brother Tehuti Harakuti 2272. I'm gonna hear Antu, could you read this for me, please?
Yes, I can. It says, for tips of appreciation, cholesterol, truth, MAAT memory, death to dementia, Tua Mary Saba for your infinite knowledge, with an infinite and 3 netraxes.
Give him some big noise, please. Thank you, Antu. Okay, appreciate that. There's a lot going on. Thank you, Tuterakuti. You're awesome. We're going to go to the refresh the page again, and we have. Let me go out to the person who asked the question, and that's none other than AFFIRMATION. Yeah, it's on the corner. Thank you so much, good brother. This is the brother that sent in. He sent in for the question, and then he sent this on top for additional support. He knew it was going to be good. I think he's on the panel right now. I can't see the panel. Let me move off here. So I'll get him to read it if he's on the panel. Shout out to the good brother AFFIRMATION. Let me see if he's here on the panel. Okay, I see him right there. Okay, shout out to the good brother AFFIRMATION. Boom. Oh, window. Boom. Where is he? Let me reset it again. Okay, boom. Should come out now. Window. 1 second. Where is it? Error. Let me see. Fix the error. Okay, this is AFFIRMATION. Yep. Cancel. It's on the screen. Let me try one more time. One more time. Boom, boom, and Okay, I'm gonna redo it. Let me redo it here. So there's some type of glitch error. Okay, AFFIRMATION. Let's see, 25. Okay. Let's try it again, everybody. Here we go. Boom. There he is. Okay, let's make some big noise for the good brother AFFIRMATION. And AFFIRMATION, could you read that for us, please?
Says for $25 for additional support for high cholesterol question.
Give him some big noise, please. Give him some big noise. Thank you, AFFIRMATION. Appreciate your additional support. Appreciate you very much. We're gonna go to who's this? Tehuti again. Oh, I'll get to Tehuti. That's for the amendment class. I'm gonna get to that. All right, we got Sarah. We got Harass Did with the support and appreciation for that guidance and answer. And this young lady, I'm gonna call her a young lady because she's young. This young lady has been supporting for years and is consistent. Consistency is the only thing that life exists of. So I appreciate it. Okay, that's 3. Okay, so shout out to this beautiful young lady right here. Harass Did. Consistency is life. And that's why you're so happy when you wake up in the morning that you are consistently alive again. Here we go. Shout out to this. Shout out to Harass Did. I don't know if she's in the panel in the chat. And she gave 4 and just gave a black heart. So give her some big noise, please. A little extra noise.
I don't play with pseudos.
I don't play with pseudos. So we got is that 3 tips for the question? Hope you all supporting. So many people watched the answer. I think this. Oh, and of course, the magical. Let's see this. The magical couple on the screen. The one and only magical couple using pure HICA to support. Pure HICA magic is manifesting. And that is Anu and Antu. Go ahead, Anu, and read that first, please. Good brother.
$20 for death to dementia, death to statin, MAAT, SEKHET.
Give them some noise, please. Give them some noise. Yeah. Okay. Where did I see Tehuti here? Okay. And we got none other than the good brother. He always sends donations in with this mostly with this number right here. He sends multiple ones in, but they all reflect this number right here. So that's none other than my brother in blue. My good brother in blue. Nook. Oh wow, wait a minute, I saw this. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Nook. And I'll get and to read that for me, please.
Tuahenu. I'm not sure what that says. It's SMSM or SABA Nefer Neter Tehuti Uwachit Ma'at with a blue eye.
Okay, give him a hand. Thank you, Antu. Give him a hand clap. Okay. Wonderful. And of course, there'd be no tipping support reciprocity tip section of this man right here. This man right here. Oh, this is good. I can just do this. This makes it way easier. Okay, I can just go put the number in. Oh, nice. Oh, that saves a lot of time. Shout out to this brother right here, who's the supporter of supporters. He even supports for other people. He gives donations for other people. And that's none other than Robert E. Williams Jr. with the palindrome 2772. And who's on the panel? ATEF, could you read that for me, please, brother?
It says 2772 for the best HDL explanation I have heard. Remember that.
Thank you, Robert E. Williams. Appreciate that. I like this one. Is this Mary Sekhmet? I like this. I like the code in this one. This is nice. You all are very creative with the support. I'm sure everybody can see the code in this donation right here. This is great. Shout out to Mary Sekhmet. I'll get Anu, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, I can. Wonderful, SABA. $6.66 for dua for the wisdom to avoid the danger of statins.
6.66. Give her a hand clap, please. Thank you, Anu. $6.66. Much respect to Mary Sekhmet, if she's in the room. On Mary Sekhmet, you may have learned something new about your name today too. The Sekhmet is actually Sekhet. So, you know, when I take a break, when I come back, I'm gonna come back with Sekhet. I'm gonna come back with Sekhet. I have not brought her to the Paul class before. Is Annie still in the room? On the panel?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I'm gonna bring Sekhet to the room when I come back, and she's the biggest. She's the biggest of all the tarantulas. She's the biggest. Never come to the pod class before. She make Tef look like he has an afro. I'm gonna bring her. I'll put her on a Tef's head. He look like he has an afro. I'm gonna bring her. And that's Sekhet, and I'm gonna teach. This is the oldest name for memory, heaven, and the oldest name for the spider weaver. I always said it was Neith, but I'm gonna bring out Sekhet, the weaver, because I've never told anybody that Sekhet is another name for what Neith does. But somebody listening right now could appreciate that because they like Neith and Sekhet. So here we go. Who's the next supporter? of the Tutti class, and that is who's this? Oh, the AFFIRMATION again. Oh my, AFFIRMATION has come back again, manifested. I'll get Antu. Could you read this for me, please? I'm gonna read a couple more and take a little break.
Yes, I can. It says Psyops on high cholesterol, HENU or SABA.
2272. Thank you, Antu. Oh, AFFIRMATION is here. AFFIRMATION, could you read that again? Thank you, Antu, for reading that. I didn't even know you were here. I'm going to get you to read it again. I like when the person who sent the support reads it also. So thank you, Antu, and AFFIRMATION. Read that again for us, please.
Yes, my pleasure. It's 2272 for Psyops on high cholesterol, HENU or SABA.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Did we give full noise for that, or did it cut when I start talking? We gave some noise for that already? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We have another support and another of course, Gabriella. Of course. Gabriella manifest. Where's Primordial? I don't even see him in the I don't even see him type. Anybody see Primordial typing in the chat?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Oh my goodness. This was a short answer. What am I gonna do with that Archangel Michael? Archangel Michael is going to be the short answer. This man. What can I say about the Archangel Michael? He's only written 4 times in Earth's history. All right, shout out to it's only 4 sentences about him. Okay, here we go. Shout out to who's this here? Oh, this is Gabriela Lopez, 2222. AFFIRMATION, could you read that for me, please?
Yes. 2272 for being our SEKHET in this matrix. Purple heart.
Give Gabriel. Never tapped and said, "Is Archangel Michael about to get his wings clipped?" Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! I don't want to hurt him, Archangel. I don't want to hurt you. All right, shout out to Gabriela Lopez. Appreciate you. I'm gonna go. A couple more came in. We got Lisa. We got Owen Hythe. Okay, Lisa, I see you. Wonderful Lisa. Wonderful Lisa says, okay. Shout out to Lisa. I wish she was on the panel. We need some a little more female energy balance on the panel, as always, though. But love to see some more female energy on the panel. Shout out to Lisa, appreciate you. Lisa, okay, Lisa with the $20. There's only a few people that get Antu to read that again. Antu, could you read that again for me? Read that for me, please.
Yes, I can. $20 for Tua for all that you do for us.
$20. Give Lisa some hand clap, please. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. our friend Kim Maat. Dr. LaRoche send me what is this? Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. Oh, this is a tip. This one's a tip. I see something here about wrestling. Yes, let's do it. Okay, shout out to Dr. LaRoche. He actually gave a tip for a class, the last class actually. I'll read his and two more. I see one from Jinx. Then I gotta go take a little refreshing break, and I will come back with SEKHET, the other word for niyat that I've never taught before, but I'm letting it out tonight. Okay, we're gonna go boom, boom, boom. I see Hefe popping up in the room. Peace, Hefe. All right, Daniel LaRoche, $25. Anu, could you read that from me, please?
Yes, I can, Grace Saba. $25 for nice podcast on the netters.
Dr. LaRoche, out to you. Give him some big noise, please. One second, everybody. Who else is doing this? One moment. Okay. Shout out to you, Dr. LaRoche, popping up as a consistent. Shout out to Boots, who says black heart, black heart, black heart, king and pray. Shout out to you, Boots. Next pod class, I will be giving an announcement. For those who will be getting their RENs, I said to August 7th. August 7th has passed. I'm gonna collect those names, and I may have to rename my REN file because I have so much information on the word REN that I think that when I pull up REN to pull up the files of who sent donations for their REN, I get REN information from 2006 files, and oh my god, I gotta call it REN the pathways or something. So I'm gonna call the names that I have. If your name isn't mentioned, go ahead next week when I do that. Go ahead and resend me your picture of your Cash App, and because it may have been saved under some other REN from the 1,000 REN classes that I got 200 REN files. So, but I think I have everybody. Okay, shout out to everybody. So the date is cut off. No more people sending in for RENs, and I think it is 8 people. There are 8 people that will be getting their RENs in the pathway. So shout out to you. We're going to give those 8 people their respect, hand clap, and let everybody know. All right, Mary Segment says excellent. Okay, next up, I see 2 supports in, or 2 more, and that is hey. Oh man, my good brother Master K. Master K, when you can, one time come to the panel. I'd love to hear you comment, testimony, or just hear your frequency. I think you came one time. One of those years that I think I saw you one time. Definitely come and bring your frequency, especially from the perspective and culture that you come from is very unique in the pod class, and I would love others of the same culture and background to see an example of the potential of the knowledge and advancement gain of someone that they can relate to would be very good. Mary Sekhmet says, Tarantula, oh my. Yes, I usually bring I have several that I bring, but Sekhet has not come. In this class on memory, I always say I have an animal that represents what I am about and what I teach. And so I decided to teach for the first time that that not only Neath is the original word for weaving, but the word for the tarantula was also the same word for the string theory, and that is Sekhet. I'm going to bring her to represent that when I come back. Okay, so this is who's this? This is Master K. Master K, shout out to you, good brother. Definitely come to the panel, and Matt, I'm gonna definitely need who read last. Was it you N2 or was it Anu? Uh-oh.
I don't think it was me.
Last person, Dr. LaRoche.
Yeah, who read that? Is that Red? That was Red, right?
I read the Dr. LaRoche one.
Okay, I'm going to get N2 to read this one. It's Ashnil Kumar, $10.72. I'm going to close my eyes, rest them, and N2, could you read this one for me, please?
Yes, I can. It says, Hotep Ma'at, Namaste, coming from an Indian Sanathan Dharma background with all its spiritual practices and rituals. I now acknowledge that Ma'at is the mother of my traditional culture, and I owe reciprocity to Ma'at by living for it and in its holy. Thank you, SABA Tehuti.
Nini Ook, give him a hand clap. Give him a hand clap, please, for that. The beauty of the Tutsi Pod class is that because, one second, is that because the uniqueness of the pod class is so vast. That's one of the things. I think Menko Ross said this, or was it Anu? Anu said this. He said that he respects me at a certain level, at a very high level. That's a lot different from the part EEs of the past, because I'm doing this surrounded by the matrix, whereas the beautiful part EEs of the past did this surrounded in courts of beauty. Did this. They lived a life of beauty, opened their eyes to everyone in the same culture. Courts, temples, beautiful sun, nature, 50 wives this way, 10 wives that way, children here, and surrounded by it. Whereas I'm doing this in a state of utter chaos, where the majority of the surroundings are completely against what it is that I'm about, and what it is that we're teaching here. So the unique thing about the pod class is because of that unique attribute and unique environment, it creates a situation where I cannot just teach Ma'at. You'll notice that in almost every answer, Ma'at will be inside of it. And because of that, people can send me questions on multiple. Ask somebody about the Archangel Michael and see if any of them can have anything to do with Ma'at, factually. And so a Christian could want to know about the Archangel Michael and now be brought to Ma'at. Every question could be asked. What is the question about cholesterol? How did that lead into a chapter in the Purim Haru? So this is not this is not what you're seeing out there anywhere. I don't know if You can ask a teacher about cholesterol, and then all of a sudden gets into chapter of SEKHET of the Param Haru. And now a person who's Indian, I was able to be so vast that somebody of an Indian culture background is now saying that I understand, raised up in that culture, that Ma'at is the mother. Where does that happen? Where's the YouTube? Show me some. What channel is that? That a full blown Indian background person is now saying that I'm following Ma'at. Who's that? That's somebody. So this is the vastness of what's happening here at the Tutsi Pod class. You're not going to see anywhere else, because what I have to do is take everyone from whatever level that they start at. Big Base was a Buddhist. I have to take a Buddhist and bring them to Ma'at. I got to take an Indian Hindu, bring him to Ma'at. I got to take a Christian, bring him to Ma'at. Take somebody like Scribe, who would already have said, I already know, I'm already in Ma'at. What do I need? When I'm watching the Killer Priest walk, when I'm watching, I already have the dictionary. I take somebody who's already met and bring them to this. Take somebody who's a gangster thug, bring them to this. Take somebody, whatever Anu was, bring them to this. I have to be able to do that, and it's very difficult. And that's why I tell everyone that's listening, can you teach one person? Can there be a person that you teach in your hometown, in your family, a friend, somebody that you meet, that can come to the podcast panel and say, I am here because of, I was a Jehovah's Witness, and now I am here because ATEF Rem Kem Ma'at taught me in the hospital. And if everybody just did what it is that they see me doing just for one person, I'm doing it for hundreds, taking somebody from India. What was Nicholas Nowadik? What Ma'at was he in Denmark? I'm taking somebody in Denmark and bringing them to Kemet. What is that? That's been done in history before? How many Denmarkians are following Ma'at? So if people could just take somebody who they're already friends with, somebody who's already around them, and teach one person and spread the news that way, and use me as an example. Say, wait a minute, Tehuti is here. When the pod class closes down, he's teaching people in other countries. When this closes down, I'm still teaching people in other countries. And if he can do that, can I just teach one person? And that's what I told certain individuals, that I can't really hear anything from anyone. It'd be difficult for me to listen to certain things from people that don't even have one person that has a testimony from them. That means that when you close down the laptop, when you close down the pod class, are you a shining example of this life that someone else, even one person, can see and say, wow, teach me? And they come to the pod class and say, I was a straight Mormon. I was a Satanist. I was a Ku Klux Klan member. I was a Hindu. I was a Buddhist. I was an atheist. And this person brought me to the truth. I would like for people to do that and use me an example. So the brother here, Master K, Nicholas Nowadik in Denmark, somebody with an Indian background and somewhere else, as an example that this that I'm teaching can raise anybody. Don't say I can't. You can't raise people in the streets. You can't raise the pimp. You can't raise the Christian. Yes, I have. Yes, I was a focal point in the meetings of pimps in Atlanta. The pimps called meetings for me to teach them. So yes, you can. So I want everybody to use that as an example. Shout out to Master K. Appreciate you for growing and learning. And everybody that's listening, take this as an example. If I left you where you were, you'd be where you were. So if I said this person can't be taught and I can't reach that person, you would be whatever you were 4 years ago. But I persisted, one-on-ones, meetings in persons, Tehuti pod classes, kill the priest, and persisted till I broke through whatever shield you had up to convert you over to the peaceful truth. Do that to just one friend in your life. That's all you have to do. Let the truth be known. And somebody will see you and say, wow, I want to change. You don't even have to teach me. I'm seeing you as a light, and I want to know, what did you do to better yourself? Do that. Be the light. All right, everybody, I'm going to read a couple more, one more donation, then I'm going to have to take a break. Shout out to Jinx. Shout out to you, Ashneil. What a testimony. Indian background. Most people with an Indian background won't watch one podcast. Try to convert somebody with a pure Indian culture to Kemet, and let me know how that goes. All right, shout out to Jinx. Appreciate you, good brother. Appreciate you. I'm gonna read this one, then I'm gonna step off for a few minutes, let you all build amongst each other. Then I'm gonna come back and do the next answer. Okay. Jinx. Oh, there's nothing to read. Shout out to Jinx. He just he does this. So shout out to you, Jinx. Appreciate you. And I think you have another question in store that I'm going to answer for you coming up too. I got to look through it. Shout out to you, Jinx. Okay, I'm going to take a break, everybody, to keep my sanity and go put some water on me, and I'm going to go get SEKHET, the original name for the weaving tarantula, the weaving spider, which is also simultaneously the original name for immortality, immortal memory. I'm gonna get her. She's gonna look like a bear on my hat. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Support the Tutti Pod class. Support what it is that you're seeing. If you don't support, just type in. You can type in Y2. We're the House of ATTON, the ancient Tuttian teachings of the Neteru. And like I said, if you're not supporting, don't be afraid. Type in why you're not supporting, whatever the reason is. But let us just know we're open, we are friendly, and I know that I myself personally never had a teacher that personally groomed me in anything like this. My teachers were kung fu artists and sifus, and at one time the brother Malachi, but he didn't personally. There was nothing like this, so I didn't raise up with any kind of example of a teacher. So I hope that people truly appreciate what's happening here. Peace and love, everybody. Support the Tutti Pod class. I'll be back with SEKHET.
Yo, let's go.
Hotep Hanu. Yes, looking forward to meeting SEKHET. So Tua, yes, it's a beautiful thing that with everything that exists around us, that we have this here. That's why the gratitude is so high, because as the great SABA said, to have to siphon through what all is constantly being thrusted in the forefront is extremely difficult and takes a lot of, even outside of yourself, to be able to maneuver, to get to a place to where you're able to begin to see things from a clear perspective. The matrix can definitely take a purified being and reverse that. So Tua and Hinu, to everyone who is here and participates in the pod class, Shout out to Nookpoo for keeping the chats live like he does. New to you, great brother, and everyone who comments, for everyone who's watching and supporting the great SABA, which in return supports you. I mean, you know, that's I think the information now of understanding the reciprocity system that's built within what people know as the universe is based on what you do. That's what you receive back. I mean, I feel that's pretty basic information today that we all should know. So to everyone who understands that, and shows your support, because now you're able to receive what the great SABA just gave at deeper levels. So we see the ones who are serious and who are real and who do the work. And so when we ask, well, hey, what did you do to get there? And the answers are usually pretty synonymous with each other. And it's, I took all my time, energy, and effort and invested it into this thing and continue to stay disciplined with it. And now this is the result of it. And so if that's what they say that they did, then, you know, if we want to become that, then maybe we should do the same thing. So that's a beautiful thing. houseofatton.org. Show your support there. Go get your merch. Pathways to Awakening, October. That is coming along excellent. We have some beautiful things lined up for everyone. It's going to be phenomenal. We're going to have an amazing time. It's going to be a great family event. And yeah, I'm looking forward to everything that's taking place there. Hinu to SABA Tehuti and his great Aut. Also want to give a Hinu to Nani Aset Mur for her assistance in the Pathways to Awakening, and Titi Amun for everything that you are doing to support our great SABA. And so I know that you all are in the background, but we know when we see SABA, we see you. So Tuan Hinu to you all for just doing what you're doing, so SABA can come forth as he comes forth as. So it's a beautiful thing. I love when we can be within a consciousness of knowing that as a collective, as a group, that no matter what someone is doing, no matter what position someone's in, we don't have to force ourselves to any type of forefront. Say, hey, look at me, look what I'm doing. And I love that, because the ones who really do the work just because that they love to do it, never ask for any recognition or acknowledgement. And we understand that here, which is why we give every single person that acknowledgement, because it's a beautiful thing. So Tua, Hotep Nookpoo, welcome to the panel, great brother. And the effort blue, Hotep, great brother, peace.
Hotep, Meturu, MAAT. I'm excited for Saba's breakdown for this Archangel. You know, going to be excited for the cholesterol class. That was powerful as well. That was very necessary. Tua Oxeffect for asking that question. But yeah, I'm really excited for this Archangel, man. He needs that spirit to his neck. I mean, he has it right now, but you know, I mean, what am I saying? He don't even exist. I'm not even gonna play with the Matrix, but yeah, I'm excited. Saba's gonna bust it down. So Hotep Natudu.
Yes, Hotep. To our great brother for coming on the panel, letting everyone see you. And you know, as what Superhero 34 say, we call you infamous. So I love that you come forward so everyone can see who the great Nook Poo is. So to our great brother, peace, Ox Effect. Hotep, great brother.
Peace, Hotep. It's I believe you said the legendary Nook Poo.
Yeah, there it is.
The legendary. Yes. But Hotep Panu, I wanted to add on that last breakdown that it didn't really click till Saba was speaking, that when I was getting my vitals taken, she said that my blood pressure was very good. So I'm like, the blood pressure is very good, but I have high cholesterol. And if high blood pressure and high cholesterol correlate, then how do I have high cholesterol? So that's something that just came into my utet. So I was like, oh, that's very interesting. But now I know. Now I know better. Hotep, give me a moment, please.
All right, Hotep. Yes, it's very interesting. Tua for sharing that. Yes, houseofatton.org. Make sure you all go there. Let me show that just momentarily so everyone can have it enter their auntie. Here we are, houseofatton.org. Come here, get your merch. If you would like to be a part of what you see here with the House of Atton, become a Kuru. Kur, Medunetter word for a household member, and many other very powerful things. I teach on this word every class because it's important to know the heka that's taking place as one who is within the per Atton. So to our Hinu, to all the Karu, if you would like to be a part of this, this is how you join in. All of our apparel, our Hotep pads, notebooks. We have many items here in the shop section. The great ebooks that the SABA Tehuti brought forth. This is what started the House of Atton when we were teachings of MAAT. We also have a channel here on YouTube. Everyone go subscribe there. And what started that was Stepping Out of the Matrix Volume 1 and going through, and that began our journeys of teachers in the public platform here online, and it's a beautiful thing. So Hinu to the great Saba Tehuti for putting these out for us. Everyone should have these books here, and again, we have so many things for everyone. We have bathroom sets. To everyone who supports, and for everyone who makes purchases on the website, go to the make sure you leave a review under the section here. Write a review here, and this helps us. This helps the House of Atton and what they call the SEO, search engine optimization. So when someone is searching up a specific thing, the reviews help to push what we're doing higher up. So it's just as, comments, being active, sharing things, it definitely helps with the algorithms and pushing the information, the items to the forefront. And all of these are bridges and pathways to lead back to the SABA, the door of the House of Atton, the Tehuti pod class. So to our Hinu, we will have updates for you all very soon here at the events, the Pathways to Awakening 2024, Woodland Hills, California, October 20th, 2024. No one is doing it like the House of Atton. No one. This isn't a YouTube thing. This is real life, and we're gathering together in the flesh to hug each other, see each other, speak to each other, build with each other. to continue to start to break out of this matrix and create a community of Baas who truly want and live Ma'at. So Tu'a to all the Karu, all the Meru, because that is why we're able to produce as often and as high of quality that we produce and come forth as. It's because we have the greatest supporters. So Tu'a, here's our social media platforms. We have a link tree, we have a Discord. Everyone make sure you join the Discord. It's free. We have a public monthly meeting for everyone. Everyone can come and join the meetings. There we give out more detailed information on the pathways. We build and just communicate about what's taking place within our lives. It's a beautiful family gathering. And we do this monthly on the Discord. So you can come in, ask questions about the House of ATTON, and much more. So join our Discord. I also produce a class for the Karu on Fridays called MAAT Fundamental Fridays. And right now I am taking us through and breaking down and dissecting the teachings of Amen and Mope, and looking very much in depth of the Medu, and who Amen and Mope was and why he brought forth what he brought forth. Within that support that you see Nukpu sent with the SMSM, that was Sim, and it means to praise, and it comes from the word Sim, which creates the priest, the ones who open up the mouth or open up the doors of the ones who are making their transition from what we know as the living into the Netzer Kurt. So Sim means to give praise, and that's deep within the teachings of Amen and Mope, because the great brother Nukpu comes to the classes. So hinu to you, great brother. So here's our link tree, and Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X. I know many of you may not have these social platforms, but even if you just get it, to follow us here and help us spread the teachings, on these social platforms, because this is going to help us grow. The social medias are going and do help us grow, because we're able to reach more people than just here on YouTube. Here on YouTube is one platform where you may pop on someone's front feed, depending on how YouTube wants to work. So that's why we create all these other platforms, because now we can go on TikTok and you can reach more people faster. Same with Instagram and Facebook. So this definitely helps the House of ATTON. This definitely helps the pod class. So Tu'a to everyone who is on these platforms and follows us and also shares all the classes. And consistency is key, as the great Saba so beautifully teaches us and leads by example with that. Consistency is key, and through the consistency of being continuously putting this information out, it will begin to reach spaces that will allow the great Saba to be in front of more eyes, and start to clear out a lot of this isfet that exists on these platforms that are bringing forth complete chaos. So follow us on all these platforms. We have a WhatsApp as well. If you want to message me directly, any questions on the House of ATTON or all the great Karu, have access to me to message at any time. So make sure you follow me on the WhatsApp as well, Discord and Spotify. Our great Nefertatin, she does an excellent job in taking the classes and condensing them to just the answers of the questions and uploading them to Spotify. just the audio experience as well. And I also produce tones and music that everyone can go enjoy. Anipata.com. I just put out a new tone for everyone for my last class, which was Fusion. So I have a title of a tone called Fusion, and everyone can go check that out, anipata.com. And we also have a Patreon. So lastly, I'll show this. Make sure everyone come join us. Pathways to Awakening. We record these. This year we'll be recording as well. It'll be even greater production. We're going to continue to keep elevating. But here's the first one. It's 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 33 seconds of just beauty of everything that took place at the Pathways to Awakening. So you can experience this as well. Truth Ministries vs. SABA Tehuti just uploaded this to the public platform of YouTube. It was here on Patreon, and for all the Karu, all the members who joined the House of ATTON YouTube channel, it's been on there for 3 months just for them. Yasha Ben Israel vs. SABA Tehuti, this one's still just here on Patreon, and the Karu and members of the House of ATTON YouTube. So join us here for the information that's not, and the teachings and the debates that not public. And there are many things coming, as we always are producing and creating. So Tua Henu, for your attention as I go through the House of ATTON website. It's always new things taking place, and it's a beautiful thing. We're always looking for those who want to or have any type of skill set that can assist. If you do, I seen who was it that posted in the chat? Where was that? Eunuch Pooh said, "Where's the lawyers in MAAT?" There, this is a beautiful thing, and it's why I give Henu to the good brother Shemsu Imhotep, known as Dr. LaRoche, because he's someone who is practicing and living within MAAT, coming to the pod class, asking questions, supporting, while being an eye surgeon. It's a very serious job, so a very serious role that he does. So Tua, for those who are doing their skill set and then bringing MAAT into what they're doing. If you're a digital designer, if you're a writer, if you create, if you're producing something, come forward, and we can definitely utilize your ka to help with the expansion of the House of ATTON. So looks like Nukpu, you was froze there for a second. I thought you was on the Emmer beer. But yes, it's a beautiful thing. Continue to support the pod class, House of ATTON, and we'll be able to keep getting classes like this, where you can learn about so many topics, and that's one of the great things that I appreciated about SABA early, was his ability to be able to take a topic and then right after switch the brain to be able to teach on this. That's very difficult to do. It's very difficult. And here we can ask anything, and it'll be answered in depth. And that's just a very beautiful thing. So Tua to all of you who ask questions and helps keep all of us sharp in all these different topics that we need to know, that we need to research and study. So it's a beautiful thing. Hotep, great brother Anu, you have any quick words? I see the great Saba just came on screen. Look who you raising your hand. What was that?
I was giving Hanu to Saba.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Peace, everyone. I'm back. I brought Sekhet the bear. So here she is.
Let me look at the big screen. Let's see. Yes.
That is that's SEKHET. And that is the what'd you say, Annie?
She is extremely still.
Yes, she's so that's the oldest word. That's the weaver, the attribute of Neith. And it is also the SEKHET is also the word for memory. You can look at my class I did on the SEKHET, and it is also the word for the quantum fields of the Ari, which is where the subatomic realm exists. So that is the her name is SEKHET. Haven't brought it to the pod class before, but since this class was on memory, she is named so because SEKHET is also the word for memory consciousness. So I decided to introduce her to the pod class today, and she's definitely the largest of everybody. So there she is.
She is never.
Yeah, I'm gonna start Anu and Antu off with her. How about that? We're gonna
I'm fine with it.
She may eat the bearded though. She may eat the bearded. Oh man, I gotta get a blue one for Nook though. I'm gonna get him a blue. You know what? I'm raising one. I'm gonna get you one with blue electric legs. I'm gonna get you a baboon spider from South Africa that has blue electric legs. There we go. We'll see Nook with a blue-legged spider on his blue Ptah cap. Okay. The blue baby electric legs that I'm raising. They'll be old enough to come to the pod class when they have electric blue legs. It's a Tehuti zoo over here. That's why it's so much. It's a Tehuti zoo over here. Okay, everybody, we are here. Nook, glad to see you on the screen, my good brother. You look happy. What is it about the Archangel Michael question that has you enthralled? What is it about that one there?
Man, I don't like all them angels. I don't like none of them people, man. I got war with them.
Oh my goodness, man!
I heard he's Jesus, so I got beef with him. What's up?
Oh man, poor Michael. What did he do?
Spear to his neck.
Man, he's just a biblical character. But here we go. Poor guy didn't even come into existence to get killed. But we're gonna cover the next question. Everybody, here we go. Get your pens, your pads out. We're about to man, this is it right here. I'm gonna put it on the screen. Boom. And then it's high cholesterol. We covered that. High cholesterol. Psyops. We covered the memory removal. High cholesterol. We covered that. And then we covered the memory removal Psyops. Now for this interesting, I think it was Israel Hoyley said, I can't wait for that, because who would have thought that the Ptolemies have anything to do? What does this title even mean? The Archangel Michael and the Egyptian Ptolemy Psyops. What do those two things have anything to do with each other? We're going to definitely, this is going to be, I hope I can get through this one. I hope we can get through this one. It may be pretty extensive, and it will be the first answer, the first time ever in history that this is ever addressed. So, anybody in the chat, anybody watching, you can all tell me if you've ever in your life. Let me come off this screen here. Those 44 people that are watching, those who are in the chat on the panel, have you ever had we talk about biblical origins in MAAT, we talk about certain characters. Has anybody you've ever seen did any kind of elaborate breakdown on this Archangel Michael and the Archangel Michael's actual indigenous origin? Let me check the chat and see. If so, put the YouTube channel, put the book, page number, whatever it is where you've seen this happen before, because it seems like the Archangel Michael seems to be the most popular angel of all the most powerful. Some even call him Jesus. I've met Christians that say the Archangel Michael is Jesus. Nook's heard that. You know, you never heard of an angel. You never heard of an angel reaching Jesus status until this particular one. Where is this? Where does it come from? Has anyone here ever seen? Oh, thank you, Lisa. I didn't even see the responses to the the people in the chat for SEKHET. Yeah, Eric G says, "Wow." Lisa says, "Such a beauty." Not that pro says, "Tehuti." I don't know. Somebody. What's that?
That's a great name, Tehuti.
Tehuti. Never Titan says, "Nanny is American. SEKHET, come to the pathways. I'd love to meet her in the." What's that? AF.
Flesh.
Yeah. In the. Of course he talks like that. Of course, in the Afu. Of course, yes. Of course, obviously. Okay. Yes. We'll see. We'll see how warm it is. We'll see. And somebody says, "Wow, sister, you weren't kidding about having no fear." Who said they had no fear? I don't know. But anyway, shout out to Jeffy said, "I'm sure this class will be the most extensive." So, oh, here we go. Bobby Hemmett. Here we go. What does it say? I remember Bobby Hemmett doing a lecture on Michael. If my memory serves correct, all I know, it's synchronistic with Belly? Belkin? What? Am I saying that right? Or am I tired? Belly? Belly? Belkan? I don't know what that is. Belkan and DR. All these acronyms. I don't know what this AFDR. Okay, but shout out to Hefe who says Bobby Hammond. So yes, find that. I want to see that. I don't even know what Belkan is, so we shall see. But shout out to Bobby Hammond. I don't know if that brother's alive or passed or what. I can't find anything on Bobby Hammond anymore. Shout out to you if he's healthy and alive. I don't know what happened to him, but appreciate Bobby Hammond as far as me and him had some good one-on-one times, and he is always hyper, always hype into whatever he's talking about. He's always, however you see him on the videos, that's how he is in his living room. He never relaxes. He's always like, he talks. It was crazy. There was heat waves going on when we had a debate in his living room, and you could see the waves, and pictures were falling off the walls. It was very good. Shout out to Bobby Hammett. I miss you. I haven't seen you in a while. Hefe says Belly Belkin is a Loa and Dominica voodoo. Bobby Hammett is alive. Shout out to you, Bobby. I haven't talked to you since you were in Atlanta. I was in Atlanta. Shout out to you. Okay, so Belly Belkin is a Loa in Dominican voodoo. Okay. So Bobby Hammett taught on that the Archangel Michael that is a Loa in the Dominican voodoo. I hope he definitely showed. I would love to see the dating system on that. That'd be an interesting dating system. I would love to see the date on Belkin, and then see the date on when the Archangel Michael was first written, to see if it comports. But shout out to Bobby Hammett. We're about to get into it, everybody. Welcome to the 2T Pod class. Hefe, if you have a way of contacting Bobby Hammett or showing me he is still alive and well, send me something in my email. I'd love to contact him again and talk to him. I haven't seen him do any lives, nothing on YouTube, not showing up on anybody's channel doing lectures. So if you have proof that he is alive and well, I'd love to recontact him and talk to him again. It was very fun when we it was very intense when we got together. Tehuti and Bobby Hammett in the same room is like some strange event. So shout out to that good brother. And Tanya Experience pops up and says, all these acronyms. What's this one? I hear Tehuti was actually, somebody translate. I'm getting AFDR. Who?
Archangel Michael.
Shout out to Tanya 23 Experience. we're gonna find out. We're gonna see what's going on here. You guys get your pen and your pads out. We're gonna find out what is this Archangel Michael. Why is he? Why are there so many? There's so many churches. There's so many hospitals. I mean, how many hospitals around the world? Saint Michael. How many organizations say Michael? But Michael's this, Saint Michael's that. We're gonna find out what is what's happening here. What is the source of this power, energy, popularity, and then we're gonna go through the origins. So shout out to the brother. Oh, Tanya said, Envec. So much going on. Welcome to Tuesday Podcast. A lot is happening. We got the Lower Belly Belkin. We got Envec. We got shout out to everybody. Here we go. We're gonna put the Nook Panook says, I just want to hear that. I want to get to the truth. I want to get to the answer. I don't know about Belly Belkin and everybody. Let's get to the answer. So here we go. I got the axe out. He's ready to chop off Michael's head. Michael's a good guy, man. The real one is. So here we go. I'm gonna show I'm gonna show the question. Shout out to the good brother who donated so many times. This brother Owen HITHE donates multiple times. I'm gonna put his donation in the room and we're gonna get into it. We got Tiny saying Alegua, all kind of things happen in the Tutsi Pod class. Nicholas Noida got knocked out. Okay. All kind of things. There we go. We're gonna show the support, and that's none other than the brother Owen HITHE. Let me go ahead and put him put his support in the room. And then we're gonna get into it, everybody. We're gonna see if I can make it through this answer here. Somebody's not popping up. Let me see if I can try it again. Who is that? Is that Mistress? Yeah. Oh. Mistress and Brother Panic. Okay. All right, here we go. Oh, it's not showing. That's weird. Oh, I see. I'm gonna try it. I see what's happening. Oh, here it is. It's this one. Okay, boom. It's that one, and then let me get this other thing off the screen and replace it with this so we can start smoothly. I want to go through this nice and smoothly, so we're gonna go boom. Open with. And all ready to go. Brother Octavius, sorry, not Octavius, but Owen HITHE, who came in the chat and said thank you for addressing the answer. And welcome me up. I hope you're listening and watching. I actually cut the answer. Oh my goodness. Cut the answer. Oh, that's okay. I don't want to part two to do it. Here we go. All right, so here it is. Here's Owen HITHE. This is support. Let me see if I can do this. Little computer stuff happening. Okay, here it is. Boom, we have it. It should show up now. We're gonna give him a round of applause. Here's okay. One more time. Here we go. Little technical things happening. I think I pressed the wrong. Is it Chrome tab. Here it is. Okay, shout out to Owen HITHE. Here it is. Here he is right here. 2772. And I can make this one is nice and big on my screen. Is Archangel Michael real? Give him a hand clap, please. Is Archangel Michael real? Oh, he's right there. He's fast on the draw. There he is right there. Present, ready. Okay, he is ready. He is ready. Okay, Nicholas Noatic said back for this one. Hotep, SABA, lots of Marie. Nicholas Noatic said, Owen is a legend. Good question. This is good. You all are turning, all of the students are turning to legends now. Welcome to the Tutsi Pod class. We have two of the first legends in the Tutsi Pod class. Nook Panook, the first announced legend by Jinx, and now we have Owen HITHE. by Nicholas Noatic announced a legend. We have legends being born here at the Tutsi Pod class. So we're gonna see how many legends come out this year. So this is the love. If you're watching this as a new person, this is the love that we have here at the Tutsi Pod class. We worship each other. We call each other legends. This person that called him a legend is in Norway. Never met him. I think Owen HITHE's in like Jersey or something. But shout out to everybody and all the love we have for each other. And let's get into it, everybody. Tiny experience. I'll read this real quick and then we'll get into it. Oh, it's because the keyboard is messing up. My keyboard keeps messing up. Yes, there's also a saying that he's also Papa Leba. That's three voodoo, 3 Orisha he is. He's Bella Belkin, Alegua. Who's the other one? Bella Belkin, Alegua. Now he's Papa Leba. We're gonna find out what's going on here. Let's get into it, everybody. All right, shout out to Tiny Experience, who says my keyboard keeps messing up. Yes, there's also saying that he's Papa Leba, so his consciousness has been transferred many times. They say he goes to teach the tribes what they need to know. Let me clarify this. Really, I have to clarify this. Let me clarify. Like, what did who said that? Apostle. Let me clarify. So, the reason why the Bobby Hemmett and so many people are confused about Archangel Michael being associated with, it seems to be voodoo. There's a reason for that. So I'll give this quick elaboration, and then we'll get into the actual answer. So you'll notice that he's associated with Orisha, and that is because the association came after the fact. So when the people in Haiti and other parts were taken, they had to hide their religion, their way of life, or else they would be killed. So they had to create a French mixed version of what they were doing, voodoo, and on the other side, Santeria. Santeria is just a word that means saints. So they took biblical characters and associated the biblical characters, hid their Orisha under biblical characters. So it is not that the Archangel Michael was ever actually Alegba, Papa Legba, or any of them. They had to hide in fear of their life, so they merged and synchronized so they could continue the worship while under hiding. There was no, in the dates of the Orisha, in the dates of when Michael was written about, there was no Orisha, there was no voodoo, there was no Orisha, there was none of those kings and queens that died and left their spirits and continued on are ever written about in the 500 BC era. In the 1000 BC, you will not find one mention of Alegba, one mention of Oshun, Ogun, or any of those. It's afterwards when Christianity was forced upon people. They had to hide them, similar to if something like that was to happen again, and you all wanted to talk about me, Tehuti, and you were surrounded by people that would kill you if you mentioned Tehuti as a pagan. You would say, well, Tehuti is Saint Peter, but you're really talking about the Tehuti pod class, but you're hiding it under Saint Peter. So that is the actual, that's actually what's going on. So we're gonna get into it. Don't worry, Jeff, you didn't throw a wrench into it. It actually caused me to elaborate because the reverse reasoning confusion has people thinking that Michael is actually a real spirit when it's all the biblical characters. Nook Panook wants to kill all the biblical characters because they were never alive they're never alive to be killed. So Nook Panook is going to kill all the molecules, any thought that exists. they were never born. We're going to break. This is going to be an interesting matrix we're going to get through. I remember I said in one of my tracks, Jesus wasn't born in a manger, he was born in the Council of Nicaea. So they were never actually born, but we're going to find out what the truth is. And when you find out, you're going to be a little shocked. So here we go, everybody. You ready? Let's get into it, everybody. One by one. Shout out to Annie. Peace and love to you. Shout out to Anu and two. Peace and love to you. And two, your hair is looking very rich today and thick. I don't know what you did, but it looks something looks different about it today. Shout out to you. Shout out to the cat. Shout out to Ox Effect. Shout out to Nook Panuk in the blue.
Hey, Sab, I wanted to say something real quick.
Okay.
With Bobby Hemmett, he caught a stroke like back like probably a couple of years ago.
Okay.
He also was mentioning about these saints, and he mentioned how these saints had to do with a tribute to his stroke. Like he was calling out for them, and they weren't around. So he mentioned that in the interview. So I want to throw that out there.
Is that why he fell? I heard that's why he kind of lost faith in the. Yeah, that's the last thing I heard from him, and he said they weren't there to help him, so he fell back.
Yeah. So I hope that.
Okay, Nino. Here we go, everybody. Peace and love, ATEF. We're gonna get into it, everybody. Shout out to you. Okay, yes, wonderful, wonderful. It's yeah, they're thousands of years afterwards. Okay, here we go. Everybody ready? We're gonna get into it. Welcome to Tuesday Podcast. Let me get my timer out and out and out. Timer out. Okay, I see messages from. Okay, one moment, everybody. One moment. Let me come off the screen. One moment. Hold on. Yeah, I did that and she scared her. She flicked 1,000 hairs in the air. Okay, here we go, everybody. Yeah, I was feeling them in my throat. So I gotta blow them away. I was feeling something in my eye and something in my throat, and I just saw 1,000 hairs flying in there. Okay, here we go, everybody. Let's get into it. Are you ready? That was a close one. I had to blow them away. Okay, here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Let's get into it. Let's see if we can do this with it. Yeah, I'm okay. Do this within the hour. Thank you, Nanny. Okay, boom and boom. Let me know if you can see that screen share, everybody. Press the 9 if you can see the screen share and hear me. I think Bella fell asleep. Knocked down the net occurred. All right. And the Upesh. I'm going to press a 9 if you can hear me and see the screen share. Let me come to the room. I got Mary Segment with a 9. Is that Mary Segment? Mary Segment with a 9. Lisa's still awake with a 9. Nicholas Noatic is in a complete other day with a 9. Ox Effect has a 9. Superhero 9. Nook 999. Pefe 9. NSMR 9. Anu 9. Okay, good. Let's go. Ready, everybody? Let's go. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. That'd be crazy. That's magic if they did. Okay. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Boom. We're going to start the timer. And here we go. That'd be weird if they didn't. They have to go through the green screen. Okay, here we go. Start. Boom. Okay. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class. The question and answer. Oh, one more thing. Hold on. One moment. Hold on, everybody. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, look at they're on my neck. Hold on. She went off a flurry. Okay. Yeah, a little bit on my neck. Let me Oh my goodness. Okay. Woo! Welcome to the Tehuti Zoo. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. All right, here we go, everybody. Ready? We're gonna get started. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class. And now we can get officially started. Here we go. That was an interesting experience. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. And here we go. Let's get this out. Let's get this out. Okay, there we go. Now we can start. Welcome, everybody, to the Tutti Pod class, the question and answer class of the House of Atten. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, languages, spirituality, who are the Nitiru, health, purity, mental detoxification, out-of-body sources, government psyops, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now disguised in the form of quote-unquote black consciousness, the atheistic quote-unquote Kemetic teachers who will not have classes on the actual teachings disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather they teach from memes, or only do debate, debunk, expose, or challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs, such as the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are Arabs. The pyramids in America, we had them here before the ones in Egypt. We're Abos, we're the American Indians, we're not African. Only contention conversations, attacking everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual disciplines in its place of what they adhere to on in a daily discipline that they and their family actually practice. Never showing you what they actually believe in, because in truth, those quote-unquote conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything. But they just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contentions and arguments, thus to hide the fact that they actually cannot answer any of the above questions. They have made you feel uncomfortable to actually ask any of these questions, and then you're laughed off of the stage or you're insulted for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send in these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook personalized documentary type answer, customized and taught live with each answer, get a subconscious matrix broken for you, is here at the Tutti Pod class. What are the questions for this section that Tutti will answer this evening? OWEN HITHE 2772 for is Archangel Michael real? Interesting question. Is he real? What's the origin? Where does this even come from? Expand this. Ready? What an interesting question. Let me ask the class, have you ever heard this question asked and addressed thoroughly from any quote-unquote conscious teacher, quote-unquote Kemetic priest, any teacher of quote-unquote ancestral awakening, any Nation of Islam, any 5%er, Nuwabian, any metaphysicist, any African spiritual guide with actual indigenous writing origins, archaeology, original spiritual etymology from the actual hands, events, and scrolls of the ancestors, not just talking from the top of the head? If so, please put the YouTube channel, etc., video timestamp, chapter and page, book name, archaeological ancestor written reference in the chat. I will copy and paste it and showcase it here live, and it must meet the qualifications of the above listed. If not, then again, mark this date of August 10th, 2024 as the first time in history all of the above standards will be met to teach on this topic here at the Tehuti Pod class, and support what you have never seen before in your life, because you're about to witness a first again in history made here at the Tehuti Pod class House of Atten. let us begin. Let us look at who are the main angels of the religion they always taught you about. The main angels in religions, biblical, Quranic, within Christianity, Islam. Let's find out who the main angels are. Who are they? Who are the main angels? Michael, Catholic faith. Saint Michael, Jewish faith. Mikhael, Muslim faith. Mikhail, Mikhail. Gabriel, God is my strength. Catholic faith. Saint Gabriel, Jewish faith. Gabriel, Muslim faith. Gabriel, Raphael, healer of God. Catholic faith. Saint Raphael, Jewish faith. Raphael, Muslim faith. Israfil, they reversed it. Israfil, Uriel, God is my light. Here are the main angels. Some even call these archangels inside of these religions. Okay. Yes, now let me ask the class another question. Name some of, now we're going to have some fun right here. I want you to name some of the all-time greats, especially within what are miscalled black people. The black people all-time greats, the goats, historical singers, basketball players, boxers, activists that are called goats in that field that match any of the names of the angels above, whom people say have almost godlike abilities, who hold records above all others in their field, even making the Guinness Book of World Records. So I want you to name for me some goats, the greatest of all times, in the so-called, we'll deal with the black circle, the African-American circle, the greatest of all times, the singers, basketball players, boxers, entertainers, that are called the greatest of all times in their genre, that match any of them, that match any of these names. So go ahead and type in the room some of the entertainers, some of the sports players, singers, basketball players, boxers that are considered the greatest. When you put their name now, they have to be considered of the greatest of all times and match these names: Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel. Go ahead and type in the room. Who is the greatest of all time? Say R&B singer, greatest of all time, basketball player, boxers, entertainer, that match these names here. Don't start typing Kobe and LeBron, and don't start typing Lionel Richie. I'm talking about these names that match these angels. Go ahead and type them in the room. Greatest of all times. Let me come in the room and see what you all typing. Let's check it out. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I'm finna type Lionel Richie. I'm like, Lionel's not an angel. Okay, we got Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan, Michael Jordan, Mike Tyson, Michael Jordan, Gabriel Iglesias. He's the greatest of all time. And he's a black African American greatest of all time. I need some information on him. Gabriel Iglesias. So if you all have heard of the greatest of all times, Gabriel Iglesias, update me, because I've never heard of this person as the greatest of all time. But let me know. He may be the greatest of all times in his field. So we got Raphael Sadiq. Hilarious. We got okay, Michael Tyson. Oh, no problem, Jefe. No problem. So we want the greatest of all times that match the names of the angels prominently in the so-called African American popular entertainment world. Now, Gabriel Iglesias may be the greatest of all time of something. I never heard of him. So I'll look him up. Maybe he may be the greatest soccer player. I don't know who he is, but shout out to you. So here we go. Mike Tyson, Michael Jackson. I'll give you a couple minutes. I'll come off the screen. Okay, boom. I think we've had enough time to collect. Okay, good. We got a few names here. Jordan Jackson, and shout out to everybody. Shout out to Hefe. Shout out to Nook Panook. Shout out to everybody's contribution to the answer. Okay, good. We got some answers. Let's see. Nefertatan says, what is this? We know what the arc. Okay. Nefertatan put Jordan Jackson. Okay, Michael. Okay, good. So it seems like the people that seem to be the greatest of all times in this entertainment popular world that everybody knows seems to have the name of one of the archangels. Let's continue, everybody. Let's walk through this step by step. Let's go. She shot some good hairs. I'm trying to feel them now. Okay, here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, and my screen. Everybody, great answers. There we go. Okay, good. All right. Let us begin with the GOAT of music. Let's see if it matches the answers that you all put. The GOAT of music, singing, dancing, R&B, icon, the greatest. Let's start with what people typed in the room. What did you all type in the room? You all typed in this beautiful gentleman right here. Used to be beautiful. Remember this? What do you look like? You look like Janet Jackson. Remember this? Most people, some people won't remember. A lot of people weren't even born when he looked like this, but this is oh man, I remember this guy. So Michael Jackson, ding, 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 ding. So there's some people put Michael Jackson. There he is right there. Did you know Michael Jackson made the Guinness Book of World Records? Did you all know that? Michael Jackson made the Guinness Book of World Records. So he's not just an opinion GOAT. He's actually in the Guinness Book of World Records for what? Best-selling album ever. Michael Jackson. What is that number there? Is that 67 million units released on 30th of November 1982? Thriller by Michael Jackson, USA 1958-2009 is the world's best-selling album. Sales figures vary widely from source to source, but it's estimated the album, featuring 7 U.S. top singles, has sold in excess of 67 million copies across the globe. On August 20th, 2021, Thriller was certified for shipments for 34 million units by Recording Industry Association of America. Extended its lead to best-selling album by solo artist Jackson Homeland. Only the Eagles in 1976 compilation, The Greatest Eagles Hits, 1971 to 75, has higher certifications, 38 million. So there it is. So he made, so there it is. There's the songs, and everybody knows these songs. The Girl's Mine, Billie Jean, Beat It, Wanna Be Starting Something, Human Nature, Pretty Young Thing, Thriller. So he made the Guinness Book of World Records. There's one Michael right there. Okay. Now, who's the GOAT legend in basketball player who was recorded as actually flying? Recorded as actually flying. Not just slam dunking, but actually recorded as moving physically horizontally through the air. Not diagonally, but physically horizontally through the air. She shot some hairs. Who was recorded as the GOAT? Because he's the only one recorded to move horizontally through the air. That's one of the reasons. But here he is. Okay. Boom. Michael Jordan, a person moving horizontally through the air, never seen in Earth's history. The story behind the iconic photograph of Michael Jordan in flight. And there he is right there. And here he is again, moving horizontally. Not diagonally, but horizontally. In the air, and that shocked. You can see the people, the other players in the background, looking at him confused. They're looking. All the players are looking confused. When Air Jordan took flight, CNN Sports, and there he is right there, moving actually horizontally. He's not moving up. He's not going up. He's already at the height. He's already at the height of the rim. Do you see that? See where the ball is? He's already here. So he's not moving upwards. He's actually seen moving this way. He's going to move from here this way and get to the rim horizontally. All right, now the boxing GOAT, who made the Guinness Book of World Records, who is still a lifetime, who is still in the limelight to this day. Who is that? Of course, everybody typed it already. Mike Tyson, the youngest world heavyweight boxing champion. Mike Tyson was 20 years old, 145 days when he beat Trevor Burbeck, USA, to win the WBC version at Las Vegas, Nevada. On the 22nd of November in 1986, he added the WBA title when he beat James Bone Crusher Smith on March 7th, 1987. At 20 years old, he became the Universal Champion on August 2nd, 1987, when he beat Tony Tucker, USA. Held all those belts around the same time period there. And there he is right there. And he's in the Guinness Book of World Records. Another Michael in the Guinness Book of World Records. Mike Tyson becomes the youngest heavyweight champ. And then, of course, we all remember this iconic eye-staring dance that scared everybody when we watched this man rock back and forth and gave the look of death. And this man over here was removed from consciousness. So he made the Guinness Book of World Records, and Mike Tyson recorded as the fastest KO by pummeling the son of heavyweight legend Joe Frazier in just 30 seconds. 30 seconds, making more records. So here he is. But he made the Guinness Book of World Records. So here it is. He's on men. Everybody knows who that is. Okay, boom. And being in a class on the Christian biblical character, who is the top Christian? Let me see if you all get this one. Who is the top Christian? This should be easy. Who is the top Christian civil rights activist who actually won a Nobel Peace Prize? So, who is the top Christian civil rights activist who actually won a Nobel Peace Prize? He is literally the most popular Christian activist on the planet Earth. And who is that, everybody? Type him in the room. Let me see if we who's the most popular Christian activist in Earth's history who won the Nobel Peace Prize? What do you all say about that? What's the answer there? Eric Dyson? Who's that? Who is the most is that maybe this answer for something else? I'm not sure who Eric Dyson must be. Okay. Oh, okay, here we go. MLK. Okay. Type his name. What's the name? What's MLK? Everybody's typing MLK with the name of the person. I hope when you all talk about me in the future, your children talk about me. Don't say TAHR. So what is it? What is he known by? What is he called? What is this man that won the Nobel Peace Prize? What's his name? Full name, please. So you put Michael. Who put Michael? So put Michael. Okay, Michael. Okay. THT. Okay. Martin Luther King. Okay, good. MLK. Okay. Martin Luther King. Perfect. And somebody put, and Israel Holy put Michael. Okay, good. Martin Luther King is what MLK stands for. Here we go. Thank you, everybody. We're just walking through. This is the intro, and we're just walking through something. Here we go. Thank you, everybody, for their input. Thank you, Israel Holy. Thank you, Eric D. That's it. Angela, Lisa, Nook, and everybody else that I can't see because the screen, it doesn't move at the pace that you all are typing. Shout out to everybody for participating. You ready, everybody? Boom, here we go. Am I screen sharing? Yes, I am. Here we go. Okay, good. And who is this man right here? There he is. You all right? Ding, 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 ding. Today in history, October 14th, 1964, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. wins Nobel Peace Prize. There he is. Okay, good. Yes, Martin Luther King. Wait, Tehuti, how does that fit in? Oh, I didn't tell you his birth name, did I? What is Martin Luther King's birth name? Here we go. Martin Luther King, Nobel Peace Prize, 1964. Martin Luther King Jr. Biographical. Martin Luther King Jr., January 15th, 1929, April 4th, 1968, was born Michael. So this man's name, his birth name is actually Michael. So he's considered the greatest of all times in Christianity as far as an activist, and even outside of Christianity and the active black activist movements by those who are not Christians. He's definitely considered of the greatest of the civil rights movement, and his name is also Michael. Boom. Okay. So, boom, Michael. So I think that's what Israel Holy was typing. Israel Holy knew his name is actually Michael. Okay. So, boom. Is this all a coincidence? Where are the record-holding greatest of all times at their time with the other angels' names? Why is it Michael's? So where's the greatest of all times? That's Gabriel. Where's the greatest of all times? Raphael. Where's the greatest of all times? It's Uriel. It seems like all these greatest of all times have this name Michael. All right, now, is it a coincidence? Do you think this is a coincidence? Let me take you to the official government website, Social Security, to rank male #1 name from 1954 to 2008. Male #1 name. Here we go. The official website of the United States government, Social Security. Top 5 names for birth in 1924. 2023, ranked #1. Males. Boom. Michael, 1957, 1956, 1955. Michael, 1954. Michael, 1959, 1960, 1961, 1962. Top ranking name, Michael, 1972, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78. Michael, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, top ranking name, 96, 97, 98, 1999, top ranking name, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006, 2007, top ranking name, Michael. That is according to the official website of the United States government, Social Security. Top 5 names for birth, 1924 to 1923, ranked #1 male names, Michael. What is happening here, ladies and gentlemen? Where's Gabriel? Nobody likes him. Nobody likes Uriel. No, it is not a coincidence. It is a frequency. Let's get started now. No, it is not a coincidence. It is a frequency that is restarted as far back as 2,300 years ago from an older original frequency consciousness that started over 4,000 years before that. And now it just echoes as a subconscious, a slight residual in the modern mind, but still carries the attraction and success as a slight residual of its origin. So what is this word, its origin, that soon became mutated as an angel? Well, where do we find the name recorded first in the modern form day of history? In the modern form of history, where do we find it first recorded? Of course, the Bible. Daniel 12:1. Let me shrink this down a little bit. Daniel 12:1, the Bible. At that time, Michael, the great prince who protects your people, will arise. There will be time of distress, such as never happened from the beginning of nations until then. But at that time, your people, everyone whose name is found written in the book, will be delivered. So there's Michael, the great prince who protects the people. He will arrive. Daniel 10:13. But the prince of the Persian kingdom resisted me 21 days. Then Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me because I was detained there with the king of Persia. So there's Michael again. First time written in modern day history that you find if you go to look up the name Michael. This is the oldest reference you can actually find it in, is in the Bible. Okay. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Yes, the Bible specifically. In the book of Daniel, associated with war against evil and protection. That's what Michael's associated with, war against evil and protection. So you may be saying, okay, so this is a Hebrew origin, and that is because of the psyops that has been placed within your mind, that there were some ancient people called Hebrews that wrote a book called Daniel that associated a word Michael with warring against evil, when in actuality there has never been any ancient book of Daniel ever found written by the hand of any Hebrew in that language. As I have spoken on or taught on many times before, the oldest book of Daniel in archaeology factually goes back right here. Where does the oldest book of Daniel go back to? Right here. Here it is. Here's the oldest book of Daniel. Right here with the translation. The same thing we just read. And at that time, the prince shall stand up, Michael, the ruler, the one standing for his sons and your people. There's Michael for the first time in history. Daniel's 12:1. At that time, the great prince who protects your people will arise in the time of distress. Daniel 10:13. The prince of Persia resisted me 21 days. Then Michael of the chief princes came to help because I was detained with the king of Persia. Here's the very first reference in history in the book of that they call Daniel, but the oldest language it's written in looks very interesting. Here it is again. Behold, Michael, one of the rulers of the foremost, came to help. There's the oldest reference of Michael, and this script right here. What is that script? Wait, Tehuti, that looks Greek. Yes, it does, because the original concept of a Michael did not come from any people or culture called Hebrews or Israelites. This is why you cannot find this word Michael on any ancient Hebrew scroll originally. That was the Psyops distraction. This is why you cannot find this word Michael on any ancient Hebrew scroll originally. That was the Psyops distraction, because once you trace this word Michael to its meaning, its association with protection, while simultaneously originally meaning a mental conscious echo, you will see that it has nothing to do with biblical Hebrew writing at all. Because once you trace this word Michael back, you're going to see it has simultaneous meanings. One is associating with protection and a culture that dealt with that, and the other simultaneously originally meaning a mental conscious echo. Now, if you ask the average person about Michael, they will never tell you that Michael has anything to do with a mental conscious echo. They will go back to the book of Daniel. We're going to go back to the origin of where this concept came from, originally written, and why it's in Greek, and who were those Greeks that actually wrote about it, and what were they actually practicing, and how it deals with a mental conscious echo while simultaneously dealing with protection, and the secret name of a very popular person in history, an extremely popular person in history that had a secret name that goes back to Michael. But to move past the Bible and to go into that stage level frequency, you know, we have to get into let's step it up now. Ready, everyone? I hope you're ready. Now get your pen and your pads out. Now get everything out that you need, because it's about to take a twist and reality is about to shift right here. So to find that out, everybody knows it's time to step it up, and for that, you know, it's time to get into Tehuti Overdrive. Are you ready, everybody? Here we go. Let's get into the origin reality. Are you ready? So again, we see this concept of Michael, which is from two words originally, which is Mak and El, or Mika, or Maka and El, which I will elaborate on shortly Mik'el, who's associated with protection and war against evil, is traced back to a plagiarized book called the Septuagint of around 284 BC, but put together by a group of men called the Ptolemies and Greeks, has absolutely nothing to do with any reference to any Hebrew writing. And again, who were the Ptolemies and what were their belief systems, and from where did their belief systems derive that would associate the word Mik'el with war protection? Was it from Hebrew inscriptions? Again, here are the Ptolemies that oversaw and authorized the book of Daniel, where you first see the word Michael in, and there is Ptolemy II, the exact same one that commissioned the Septuagint to put out the book of Daniel. Here's who put out the book of Daniel. Does he look Hebrew? This is Ptolemy Soter I. That's the first one of 304 BC. But directly following him, is Ptolemy II. Ptolemy II had no interest in any Hebraic law or books. Their focus was imitating the ways of Ma'at. Here's Ptolemy II. That's from 285 to 274 BC. Here's the bust in limestone. You can see which culture was influencing them to put together anything. So were the Ptolemies influenced by some type of Hebrew culture that wrote a book called Daniel? Or were the Ptolemies influenced by the clear influence that you see on the screen, and the Makkah went back to something pertaining to where they originally learned from, that got mutated and placed in the book of Daniel to become the Archangel Michael today? Here we go. Boom. Again, they were Greeks who were imitating the ways of Ma'at and worshiped the Netiru. Thus, their war against evil and their protection would have to be that of a Ma'at Kemetic concept. Guess who the Ptolemies' head leader, warrior, and protector was, and what his real name was? So these men right here had a warrior leader. They had an actual warrior who was a leader and a protector. And what was his name? Let's go back and find out. Who was the Ptolemies' leader? World History Encyclopedia, Ptolemy I Soter, 366 282 BC, was one of the successor kings to the emperor of Alexander the Great. He served not only as the king of Egypt, but also the founder of the Ptolemaic dynasty, a dynasty which included the infamous Cleopatra VII. So here is his leader that he succeeds. This is Alexander the Great, warrior, the conqueror, they call him. And this is the Alexander the Great Bucephalus mosaic. This was their leader. Now here, what do we see Alexander doing? Here's his name. Alexander, his immortal Netiru worship name was the same as Ramesses, Septepenra. Septepenra Alexandros, which translates to Alexander, the chosen of Ra. Here he is sacrificing to the Neter Amun-Ra and Amun-Min. So there's Alexander right there, looking just like Ptolemy, who looked just like Ramesses in his dress code and appearance. So Septepenra means chosen of Ra. And here is his name in Medu-Neter glyphs, but it is a Greek word. And here is where this is one of the things I utilized in the debate with Zion Lex when I showed that there was no letter L. Why? Because this right here is an R. You'll notice in the side of Alexander's name, you'll see a lion. I want everybody to please make note of that. If you look right here closely, let me see if I can blow it up a little bit. That's the biggest. You see that lion right there? We're going to get into that lion shortly in class. But here is his name, and you'll see it's A. This is an R. It's the word re. It is other words too, but in this case, It's Re, because the Re became Rio, and the Rio or Rio, when they turned into an L, became Leo, and that became the word lion. Leo was originally Rio. When you see the word Rio, Rio was originally a lion. Rio, Ray. And then the L made it Leo, and then it became Leon and lion. So this is R, but they turned it to an L, A-L-E-K-S. There's the tie of Osset. So that's Alek, Sa, and there's the N, and Dres. And this is a D right here, Dres. Alexandres. Alexandres. Septepin, there's the Septepin symbol. Septepin, Ra, Herakuti right there. He's the chosen of Ra. And there's his name in the Medu Netter. And guess what his other name was? This is the Ptolemies, the same ones who put out the book of Daniel and the Septuagint, with the great warrior protector Michael. Here is their leader, the great warrior and protector Alexandro Septepinra. And guess what his other name was? Let me take you directly to his Shen, to his Heru name. Heru was the name you were given as a Par-ee or a Nebtet. That was your protector name. That was your Shemsuhor name, because Heru was the great defender. He was the great defender of his father and the heir, of which the Par-ee Nesubiti took position. So what was Alexander, the great warrior protector's other name? Guess what it was? Mek Kemet. Here's his name right here. Meki. Mecca or Mek Kemet was the Heru name, and it was what? The guardian protector. Referred to right on page 288 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Meki, the protector of the people. Mek. That's Alexander's Shen right there. He was called Mek Kemet, or Meki, the great protector, the warrior that protects the people. Daniel 12:1. At that time, Michael, the great prince who protects your people, will arise in their time. There will be a time of distress. He was the great warrior prince, Michael, put in the book of Daniel, that the Psyops has you believe that Hebrews put out. But in actuality, Hebrews never put out. Oh man, I'm starting late. In actuality, Hebrews never put out the book of Daniel. The book of Daniel was actually put out by Ptolemies, who was warrior prince, king, protector's name was Mickey. Mecca. So did their concept come from some Hebrew concept? Or did it come from their own leader, their protector, warrior prince, Alexander, who was named Mecca, to echo the culture that they were imitating? There's Mecca right there, the great warrior prince, the protector of the people. Mecca, Mickey, Maki, Maka. Boom. There's the Mick, the warrior protector guardian over the people. A Medu Nile Valley word and concept which became Alexander's name. So there's boom. There's Mick, the warrior protector guardian over the people. A Medu Nile Valley word and concept which became Alexander's name. The war king protector, the same man over the Ptolemies, who were the first and only to put out a Michael, warrior protector angel, who protects his people, the attributes from Kemet given to the protector Mick, the war king. Michael, warrior protector, who is the angel, quote unquote, Michael. What is the word used in their Bible for angel? When we go and look up the word angel, what we see here is we see angel. Strong's Concordance number H4397. The word is Malek. 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 See right there? M-L-A-K, or Malek. That's the word for angel. So this Mikael is considered a war-protecting angel for the people. Now, we use the word angel because the word angel is a Anglo-Saxon rendition of Malek. That's actually where the word Anglo-Saxon comes from angel. So Anglo-Saxon, it is angel, but the real word is Malek. Strong's Concordance number H4379. Guess what the so-called Hebrew word for king is? Strong's Concordance H4427, Malek. The same word. Malek was the word for king before it became translated as angel, because it's from an older origin in the Auric area for kings, which were called Maleks, of which Alexander and the Ptolemies had access to, because when they came and took over Kemet, they also took over the library of the Persian library, which was originally the library of Ashurbanipal, the largest library of the cuneiform stories on the planets. And they're the kings that Alexander, the Ptolemies, were reading about in that thievery. When they took that library, they read about the kings that are originally called the Maleks. Through religion, translates to as angel, Malek. But originally, when Alexander and the Ptolemies saw the word, it was Malek, the kings of Persia. That's who they conquered. Darius. The kings of Persia were called Maleks. The kings of Uruk were called Maleks. So it was the original word for king. Boom, the exact same word. Originally, the kings of the Nile Valley who protected their people against Isfet mutated into the Bible as Mikael, the angel, king, who was the protector of his people. Now in the Septuagint, a book put together by the Ptolemies, who were the followers of Mecca, who was Alexander, the protector, war king. These were known as the magistrate chiefs, the noblemen in Ma'at, in Kemet along the Nile. So when we go and look up the word for the noblemen, the chiefs, they were called the sirs. This trickles down into today's culture, which is why you today, when you're greeting somebody of high stature, or you show full respect, you actually use the exact same word. Say, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That was the word for the chief noblemen that were over you. You call them sirs in the Medu-Neter. And today, you still use the term sir. So here we are. Somebody said, he was like Eminem in hip hop. That's hilarious. Not quite though. Eminem is a real goat. These guys had no talent at all. But we'll get into that later. But anyways, shout out to Boost. No, Eminem. No. No. But Eminem is the goat to the goats. But that's another topic. But anyways, so there were sirs. They were the noblemen, called the sirs. Let's continue, everybody. Here we go. You ready? Is the Eminem? That's hilarious. Okay, here we go. Boom. So these were the sirs, the noblemen. They were the magistrates along the Nile. Okay. Well, remember in the Bible, which is from the Ptolemies, they introduced Mikael, who protects the people. He is a king of war who protects the people. and is also in the book of Daniel. Remember what he's called? He's called a prince. Let's go back there, back to Daniel 12:1. At that time, Michael, the great prince who protects your people, will arise. There's Michael, the prince. And here he is again in Daniel 10:13, mentioned again. Then Michael, one of the chief princes. Guess what the background translated word for Michael, prince, is in their Bible? Prince. Strong's Concordance, H8269, Sir, SR. Michael, the Sir, SR. See that right there? Michael, the Sir. Right there. That is a sheen. This right here with the three things sticking out, that's a sheen, and that's an R. Sir. There's no A in there. It's just Sir. Sir. The noblemen, magistrates of Kemet, they were called the Sirs. They were the chief noblemen. Michael is called prince in the English that you see, the chief prince. But when you go to the word that translates to as prince, it is the word sir. What is it? Prince, ruler, official, the nobleman. The sir. Michael, the sir, was the chief, official, nobleman. The exact same word in the meta-netter that the Ptolemies used, taken from the original, sir, the noblemen, magistrates, the chiefs. That's Michael's title, the sir. The meta-netter word, boom. Michael, the great war king, Malek, who they translate to as angel, who protects the people, protects Mach, the people, also holds the Kemetic position of Sir, Sar. Same word because actually no letter A in either of them. See this? This is SR, SR. There's no letter A in there. It's not Sar. It's just Esther, Sir. Same with the word in the Bible. There it is. SR, Sir. Chief nobleman. Michael, Sir. Chief nobleman. Magistrates of Kemet. A word the Ptolemies used. Here we go. Wow, Tehuti, this is amazing. But what about the L on the name Michael? Well, everybody gets who this is. This is the great war god that the Ptolemies came across as well. The great war god in the war position. He's called the smiting war god. Who is this? Who is this? We're going to go to the Met Museum, to the smiting war god. And what is he wearing? He's wearing an Egyptian ATEF crown. Smiting war god. With the ATEF crown and the HITHE crown of MAAT. Here's another rendition. And now we have the HITHE crown, the white crown. And here we have the ATEF crown. Both MAAT crowns, and this is the god of war, the smiting god, the war god. When we look and see who it is, it says BAAL near the Phoenician coast. Boom. That's L. That's L. There's your L. So here's L, the war god. El and BAAL, the war god, with the HITHE crown of Ma'at and the ATEF crown of AUSAR, the smiting god, the war god, called El. So in that area, the god of war was called El. Thus, Mika, the protection war meta-netter word, and the neighboring culture god of war, who was merged with the Nitiru, El, thus Michael, the protective war god, Michael. Canaanite god El, with the hand up and the ATEF crown. There's your El, of which Alexander and the Ptolemies studied and were under because they beat Darius the Persian, and they had the library of Ashurbanipal, which spoke of the El and the Canaanite El. It was El all over the area. That's where you get the word Babylon, Bab-Elu, the doorway of the Els. Oh, why is he wearing the ATEF headdress of Osiris? Why is El, the war god that makes up the Michael, why is he wearing the headdress of Osiris? He makes up the Michael, the culture that were calling themselves Sir, the noble chiefs, which became stolen as prince in the Bible. And you look at the word prince, it's Sar, who was Mach and Michael. So why is he wearing the Osiris crown? Well, I almost forgot to tell you Osiris's other name that your Kemetic teacher has never told you. Guess what Osiris's other name is? Sir. This is the painted wooden head from a figure of Osiris damaged to the ATEF. There it is with the ATEF, the trustees of the British Museum, dated to 664. To what date? 332 BC. What date is 332 BC? The date when the Ptolemies and Alexander came into Kemet. That's the same date. There he is with the ATEF, and that's his name. Page 588 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. That was Asar's other name, Sir. Oh, they didn't tell you that? They didn't tell you that his name was Sir? No? There's other attribute there, Sir. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class. Boom and boom. Let's go. I'm going to go a few more minutes and take a break. Well needed break. Here we go. Boom. There's Sar. That's Osiris' other name. He was the Sar. See that right there? The Sar was the noblemen, the princes of Kemet, the magistrates, who were the echoes of Osiris, the rebirthed one. And that's why when you see the word Sar, what do you see? You see Sar spelled in a very unique way. You see the Ra, there's the R. And what do you see here? This is an egg, the rebirth egg. The Sar. There's the Sekhet. And there's the child symbol of the goose. That's the Sar. Same title as Michael in the Bible. Boom, Sar. The same title in the Ptolemaic Bible for none other than the war-protecting king, Michael the Sar, the war Malek. Here's the Ptolemaic wood statue of Osiris, 332 BC, the same date. This is now in the Louvre Museum, E115 or N3506, Osiris, standing shroud, arms crossed, ATEF. And who is this? Over here, there's the angel of war, and here's the god of war, El. Here's the Sar, Sir. Here's the Sar. There's the El. The animal of war and protection was Mach. In Ma'at was the lioness and the lion. Most are familiar with the war goddess Sekhet. Sekhet is popular tonight again. Sekhmet, Sekhet. Most people are popular with Sekhet, right? That people call Sekhmet today. But let me ask the class, does anyone know the male lion of war? Anyone can answer. Go ahead and type in the room, everybody. Who is the male lion of war? Because whenever they show you the lion in modern day emblems, and they say it represents the valor, the war, the strong, the conquering lion of Judah, or the strong lion, whenever they show you that, it's always the male one. Do you notice that? It's not the female lion. Whenever they show you the great lion on the flags of the great lions rulers, it's always the male lion with the mane. So who is the male lion in Kemet? Go ahead and type. Anybody know? Israel always said, let me guess, Michael. Who was the male lion? Somebody put Mac. That would be amazing. Oh, Meow. Okay, hold on, Meow. Meow. Okay, who's the male lion of war? Okay, Meow. We got Best. That's an interesting answer. Very, very interesting answer. Hold on a second. Got the fur, spider fur on me. Nice. Nukmanuk is killing everybody. Spirit to Jay-Z's neck. Oh, gosh. Nukmanuk is the what do they call him? The vampire slayer. All right, shout out to us. So we got Mac. Who is the male lion in Kemet? Nobody. There's 66 people watching. Anybody of the 66 people watching, if you studied Kemet for, well, what did your teacher say? Your favorite teacher? Tehuti is one of my favorites. We got Tehuti. He's on the list of that. Okay, well, scratch me off the list. And those who have been studying MAAT or Kemet for 4 months, 4 years, 8 years, 10 years, 5 years. Who did your Kemetic teacher tell you that the male lion Netzer is? Go ahead. 66 people watching. Are all 66 people Christians? 66 Jews are watching. Where's the Kemetic people? I need to know the male lion. I mean, that when it comes to war, actual war, who is it which lion fights in the animal kingdom? The male or the female? Now, when it comes to hunting, the great hunt, that's the female that goes out. She's the main huntress, right? But when those hyenas come and attack the female, there's one arch nemesis enemy of the lion family, and that's the hyena. Is that correct? You all watch the nature videos, right? When the hyenas come out in the armies, they come out in tribes of like 10, 20, 15. When they come out, who comes out and kills them? Is it the female? So when the people along the Nile Valley in Africa, when they were watching the lion's behavior, who did they see as the warrior? Who was the one that fought the war? Not the huntress. When the female is being attacked, in every nature video, you've all seen it. You see a couple female lions, and all of a sudden you hear all these weird kind of laughing. Then all of a sudden you see all these eyes pop up. And you see like 12 hyenas, big hyenas coming, and they start just hitting the female, attacking her. And the females, there could be 3 females, 1 female, 2, it doesn't matter. They're looking around, but the hyenas are coming in 15. Who pops out of the bushes? The dust flies, and you see one lion pop out and start just killing hyenas one by one and doesn't eat them. Breaks their neck, leave that one, runs to the next one. Who's that comes out? That's a female? That's Sekhmet? So the people on the Nile Valley saw that. So then who was the male Netzer? 67 people watching. I'm just waiting. Come on. I know this has got to be somebody here that nobody, you have a Kemetic teacher that taught you. No male lion? No. The Kemetic has never seen the male as the warrior, not the hunter. The warrior is the defender. Who's the one that comes and defends the tribe against the hyenas? Nobody? No male lion? No? Welcome to Tutti Podcast. So for those who are watching right now, those who have been studying Kemet Ma'at for 2 months, 2 years, 5 months, 5 years, 10 months, 10 years, 20 years, Who is the male protecting lion? We got Bess. Was Bess the male protecting lion? Was that the male lion of war? So welcome to Tutti Podcast. So just mark the date of the 66 to 70 people. Oh, we got one. Somebody put Mahes. Hold on. Hold on. We got one person of the 70 people watching that has the answer. Whoever your Kemetic teacher is, thumbs up to him. Whatever you study, that's great, because it seems like, according to all the Kemetic teachers out there, the Nile Valley people model the culture after watching the nature and the animal principles of nature and use that, but they never saw the male lion protecting the tribe, right? But you saw the National Geographics, but Ramses never saw. He never saw a male lion fighting. You know that killing was for war, because when the male lion kills the hyenas, he leaves them. When the female lions kill, the pride eats. So one is killing for eating purposes, hunting, and one is killing for straight war. Like a warrior would kill a soldier, he's not going to eat him. But when Ramesses goes out to hunt and catches ducks, he eats the ducks. But when he kills the soldiers, he's not eating them. So when that lion's killing the hyenas, that's the war lion that the Nile Valley people are seeing. So who was that netter? Sekhmet? All right, let's go, everybody. Welcome. Let me see where Anu learned that from. Anu learned it from me. Okay. Shout out to Anu. So of the 70 people watching, shout out to all of your Kemetic teachers that, according to them, the ancient Kemetic people have never seen the male lion as a warrior. So we'll just leave that to the Rastas. The conquering lion of Judah. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tutti Pod class. Let's see where this comes from. Here we go. Boom, 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 and boom. Let's get into it. Ready? Who's the male lion? Are you ready to learn something for the first time? August the 10th, 2024. Ready, everybody? Who's this? Now that I have taught you the word Mak, the warrior protector word, let me introduce you to the male lion netter, and you will now recognize the word Mak right in his name, shown here in the tablet of the king. Tiny Demini had Pa-ur-Mak. Did your Kemetic teacher teach you about Pa-ur-Mak? Or just that the Egyptians are black? Here's Pa-ur-Mak. There he is. And when you go look up Pa-ur-Mak, you're not even going to find him, because they have the name Pa-ur-Mak hidden under another name that's not even Pa-ur-Mak. They purposely changed. See this marionette here? Pa-ur-Mak. There's the Mak. That's the protector. That's who the people saw as the protector, the warrior. This is in the Garstang Museum of Archaeology. Pa-ur-Mak. When you go look up Pa-ur-Mak, try to look him up. You're going to find a completely different Psyops name. They completely changed this name. I'm going to let you all look it up, see if you can find it. Tell me what you find. They changed the name and they added letters to this name so that you can't find Pa-ur-Mak. But here it is, Pa-ur-Mak. Pa-ur-Mak is what? The one who protects. Pa-ir, Pa-ur, the one who Mak. He who is the protector, because that's what the people in the Nile Valley saw. They saw the male lion as a protector. Okay, there we go. The large cat of war was also called Ma, or as Nefertatan said, Ma'u. It's called Ma and Ma'u. Where do we see this before? Here is the Ma, the protector. Where did we see that before? We saw that in somebody's name. What name did we see that? In Alexander's name. The R, that was the protective lion, that got turned into an L that formulated Alexander the Great's name. There is the same lion ready to pounce right there, and that's A-R-K-S, Arik, that they turn into Alex, Alexander, and there's the lion right there. That's the same lion right here. This is called the Ma, the male lion. You see the mane? You see the mane? That's the male lion. Okay? This is going to be a long one. Representing war against Isfet, killing, fettering fiends of Apep, and shooting arrows as one would in a war, as found in the indigenous writings of the Per-Em-Heru, chapter of not being scalded, and the chapter of making return as a rebirth, where you imbue the energy as the personified male lion of war. That's the Ma. Here it is right here. Let me shrink this down a little bit. This is the chapter of not being scalded in water, saith he, I am Or, I am Hememu. I come to the abode of the lion. See that word right there? The Ma'o. The U at the end of it makes it plural. Lions. Ma'u, like netter, single. Ma'u, lions, because the word singular is me, or me, or ma. You see right there? That's the word of the lions. That's the lion. What's the lion doing? He's not hunting to hunt like the female. He's killing and fettering. The abode of the lions with killing and fettering. Now we get into the chapter of making the return. As a man to himself, let me shrink this down. To see his house upon the earth, saith Osiris, Osar Ani, I am the, there it is right there. See the crouching lion again? I am the lion netter. That's the male. That's not the Sekhmet anymore. That's the lion netter. That is the warrior protector, not the hunter one. The female, the hunter one. That's why you see the male netter there with the beard. That's the male one. I am Nook. I am the lion. Coming forth doing what? With strides. I have what? Arrows. Shooting arrows, because that's what the warriors do. Setet. There's the arrow. I have wounded. That's Seta Ifu, wounded. They put in brackets the prey. There's no word prey here. That's why it's in brackets there. Prey is food. Not wounding the prey, just wounded with arrows as you would do in the war. You see? That's the Ma. That's the Ma lion, the male one. And the Pa-Ur-Mak. That's the war lion, the Pa-Ur-Mak. There's the Mak right there. The Mika. That's the male lion with the mane. The male lion. That's the one that deals with the killing and the shooting of arrows, because it represents the warrior, not the huntress, not the hunter. Wow, Tehuti, there are war lions in the writings, and there is Mak as the protector and the lion. The Ptolemies, the ones who put the Bible together and brought the biblical muted version of Makael to this world. Did they know of all this? To even add it to the Bible, did they know it was in the Per-Em-Heru? All this is in the Per-Em-Heru. The Ptolemies know what was in the Per-Em-Heru? Let me show you something. What's this? The Per-Em-Heru of the Ptolemies, 4th to 1st century BC papyrus, now in the Oriental Museum, University of Chicago. There is the same Per-Em-Heru of the Ptolemies. They had the Per-Em-Heru with the Ma and the warrior lion. Boom, there are the authors of your Bibles, Per-Em-Heru, with all the writings of the Mak, war protector, and the lion Maka. They were very familiar and lived the culture of Ma'at before they put the Makael, the war protector god Sar, in the book of Daniel that you hold today. The lion represented the courage and valor, strength in war. When you look up the word valor, which is courage. Courage to be strong. So the lion was associated with valor, or courage, throughout the ancient culture, and it migrated down into English as that which was strong. That was the valor of war. That was pa'ermak. Courageous, because the male lion, unlike the female lion, would go up against multiple hyenas. While hyenas would hunt the female lion, and the male lion, one lion, would go up against 7 to 10 hyenas, whereas 4 hyenas could overpower a female lion. So it was seen along the Nile Valley and other parts of the land as a very courageous act, because you're one beast going up against a multitude to protect your female. As the pa'ermak. Oh, let me show you the declaration each Ptolemy must make before becoming the one who continues the seat of the mock protector king, the one of valor. Let me take you to the translation and transliteration of the famous Rosetta Stone. Let's look at the word valor. In the Medunetter. Here is the Rosetta Stone. And what is it? It is 196 BC during the Ptolemaic dynasty of Egypt. It's a decree of the Ptolemies. That means that the Ptolemies had to say these words in order for them to rule over Egypt, to become the princes of Egypt and the kings. They had to read this declaration. It was their oath. Let's go to the translation inscription. This one is the reign of Ptolemy V. Giza Museum number 5576. Maketh according to the people of Tamaray. That's Tamaray. That's the name of Egypt that people keep only calling Kemet. When Kemet was one of the words, the other word was Tamaray. Here it's Tamaray. Tamert. Month 4th of the spring, day 24 under the majesty of Heru, the Henu, the child, diademed as king upon the seat of his father, mighty of valor. There's the valor right there. Mighty of valor. What's the symbol of valor? 2 lion heads, called the Peh. There's the valor strength, was 2 lion heads. Boom. That's the echoed lion. 2 lion heads, which they continue the Makkah tradition to this day, which is why on the royal coat of arms, the shield of arms, you see the 2 lions. And why do you think the current flag of America has red, which equals the bloodshed of war? I will take you to the report of the committee of the flag, which clearly states the states and confederacy, if adopted long. Let me shrink this down a little bit. The state of, the states of confederacy, if adopted long, may it wave over the brave and free as virtuous people. May the career of the confederacy, whose duty it will then be to support and defend it, be such to endear it to our children's children as the flag of loved, because a just and benign government and the cherished symbol of its valor, purity, and truth. Those are the three colors of the flag of today. And how do you say the colors? The red, the white, and the blue. And you have to say it in that order. When you talk about the United States flag, you don't say the white, the blue, and the red. You say the red, white, and blue, because it goes in the order of the velour, the red, which is the bloodshed of the lion, the pepe. We all knew that white represented purity, and blue was the truth. Red, white, and blue, which is why to this day they say true blue, or true as blue. So it was red, white, and blue. The red is the velour, that is the bloodshed of the male lion killing the hyena, because you have to understand that in Britain and in America, none of them ever saw lions. So the culture just passed down from the Ptolemies, because there are no lions that live in England, there are no lions that live in Britain, and there are no lions like this that live in America. For them to have this lion here with the mane as a symbol of their culture, and the velour, the red, passed on to America, and there's no lions there, and there's no lions in Israel. So you can't have King David as the conquering lion of Judah when there's no lions in Judah. The lions come from the African areas, in the area of Pa-or-Mak, where throughout those areas they saw lions. They didn't see lions in America and in Britain. So that velour is the red lion of the ancient culture. And boom, there's your velour, the same word, and the declaration of the American flag, that the red, the bloodshed of the lion, represents the velour, because the original velour was what? The warrior lions, the pepe, and that was the velour. Back in the Ptolemy time, before the Americans had the velour for their flag, thousands of years prior to, it was the red bloodshed of the lion. The MAAT. Okay, here we go, everybody. Boom. Now remember, this Michael concept was transferred into your Bible as the great war angel who wars against evil before there was even a physical earth, signifying that Michael represents a fight against evil in the spirit realm first, and his enemies were these reptilian dragon types in the book of Revelations. Then a war broke out in heaven. Michael and his angel fought against the devil, fought against the dragon, and the dragon and his angels fought back. But he was not strong enough, so they lost their place in heaven, and the story goes on for them to be cast down to earth. But this is a war taking place in a non-physical realm, according to the Christians, because they say flesh and blood cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven. So therefore, this is taking place before there's flesh and blood in the biblical narrative. But here we have Michael fighting against dragons and throwing them down to the earth. How does this tie into the Ptolemies? Were the Ptolemies living in a culture where there was a Mika, great war cat Netzer, who was more velour strong than the dragon, equaling the evil beings who overpowered this great dragon in the spirit heaven realm, who slayed with the sword type object? Let me bring you right back to the Per Emharu. And what do we have here? We have the great cat, the male cat, called the Ma, the Meow, or the Ma. And what is he doing? He has the sword or the knife cutting the dragon in the Per Emharu. So because it is in the Per Emharu, and the Per Emharu is about the afterlife that takes place in the Netzerkert, and in the Pet, the Sekhet, which is the heaven, this battle is going on in the heavens with the great Mak killing and slaying the great serpent. Boom, there is your great cat, the Mak slaying the great dragon. Oh, and the Ma cat in the Per Emharu I shown you earlier, guess what time period that's from? Remember this Ma cat? An Egyptian Anzerated limestone Ptolemaic Roman. There's that date again, circa 332. That's where this is from. from the Ptolemaic era. Oh, guess what was uncovered in the Fayum area? The Ptolemaic lions uncovered in Fayum, the Mehen, lion-shaped statues. There's the Ptolemaic lions right there. Boom. The Ptolemaic mock protector war cats, the mock. Wow, Tehuti. But in the Bible, Michael is slaying a dragon, not a great serpent like the Ptolemies were depicting. That they were from the Makat. Here, the Makat is slaying a snake, not a dragon, Tehuti. Oh, that's because you never looked up the word dragon. I'm going to do this part, and then I'm going to take a break. What's the definition of the word dragon? Dragon in etymology? Dragon, directly from Latin, draconum, huge serpent. So Revelations 12:7, then a war broke out in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon. That's dracon, which is serpent. So Michael, the great war protector, the Mach, angels fought against the great serpent in this heavenly realm. Boom, dragon equals serpent. So it's right back to the heavenly realm of the Purim Haru, and there's the great cat, the Ma, fighting the serpent dragon and slaying him. I'm going to take a break right here. I have to take a little break, step away for just a moment. We are at, it says 43 minutes, but in actuality, there's about 15 minutes added to that because the timer didn't go off in time. I'm going to take a break right here, put the link in the room, and I have to go refresh myself for a few minutes. You all jump in, tell me what you think so far, and watch how we end this. Here we go. Ready? Boom, there's a link. Jump in the room. I have to go revive myself. I've been teaching it for hours and hours. Man, Egyptians are black. Shout out to Nicholas No Attic. This is incredible, Saba. Ooh, Nicholas No Attic put the axe, fire. Here we go. Jump in the room. There's the first to always jump in. I'm going to step away for a moment. I have to take a break. One moment. Hold on, everybody. Okay, I'm going to take a break. There's SEKHET. She got a little startled and threw like 5,000 hairs on me. I had to move quickly. She just shot a snow of hairs, but my body is, because dealing with spiders for so long, it's kind of immune, but the itch is crazy. How you doing, Anu and Antu?
Excellent and welcome, Saba, from your teachings. I'm very appreciative of this class. There's so much I could say. We'll keep it short, though, so you can take your break, but I'm very thankful for all that you're bringing forth, especially the new stuff as well.
Thank you for that.
New.
And Antu. Oh, what you doing? Oh, say it again, Anu. The lag.
I said Ninu.
Oh, Ninu. Okay, thank you, Ninu. Antu.
I'm doing great. This was wonderful. I love that there's so many little things that you put in here and in all classes, and I pick it up, and it's beautiful because you're answering a question, but there's so many little things in there that help me remember, and there's new things that I'm learning. It's just very beautiful. So I very much.
Nini Uk. Okay, I'm going to step away for a moment. I'll be right back. Annie, jump in. I'll be right back. Just take away for about 8-9 minutes. I just got to recuperate my brain. I'll be back with the rest of this. What's up?
What's up, Saba? Everybody make sure to support our wonderful Saba. If you've never heard of the Netter PHARMA, send in support. I've never heard of that Netter ever. To Saba Kuti for bringing him back to our consciousness. Definitely a very powerful energy, a very powerful Netter. Very appreciative of that jewel. I'm very appreciative of Saba Kuti support. There's the little AI moderator, sending the support, especially if you haven't heard this information. Either way, the support should be sent because Sabatuti is taking the time out of his week to make these answers for us, to teach us, to raise us up, to resurrect our consciousness, make us immortal. He doesn't have to do this, but he does. So support other people out there. They're definitely not doing this. They are just trying to destroy you. So please support our Sabatuti, support the HOA. I'm appreciative of this whole breakdown. I love how Sabatuti went over the L part and how he connected that to the Archangel Michael, and how he connected to AUSAR, and how he gave a new name for me. I did not know a name for a star, which is Sir. I'm happy that Sabatuti went over Sir and how it was a nobleman. I had looked up the etymology of Sir a while back, and I had saw that it was a baron, and it also goes back to Sire, which was a knight. And when I had looked it up, I only thought of it as a European word, and I would always hesitate from calling specifically Europeans that, because I didn't want to make them feel superior or anything like that when they're really just thieves. However, now I know that that word actually goes back to our culture, so I'm able to use it amongst people in our culture where it's deserved. So I'm very appreciative of that, and even more appreciative to know that it goes back to AUSAR. That part is extremely fire. There's so many different fire jewels in this. I love these type of classes where Sabatuti shows in a very detailed manner how certain things turn into other things, like how that verse in Revelations came to be. I'm very appreciative of that. I'm very appreciative of him showing Pepe and the two lions' heads, and then connecting that to the shield. Growing up, I always wonder why certain animals were on these people's shields and their family crests and stuff like that. So I'm very appreciative of that. And he didn't just show it, he explained it as well. He went into it, and then he even showed them saying it too. This is a fantastic class. Everybody support, no matter what. At this point, like if you've heard it or if you haven't, if you have heard it, you gotta say where you heard it from. But either way, support, because this is absolutely magnificent. So to all very much, Sama. Otep with a Sen Ani.
Otep or the Sin. Antu, did you speak on this?
Yes, I did speak just a little bit to Tehuti about it.
Okay. Would you like to elaborate more? The floor is yours. I'll let everyone hear your curve.
Yeah, I really love this. Anu said a lot that I agree with. It's very beautiful. I learned, as he said, about AUSAR's name. I did not know that. That was very nefer. And I love just getting deeper into all of these different things and understanding, as Anu said, where things come from. It's very important to know the origin and to see how things just played out and where we're at now. To look back at where it was in the beginning is just beautiful, because now I'm able to go back in the beginning and stay there instead of being in a confused state in the matrix. So I'm very thankful for the great SABA for being this beautiful doorway to the truth and bringing back the origins and explaining it perfectly and reverting our minds back to what it is and always has been. And yeah, so to all very much, Sama.
All right, wonderful. Very never words, very never medu. Yes, it's a beautiful. This is very powerful, and absolutely in depth. I love how just how detailed he is, and step by step, and just taking the one sentence in Revelation and just step by step breaking down not only why that's there, but how it ended up being that. and showing the Maquis, the protector, right? And that's what Michael is. He's the protector. He's the, I mean, every time you see Archangel Michael, it's always him with a sword fighting. So, and showing how the very important fact that these stories, and this is another thing that I love that he showed, was the papyrus of Daniel, and how that is written in Greek. It's not written in Hebrew. And this is completely ignored, even in academia. How all of these the writings are in Greek, and when you're able to switch your perspective, because they'll put out in the matrix that it was written in Hebrew, and then it was translated into Greek when Ptolemies came in, and there were 70 Hebrew translators who translated it in 70 days. And so they'll teach you that, and so they'll have you thinking that the Bible is originally a Hebrew writing, but it's not, and there's no actual evidence to verify that. And so with the Great Saba, and I learned this first in the book Stepping Out of the Matrix, in the Septuagint, which that's called the Septuagint from the 70. It's a complete alteration of the actual truth, and it's backwards. So when we look at these writings and we see that they're in Greek, and how he walks us through what the Greeks were doing at the time when the dating of these writings come forth, which are 3rd century BCE, the late mid 200 BCE. And so having that factual foundation begins to really break you out of the story that's placed within the biblical writings that people try to make real, but it's not. And so when he shows Mach Kemet, and how he what he was doing, how he was a warrior, and how it starts to make sense whenever you see the documents that now allows the story to begin to unfold. And I love how he shows that, and then also shows some of the Hebrew words as well, including the Sar or the Sir and the magistrate, because the Hebrew language is very small. It's extremely small. It only has like 8,000 words. Maybe everyone can look up how many words documented there are in the Medu Neter. I'll let everyone look that up compared to the Hebrew, which has 8,000 words. And so when you're trying to tell a story and they're saying this translation is coming from the Hebrew and they're translating it into the Greek, it doesn't even make sense based on the language, because there's more words that can start to explain the story, just even in the Greek language than in the Hebrew, where the Hebrew has to use the same words for many different things because there's only so many words. But when you read the Septuagint, the same words that they use in the Hebrew, there's different words in Greek because you can explain more. So to take the translation from something and then make it more diverse, it's backwards. So I love how he just goes deep, step by step, into really showing the origin and the source of the biblical writings, and where a lot of these stories and these characters come from and originate from, and how the language begins to create the names of what these characters have. The names are characteristics of the character. You know, I love how he went in and showed El, and how El is AUSAR, and in the few statues that they have, there's only a few of them. Every one of them, if you just throw it up and say, who is that? That's AUSAR, because he has the ATEF crown on. And, you know, and so with all of this, ancestral artifacts over religious opinion, even still with all of this, there's still, you know, debates going on, even like I said, in the academic circles, because I watch and I pay attention to what these scholars are saying. And, you know, though you know, the scholars will come off and read all the credentials. Oh, I got masters over here. I got masters over here. Yeah, I went and I'm going to get my PhD now. And at the end of all of that, they'll say, yeah, I'm a Mormon. I can show them. I see them. I watch them. And so when people always try to attribute that, you know, these credentials as if it validates, it really doesn't. Just show your information and prove it. It doesn't matter all that other stuff, especially in today's time, because it's not about really what the truth are. It's what you want it to be, and you can begin to create whatever you want from whatever perspective you want to tell it from. But as you continue to ask the questions, the falsehoods start to fall away, and you'll end up within the Medu Neter when it's all said and done. And SABA Tehuti is the absolute greatest to do that and show that time and time again, over and over and over again. So I'm very thankful. I hope you all are supporting what's taking place, and the elimination of Archangel Michael. And because I mean, I know I heard that name so many. There was while coming out of the matrix, you know, there's processes, and I always give Hinu an adoration to the process, the procession that takes place within the Ka to be able to arrive at this space here, because not many people, you know, are around information, you know, that deals with knowledge outside of the main religions. And so you have to something has to begin to happen to begin your research outside of the Judaic religions. And, you know, Archangel Michael is a prevalent force. Whenever anyone's speaking about, they may not know any other archangels. You know, there's many other ones, but Michael or Michael is the main one. It's the top one, you know. And so because thoughts create the consciousness, and the observation makes a reality, just because so many people have that thought process and making it real, the consciousness itself begins to create itself in that way, because there's so much thought that goes into making that real. And not speaking Heru Bahute, you know, not speaking Asar and Ra. So what's taking place here is it truly is a death of a false consciousness that has so much control on many billions of people. This is billions of people who walk around with the thought that that's real, and that it actually originates in something that's factual. You know, for us to be here at this space, which is why it's not the mainstream teachings, because people don't really want that. You know, they're comfortable in a lie. You know, and even when you start to begin to ask questions, the removal of your foundation is a scary thing for everyone. But the beautiful thing is that there's no matter when you keep removing those foundations, it's going to get to MAAT, which is the foundation that everything else was built on. So I love how the Great Saba is able to just dissect this and break it down in so many ways, and showing the pepet and going into the flag and the red, the double lion, and which is, you know, also the actor, and why you see him on the doors, the double lion's gate, and the portals. You know, that all comes from Kemet. And so, you know, because we have access to the facts, the truth, Ma'at, we're able to utilize what's been twisted in its actual original form, which is extremely powerful. So support this, because as the Great Saba said, you know, most people would still be in a particular place without having any type of guidance and showing, you know, what's really taking place. So support this, be a part of the House of ATTON, help us grow, help us get this out, because there are people who want the truth. There's people who want it and just don't know where to look, don't know where to start, you know. So everything that we do is a force, it's an energy that can and will be felt and heard across the planet. So it's just it's a very powerful thing that's taking place. So Hinu to the Great Saba, houseofatton.org. Support, continue sending your questions. All the Michaels of the world can now trace your root back to the source through the Medu. Mike was one of the most popular. I know so many Michaels coming up. So Tua Hinu. Welcome back, Great Saba. Welcome back, Sekhet. Don't shoot any more hairs out. No, when I heard you say that, when I first heard you say that, I put that in one of my early tones. When I said heirs to the throne at you like a tarantula's defense.
That's funny. That's good. That's creative. That's awesome. That's very creative. Okay, we're about to get into it. We're going to continue. Let's get back into it, everybody. Welcome to Tutsi Pod class again. If you just popped up, we're into this next question. Man, we're only down to the three people on the panel. I don't know if everybody bailed out. Not sure what happened to everybody, but shout out to those who continue to be consistent. Show up to the panel. Help relieve me. Help motivate the people while I'm gone. Help keeping things moving while I'm on my break. Let's continue, and we're gonna get back into it. I see Tiny Experience is in the room. Nefertatin, Nook Panuk, Robert, of course. Let's get back into it, everybody. It's 11:21 where I am, and I have another big day tomorrow. We're gonna go right into it. We're at the dragon. The dragon is really a serpent. The war in the heavenly realm. with Michael with the sword and fighting the great dragon. Took place in the Neferkurt that the Ptolemies had. Now we're going to go into the actual other area of where the rest of the details came from. So here we go, everybody. Peace and love to you, Ani Patah. Peace and love to you, Anu and Tu. And we're going to get back into it. Hopefully, get this summarized here in the next 20 minutes. Let's see what we can do. See what the impact at the end is going to be. Peace and love, everyone. Glad you appreciate this so far. Okay, 10 Experience says, I'll be blessing soon. Things get better for me. I don't know that. It's over computer mess up. I'm going to try to. I will be blessing soon when things get better for me. I translated it. All right, wonderful. Let's do it. My Nefertatan says, Saba, you can do it. Let's see. This is the answer. I was actually talking to Nefertatan earlier. I don't have the answer for this. This question had no answer earlier, right before the pod class started. There wasn't any full answer. So we're gonna get into this. Is a magical answer. This is happening right now. So let's get back into it, everybody. Welcome to Tutti Pod Class. Boom, boom, boom. I know a lot of people are falling asleep, but those who hang out to the end will see the end of this and hopefully support at the end when this is all done. 50 people watching. Let's get back into it, everybody. The Archangel Michael elaborated on with this detail for the first time in Earth's history. It's been elaborated on with detail like this, and once again, you get the timestamp, YouTube, documentary, channel page, book page, and let's see what the thorough breakdown has been given before this, leading it back to the Ptolemies. Here we go, everybody. All right, I'm getting the messages from people. Okay, here we go. Boom. Ready, everybody? Press the 9 if you can hear me and see the screen I'm sharing. Press the 9 if you can hear me, see me, and see the screen sharing. Let me check the room to see if I see the 9. As soon as I see the first 9, I'm going to begin. Nefertatan put up a, what is that? Oh, it's hands going like this. Wonderful. Okay, excellent. Okay, we got the 9 there, superhero. We got Nook. Boost, you're still awake, brother? You're still awake? Wonderful. I don't even know where you are, what time it is there. I know you're somewhere, I think in the East Coast, but stay up, brother. Tanya Experience, where are you located? I want to see everybody, where the people's time is over where you guys are. Israel Hoyley, he's up to you being up late. He was or is a server. He's up to he knows the late night hours. Maharu doesn't even live inside of physical time, so all right. Boost says East Coast time. Yes, Sam. Wow, you're up late then. You're up later than I am. Ascari's still here. Ascari, I think he's in the East Coast too. This is good, everybody. Let's do it. You know, we back in the Matrix, people stayed up, going from club to club, going to the hotels, hanging out, you know, till coming back at 4 a.m. So let's have that same tenacity staying up for the truth. Right, everybody? You're welcome to any experience. You've supported too, so you can feel free to come to the panel too as well. And maybe I heard you like scorpions. Maybe I'll bring out SEKHET for you one day. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Boom. Okay, so we found out that the actual dragon is actually the word serpent, and there it is right there. There's the fight that takes place in the heavenly realm between the great mock cat and the serpent there, which they translate to as dragon. So wow, Tehuti, this is deep. This is deep, and it's never been elaborated on before in history. But in the battle Michael had against evil, it said it took place in the skies or in the heavens, because it literally talks about being thrown down to earth as if it's a sky realm, and then the beings are thrown back down to earth. The Christian says this to you and says it took place in the skies, in the heavens, and the serpents were cast down to earth. When the Ptolemies stole that and added it to the Bible, was it only symbolic of just Ma'at versus Isfet? You may be wondering. Well, let me take you. So you may be wondering, is this story just Ma'at versus Isfet? Like this is depicted here. This is the Ma'at versus Isfet, or the great cat Ma'at versus the Isfet, and being slayed so that you can continue in the afterlife. This is not in the physical realm. So is this story just taken from something that's not in the physical realm? Because when we read the Bible one, the biblical one appears to be they were cast down to the earth, as the Christians say. There was a war in heaven and there was no place found for the devil, the dragon, and his angel, and they were cast down to earth. So was this just symbolic when it was stolen? You may be wondering. Well, let me take you directly again to the reconstructed temple of the Ptolemies. Everything here is going to lead to the Ptolemies themselves. This is the temple of Kam-Ambu, reconstructed by the Ptolemies. Here it is right here. Temple of Kam-Ambu. Temple of Kam-Ambo is an unusual double temple at the town of Kam-Ambo in Aswan, Governorate, Upper Kemet. It was constructed during the Ptolemaic dynasty in 180 to 47 BC. Some additions were later made. Okay, so this is in the Aswan area, the same area that PHARMA actually comes from. So here it is right here. So what's on this temple? This is a story translation is on the walls. So this is one of the temples that, instead of a papyrus story or a tablet or a stela, the actual story of Heru-Behutet are actually, you have to go to the temple and read the wall. That's where the story is. So what is on this? This is the redone Ptolemaic temple, and this is the other one here, the temple of Edfu. And you'll find here the legend of what's called Heru-Behutet, translated in Legends of the Gods on page 59. Here it is, heaven. It starts off, heaven to this day. When he saw the enemies in the heights of heaven, he set out to follow after them in the form of a great ATTON, or winged disc, or the Behutet. And he attacked with such terrific force those who opposed him. They could neither see with their eyes nor hear with their ears, and each of them slew his fellow. In a moment of time, there was not a single creature left alive. Then Heru-Behutet, shining with very many colors, came forth as a great winged. Now here, this is a war in the skies. And earlier on in the story, it describes these beings as serpent-like creatures. So here's the literal documentation of a war in the sky. And Heru-Behutet is following these beings and attacking them so fiercely that they can't even see each other. And they confuse themselves with their own enemy. And they're killed. But this war is taking place in what's called the heavens, which is just anything above the earth. So here's the war in the heavens with the dragon reptile type creatures and Heru. And we go on to read the story in line 4. And Heru-Behutet said, "Advance, O Ra, and he took thou upon thine enemies who are lying under on this land." Thereupon the majesty of Ra set out on the way. And now the goddess, or the Anunnaki, the Anuna, Ashtaroth, is there with him. And he saw the enemies overthrown on the ground, each of them being fettered. So here is the war that takes place in the heavens with these serpent-type creatures, according to the story. And then they're thrown down to the ground. A war broke out in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon and his angels fought back, but they were not strong enough, and they lost their place in heaven. And the story goes on to saying they were cast down to the earth, as the Christians and the Hebrews say. And here's the fight that takes place, recorded, rewritten by the Ptolemies, of the war that takes place in the heavens with Heru, the Mach, and the serpent-type creatures. And when the war was, here it is right here. The Ptolemies had this story before the book of Daniel was written, and they were the ones that put out the book of Daniel. So they were very familiar with the war in the heavens of serpent-like creatures and the Mach, the fighter, or the Heru in the heavens, and beings being cast down to the earth. These are the same people that put out the Bible. They had this on the temple walls, which existed way before the Bible was ever written, and the book of Daniel. And the book of Revelations was written 400 years after this. Boom, Heru fighting serpent-like creatures, overthrows them, and they are cast down to earth. The Ptolemies were familiar with the Makkah warriors hundreds of years before the Bible, because Makkah El ended up in their new created Bible that you hold today. But this existed hundreds of years. This existed long before, thousands of years, but this rendition existed in the Ptolemaic time while they were putting out the Bible. The so-called Septuagint was coming out around this time, but this was prior. These writings here were prior to the Septuagint even coming out. So this is what the people that put out the Septuagint, the first Bible, I want Christians and Hebrews to know, these are their temples. Nothing about Hebrews are here, but the war in the heavens is here. The beings being cast down to earth is here. Oh, by the way, guess what Heru was called after this war in the heavens, casting down the evil serpent-like creatures? We're going to go right to the indigenous writings. And what does it say here? In his life in this place, and for this reason, the abode of the palace of Heru Behutet is called Sweet Life unto this day. And Ra said unto Tehuti, here was the slaughter of mine enemies, and in the place is called Teb unto this day. And Tehuti said unto Heru Behutet, thou art the great protector, the Maka'ah. There is the war in the heavens. They're cast down to the earth, and the fighter is called Makkah, right there. And the boat of Heru Behutet is called Maka'ah unto this day. Then Ra unto the Netiru, where is following, behold now, let us sail our oar boat upon the waters, for our heart are glad because our enemies have been overthrown to the ground. Revelations 12:7, and the war took place, war broke out in the heavens. Makkah El and his angels fought against the serpent, and the serpent and his angels fought back. It was a group of them, just like there's a group of them in the original story, but they were not strong enough, and they lost their place in the heaven and later cast down to the earth. Here is the story originally. The book of Revelations is written 100 AD, 110 AD. This is not even in the BC times. This is in 110 AD. This is 400 years after the first Ptolemies came to Kemet. There's your story. Boom! Makkah fights a war in heaven, overthrows the dragons, which are serpents, and then they're cast down to the earth. Welcome to the Tuti Pod class. SABA Tehuti, breaker of the matrix. Let's continue, everybody. Boom, let's go. Here we go. Yes, there's more. I know right now Christians are saying this is deep, but Tehuti messed up. When you look up the word Mikael, it means one who is like God. Go to Strong's Concordance Hebrew, Michael, the name of the archangel. Because here's where Hebrews and Christians may rebuttal. Michael, Mikael, the name of the archangel of 9 Israelites. Hebrew, this is the meme because I can read this isn't even Hebrew, but I can read this language. It's recalled Hebrew. Here's the meme. This is the Yad, this is the Ka, this is the Alif, and that's the Lamed. Mikael, Strong's Concordance word, H4317. What's the usage? Michael. What does it mean? Who is like God? So the Christians and the Hebrews may say, all this that Tehuti's breaking down, the word Mikael is not Makkah from the protector. When you look at the word, it means one who is like God. Tehuti, we got you now. Mikael means one in the likeness, one like God, the likeness of. Mika is the likeness of. That is our Mikael, the great warrior who is in the likeness. Mika is likeness. It doesn't mean protector. He was the protector. Oh, remember the war protector lion called Ma and Mach, protector, from which the Ptolemies lived by? Remember this? Remember this? In 332 BC, the time of the Ptolemies, Ptolemaic lions. That's the Ma, that's the Mach. There it is right there. Remember this? Remember that laying down lion with the mane? Remember that image right there. Guess what the Ma, Mach, lion means in Medu Neter? This is the word Ma, but I never told you what the word Ma actually means in Medu Neter. What does it mean? Boom, Ma, the likeness of, like. There's the line right there laying down. It means the likeness of. Mikael, one who is like. The Mika is the one who is like. The El is the God part. Hotep, I am done. And there's much more, but that leads into the Ma milk bottle and the echoed nourishment of the lion cat consciousness decipherment. But I will stop right here. To my knowledge, this alone is the most in-depth matrix breaking elaboration on the Archangel Michael plagiarism in history. I hope you appreciate it. So I have much more. I'll just give you a peek. Boom, boom, boom. There's all this. There's more. But I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop right there because by far this right here is the most elaborate breakdown on the Michael plagiarism in history thus far. So even when the Christians come and say Mika means one in the likeness of, not the lion, the Mach. Yeah, because the lion, the Mach in Medu Neter is the warrior lion, which means in the likeness of. There's your Ma from Michael. Boom, Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken, and there's so much more. If anyone wants to request more, you can go ahead and request it. Matrix broken. For those who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the past years on the July 4th ritual or Halloween or going through the roller coaster rides, if you have learned or if this has had any impact or has advanced your recent current understanding of the subject matter, send your tip of reciprocity appreciation called Archangel Michael, or Archangel Michael the Truth, Ma'at Mach Protector, the Conquering Lion, or any creative title that you can come up with, to Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at RockySV, Hotep, I am done. One hour and 17 minutes. I hope you all. I'm going to put the link in the room for the team to jump in, the supporters to jump in. That was 1 hour and 10 minutes. I hope you all really appreciated that. If you've seen any elaboration of someone asking about the origin of the Archangel Michael and where it comes from and its Ptolemaic, Kemetic roots, Tamarian roots, or Medneta roots, if you see anything like that, put the timestamp of the YouTube video, the documentary, put the book, the page number, or whatever you can in the room, and we will see if there's such a thing as ever been elaborated to that. Well, I put the link in the room, but it says having trouble connecting. They put the link back in. You all seen the link? It says having trouble connecting. Please check your internet connection. Is the link in the room, everybody? Press 9 if the link is in the room. I don't even know if you all can hear me. It's, am I on live? Oh, there's Anu and Antu. Anu and Antu, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, SABA.
Oh, okay. That's very interesting. So there it is. Booth says, oh, what is all this? Booth says, Michael, come out, you're busted. Saba broke the matrix once again for a Nephra Marie pod class. There it is, everybody. Archangel Michael broken down. Tiny experiences Nephra. I think she's got Nephra. There it is. Boom. So there it is, everybody. There it is. Annie. There it is. Anu and Antu. I actually stopped. I stopped. I was gonna get into the nourishing milk bottle. I said, no, what's happening? Let me just stop. right there. If that question is asked again, then we'll get into why the lion means likeness of. We're going to get into the nourishing milk bottle and everything that the ancient people of Tamaray together to equal this. Why is the lion the protective lion? It's male. It's also the nourishing milk bottle. And how does that tie into? I'm gonna stop right there. So there's the answer right there. There's the more than the answer right there. Hope you all appreciated it. Oh, Bella has appeared. There's Bella. How you doing, Bella? Uh-oh. She's on mute. Okay, we're gonna go to. I don't know if she. Can everybody hear me? Everybody's on mute. Can you hear me, Scribe?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Oh, how you doing, Bella? You off? Can you hear me?
Yes, too. Greetings, Saba. Beautiful class and beautiful answers. To very much, Nefer.
You're doing it very much, and then you said Nefer. Is that what you said? There's a lag. Repeat that last part, Bella. There's something, some type of lag or something happening here. Would you say two and what?
I called you Nefer. I'm sorry. My mic is.
Okay, two. Okay, two. I heard you. Two. All right. Anu and Antu, how you all doing? You all like that answer so far? That's all I'm gonna give for now.
Yes, bro. It was an excellent answer. I loved it. I love everything in it. I even love the part where you didn't have to mention this, but you did. How in the beginning of the Heru story, you mentioned how the beings that they were fighting were serpent-like. That goes together with the question I'm going to ask in the future. So, two up for that. I love it all. I love cats. I love lions. I love defense. So I really love this class. Two up very much.
Nini Uk. Glad you appreciate it too. I love cats myself. I had a cat here that had 78 babies. 78. Can you believe that? 78 babies. 78 babies. I love. I like them. I never had them. I had this one when I was a child, and it used to do this thing in my ear and purr and put me to sleep. It only had half of a tongue because my piranha ate the other half. But you know, that's just my weird life. So I'm glad you you enjoyed it. How you doing, Ansu?
I'm doing great. This was very Nefer. I learned a lot. I loved how you put the Heru story next to the other story. That was just the way you put it next to each other. Just really, really let that set in my mind. So that was very, very Nefer and very beautiful to it very much.
Nini Uk, glad you appreciate it. Nini Uk, how you doing there? Annie, man, Michael.
Michael, yeah, I'm doing excellent. Yeah, that was absolutely, yeah, as you said, the most detailed teaching on Archangel Michael by far, and yeah, I'm just thankful and grateful that you are able to that you choose to come forth as you do and teach us in all the ways that you do. So to great Saba for that. And I did want to ask one thing, if I may.
Okay. Yeah, you never ask questions. Go ahead. Actually, you do. You ask some of the best questions ever. But go ahead. You never ask them live, but go ahead.
I always wondered about the name El and how it's God, and then you see El as a Sar, and then we know that in the Medu Netter, the El is the R, which is Ra, So does that originate from actual Ra, the R?
That is a great question, and the answer is that the actual L, as in the L and the Ilu, go back to a language that is not actually related to the Meru, and existed side by side, and it actually goes back to the Anuna language, where the areas were called Bab Ilu, thousands and thousands of years ago. The L in that language is a definite article. So when you think of a being, and say in this language here, when you think of one that stands out, you call it the, as opposed to a. Then you can add attributes to the other end of the. So by time the language, the Kiingi language, turned into the so-called Semitic languages, it kept the concept of the, and that's why you see when it comes to the attributes of Allah, which was developed right in the exact same area, you'll see the word El in front of every attribute. El Nur, El this, El that, El that. By the time that gets back into the hands of the people that descended from the Ptolemies, they put it as the definite article, and that's why you have words like El Secondo, El Paso. El becomes the definite article. So it existed side by side while the Ra was being used as a definite article. But I do understand, I do see where that comes from, and it is true that the L, when you transfer it back in Ptolemy's time, it would be actually R. They would have said it R, but it would not have the same meaning, because they both existed. If you actually go back and look at the Kiingi language is right there side by side with the Meta Netter. It's some 5,000 BC, and it was there with them, not in the contact with the people of the Meta Netter to influence the language. The cuneiform language and the Meta Netter are strikingly different, and you can't really show a correlation of where the cuneiform comes from the Meta Netter. But that's a great question, though. But it's actually of the same age. But when the Ptolemies had it, they would have said it like what you're saying. That would be thousands of years later. And they got it. Great question, though.
Okay, to our great Saba, because I also saw in the Hebrew El can also mean, it's like a preposition for to go towards something, to go to something, and I know that Ra also means towards. You can use it to go towards something. So it's interesting, and I do love the I do love the Medu and the Kiingi, and how you teach them in their proper context, the Imigur, and how it just gets morphed into, these later cultures. So Tua, great Sabo, Tua for answering that for me.
Now the Hebrew, which you said only has 8,000. English has the English has 500,000, and the Hebrew only has 8,000. So the Hebrew one is the one that was taken. The Hebrew L that we're calling Hebrew, that comes way after the Kiingi L. So the Hebrew definition of words, which are actually stolen from the Phoenician, which was the Canaanite, Punic Canaanite language, which were that was heavily. If you look at the This is where the confusion comes in. So when you look at the Phoenician language, where they're taking L from and they were taking words from, that's from Metaneter. So that there is an L and there's an influence from the Metaneter that the so-called Hebrews and Proto-Sinaitic Hebrew that they took from, while simultaneously there was the original one which goes back to Uruk, but the Phoenician one is completely taken, and that's why you'll find that you'll find that the word L, that's the Phoenician definition, is that one is from the Metaneter, yes. So yes, there's multiple things going on at the same time. There's the original two, and there's one that stole from it and evoluted new concepts, and you can tell because the Hebrew concept of their god El, they put to fight against Ra. So when you look up the Hebrew word for that which is evil, it's the word Ra, and it's also the word to see, which is the eye of Ra. So the word for seeing is Ra, which is the eye, and it's also the word for evil, because as they were creating the stories way after the original language, they were stealing words. Yes, so you are right for the Hebrew and the Phoenician, just not for the Kingi one.
Okay, Tua, Hinu, great Saba, Tua.
Nini, so shout out to everybody. As you can see, yes, that's how you should actually answer questions. They say just do them live. So just stand in front of 2,000 people and just talk, putting it together in a pretty form. If I was to answer that same question, if I was sent in as a podcast question, that'd be 45 minutes of pictures and diagrams and words and all of that. So shout out to just the demonstration that these answers, a lot of these that being sent to me, I have the answers in my head. I'd have to make them pretty for the pod class. So shout out to you, Annie. Appreciate that.
Appreciate you.
All right, we're gonna go into the support to see who supported for that question. I only see 2 people. Wait, let me reset this. Maybe people didn't see that answer. It's my answer. Oh, okay. I see more. Okay, I see what's happening. TT, if you're listening, check the PayPal. Let me see if I'm missing a PayPal. Okay, here we go. We're gonna go to who's this? Okay, shout out to no, I'm not gonna read this on the pod class. Hold on a second. Oh, I'm not screen sharing. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me see something. One more, everybody. Hold on. What is this? Okay. Okay, we'll get into that. We'll get into that. Okay. All right. So shout out to Robert E. Williams. Here we go. Here is a support for that answer, the Archangel Michael. Shout out to Shesh Diet and Bijan and Farah. I haven't seen them. I haven't seen them in a while. Okay. One moment. Hold on.
Yeah, I was thinking about Bijan Farrell the other day and wondered how he is. I haven't seen him.
Me neither. One moment, everybody. Hold on. Spider here. Hold on.
Yes, as the great Salva Tehuti, just until he comes back. To our everyone, make sure everyone has hit the like button while you're here. Support. it's a beautiful thing. So to out of everyone who does so, appreciate that. Peace, Bella. Glad to see you on the panel. Hope you are doing well. But yes, Henu everyone, houseofatton.org. Go there and get your merch, Pathways to Awakening. All of that information will be available really soon on the website. You'll be able to get your tickets, and once you purchase your tickets, then there'll be even more details and some images. But it's a private event for those who support the Great Saba, and we're going to celebrate each other. We're going to celebrate the Great Saba and those who support him. We're going to do some beautiful ceremonies. We're going to have some tones being played, some performances, some activities. It's a beautiful thing. So keep on the look on houseofatton.org for all the updates. And Discord is where we'll keep everyone actively updated. So welcome back, Great Saba.
Good to be back. Good to see you back. Good to see you back. So, okay. We're going to get into this. Here we go. Dr. Tatton says, SABA really business to teach off the cuff like this. SABA really lives this to teach. Oh, SABA really lives this to teach off the cuff. Yes. What I'm gonna do one day is I'm gonna put out my classes. I have my classes on VHS that I was teaching when I was around 20. What? I don't know. It was probably Bella's age or Anu's. I don't know. I don't really keep my age, but I was definitely around 20 or something. Where I'm gonna put those out, sections of them out, where I would stand up in front of 1,500 people, and people would just come and ask questions, and I had to answer them. And YouTube and Google wasn't invented yet, I don't think. There was no such thing as that. It was just me with books, and I had to answer them. They put the screen shares out after I answered, so I would have to answer. I would answer the questions, and then the people that put the videos together would edit what I'm talking about over me talking, because at that time there was no internet to look up things. At least I don't remember. So I'll put that out one day. Okay, we're gonna go. Let's get into it, everybody. So shout out to that. And hey, you know what's interesting? Okay, I'm gonna leave that part alone. I'm in for the next part of the answer to that, to the Michael thing. Okay, here we go. All right, everybody, we're gonna get into Robert Williams. Robert Williams, shout out to you. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. $20.72. Bella, you haven't been here to the class. You got a lot of reading to do, so we're gonna have you read like 3 of them. So could you go ahead and read that? You got some reading catch up homework to do. So Robert Williams, 2072. Bella, go ahead and read that for me, please.
Phil for letting me says 2072 for I never knew the great lion Mao was made Michael too.
Mm-hmm. Give Robert some hand claps for that, please. Okay. Shout out to everybody. Support the Tuesday podcast. It's this is a lot of work, and I'm actually taught half the class itching with spider hair, so it's not, I'm not sure what else going on out there in the world, but this is this is interesting for me to do this. What are they doing? Skunks spray. You got to take a tomato shower, so I'm gonna take the meanest shower after this. I have about 1,000 spider hairs have hooks on them, and they hook into your body, and they pull at your skin. So, and I have the second itchiest spider in the world on my head. The first itchiest is Oram, the bird eater. The second itchiest is this bird eater, and the hairs are like, it feels like I am being electrocuted right now as I'm talking. But this is the life that I live, and it's no problem because I actually felt worse when the sidewinder bit me, and I was still debating. So I can make it through that. I can make it through this. Let's go. Let's do it, everybody. Shout out to Robert Williams. Appreciate your support. Next up is Owen Hythe. Owen Hythe. I don't even know if I read your first one, but here we go. You can see another one here. Owen, because Owen Hythe is the one that asked the question, so he's actually sending in the tip for his appreciation. Shout out to you, Owen Hythe. Here we go. Shout out to you, Owen Hythe. Appreciate you for your great support. The original question and then the tip afterwards. Appreciate you. That's crazy. My eyes do this crazy, but here we go. All right, shout out to you, Owen Hythe, who $21.72. Bella, you there? What's that? Is that the kid that passed by? Who's that? I see fur moving. It's gone. Okay.
Yes. So for letting me read it again, it says 2172 for tip 4 fantastic breakdown mock L.
Give him some big noise. Owen Hythe, this is who asked the question in the first place. Shout out to Owen Hythe. Appreciate you. Who's on the sound? Is that? I don't hear anything. What is that?
You don't hear anything?
Who's the sound man? No. You all hear anything?
Here we go.
Is that a Tef that came in? I drink some water. Tef, are you in the room?
Oh, Tef, yes, I'm here, Great Saba. Yes.
Okay. Okay, wonderful. Good. We got 2 sound people. Excellent. Okay, here we go, everybody. So shout out to Owen Hythe. Appreciate you. You are excellent, marvelous, and a great supporter. I'm glad you appreciate the answer. Show that to your friends or anyone that you want to get the real elaboration on Michael. Is this Owen Hythe again? Wait a minute. Oh, Owen Hythe is tipping for his Nisya class of 2 years ago. Owen Hythe he's doing a lot of great things tonight. He's going back to the original question that he asked me 2 years ago, and he's tipping for that, showing support again for that one. So that's nice. I actually used Owen Hythe's actually used this question in my podcast intro as an example of the variability, the diversity of the questions that can be asked. So shout out to Owen Hythe. We're gonna go ahead and show this here. Give him some big noise again. Owen Hythe again. 2172. And I can read this one because it just says council class, the Nissan council class. 2 years ago. 2222. 72222. Give him some big noise, please. Thank you, Owen Hythe. Appreciate you. You are excellent. On HITHE, he says, he has a message. He says, trying to come on Discord. I think there's some words missing there. I'm not sure. Are you? Okay, well, contact Annie. Annie is the one over the Discord. We're trying to get on the Discord. I'm not sure if you're saying trying to come onto the panel, but if you're trying to come onto the panel, then here's the link. That should mean by the Discord. You're talking about the Discord, the actual Discord. That's and Annie will guide you through that. But there's a link if you want to come on the panel, my good brother. Okay, next support up. Primordial is in the woodwork somewhere in the background, watching in silence, and he stated that too in the donation here. Looks like, excuse me, I'm gonna get Bella to read this one. Shout out to Prim. Woo. Okay, boom. We're gonna put shout out to Primordial and wonderful Bella. If you can read this. I'm stuck on the screen, so it's okay. Here it is. Bella, if you could read this for me, please. You will be my main reader of the night. Boom. There it is. You're on mute, by the way.
Phil, for letting me read it. Says 35. For excuse my absence, great SABA. We'll watch playback.
Okay. Give him some big noise. It's a big support here. Give him some big noise for this. Thank you, Primordial. Appreciate that. And thank you, Bella, for reading.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You are Nini Uk. All right. Oh, well, let's hold this on the screen from there. Back to the donations. There we go. And of course, the duad. Let me go ahead and see if I can get it on the screen. Shout out to the great duad, and since they are the ones that send this in, I will get one of them to read. I'll put hey, it went from 15. Okay. Where are they? Shout out. Whoa, what's going on here? Shout out to the great dude on the screen. Oh, what was that? N2, are you okay? Or was that a glitch?
I'm good. Yeah.
You look like one of those. Okay, you look like those. They have like shape shifting videos where the eyes do this weird thing. I don't know if your eyes were. I don't know if you were fading into. I don't know what that was, but I had to check on you real quick. I didn't know what happened. Okay, good. Okay, you're okay. Okay. Wonderful. Okay. Okay, go ahead. And two, can you read this for us? I don't know if you're getting sleepy or if you're shape-shifting. I'm not sure what's happening, but go ahead and read that for us while you're still conscious.
It says, Henu Tehuti MAAT, slaying Michael as Mak with a lion and an axe.
Wonderful. Thank you, and two, for reading that. And go ahead, sound man, whoever's on the sound, give some hand. Thank you. Here's a little extra jewel for you all, a little thing that I'm being reminded of. So I was going to debate two Nation of Islam guys. I forgot their names. There's two Nation of Islam guys, Salam and Anu. I was so surprised the Nation of Islam guy named Anu. And I was going to have a double debate. Nefertatan, are you 88? Is it 88? Hey, I gotta scroll back down for that if it's 88. Shout out to you, respect. Thank you, Tua. I was gonna debate two Nation of Islam guys, Salam and Anu, which is the strangest Nation of Islam name ever, but Salam and Anu. And that was the name I was gonna debate under. I was gonna do something never seen in the debate culture, but they bailed out of the debate. I was gonna have some fun. So I was gonna come with a menorah. I was gonna come with a Hebrew head wrap, a menorah, and I was gonna debate them for the Hebrew Israelites. And I was gonna have a double debate, but I wasn't gonna come in as Tehuti. I was gonna come in as that name. My debate name was gonna be Mikael. And I was gonna debate under Mikael two Nation of Islam people with a menorah. And I was going to do it in behalf of the Hebrew Israelites and win a debate as a Hebrew Israelite just for fun, because debating was getting so boring. Winning as the Tehuti, I was going to win and give the win to the Hebrews, though. It didn't happen, though. It was going to be a 2-on-1 win for the Hebrew Israelites, and I was going to debate under the name Mikael. Just a little, that just came to me now. All right. So here we go. Gabriella, peace and love to you. We're gonna get this question right, Gabriella. I see some emails to find out what. I'm trying to comprehend the Gabriella question. I see you sent, I think, 2 other emails. I'm gonna scroll down and see if we can sort this question out. I actually thought it was something completely different, and when I read it again, I was like, wait a minute. Okay, so we're going to sort all that out. That's going to be great. Shout out to Gabriella here. Great support of the Tuesday class. Nefertatan says yes. Okay, good. So that's at the bottom. When you actually send the donation early, it actually goes to the bottom in the way that the Gmail moves on and pushes things downwards. Okay, shout out to the wonderful existing mother and soon to be new mother, Gabriella Lopez 2222. Can you read that for me, Bella?
Yes, Tua, for letting me. It says 2222 for all the inner time and hidden gems with a purple heart.
Thank you, Bella, for reading that. Give her some big noise for the inner time. Were you going to say something, Bella? I saw you.
Okay. You're welcome, Tua.
Nini Uk. And Nefertati's phone's at 88%. Oh, man. Okay, wonderful. Shout out to Gabriella. Wonderful support. Continuous as always. And Annie Patel, I'm gonna read yours in a little. Oh no. I downloaded your donation. Let me hold on. Okay, this donation here is custom made tees. Custom made tees. Here we go. Oh, come on with this computer, man. All right, everybody. Where are the monster donators of the night? I see Bella's in there. Where's everybody? Who's been watching this class today? Custom AT, shout out to Custom AT, who gave, who is this? I am Kudani. I am Kudani. Okay, Bella, you got some reading to do.
Anything for you, Nefer. So for like you read it. Says 666 204, extending the meaning into Michael. The knowledge interlinks so much, joins the dots, expands the meaning. Nefer. I am Kudzani.
I am Kudzani. Shout out to I am Kudzani. I'm going to give him some big noise, please. Now we're going to scroll down now. We're going to scroll down to the bottom and see some of the earlier ones that were given. And is there another page? Oh, okay. We have Jinx, did you get class 47 already? I'm wondering if this was sent to you already, because this seemed to have been sent earlier, some days ago. So, Superhero, if you're listening, did you get this already? Let me know. There was some other classes that were sent out in the week. I don't know if you were one of them. Let me check. So, Anu, Antu, Bella, while I'm talking, if you guys can check me.
He said, I
did good. You got it. You got the class. I did get. Go ahead, you can read it. I did get. What did it say, Anu?
He said, I did get 7. I'm working on it.
What did it say, Anu? Okay, good. Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and show this. Oh, nice. There's appeared in the room. I'm going to go ahead. What height you press mute on your phone?
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. Press mute. Everybody press mute right now. This all kind of echo. Put on HITHE on mute for a moment.
Oh, in HITHE, you have to mute your. If you're watching on your TV, be sure to mute your TV whenever you come on to speak. To us, SABA.
Okay, so there it is. Give him a clap for that. Give him a clap. Okay, so that's, and then we're gonna go down to the bottom. We got who's this? This is Michael Stanton. Oh, here's the, yeah, okay. So it was Jinx and Michael Stanton's meta classes went out, but I'm going to show Michael Stanton anyway. Shout out to Michael Stanton. I'm not even sure who that is in the pod class. It's a new name to me. But he did order these classes right here. So we're going to give Michael Stanton, and two. Could you read that one for me?
Yes, I can. $60 for kindly request MetaNetter classes number 45, 47, and 49. My email address is f1.racing.mike@gmail.com. Thanks in advance.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, and two. Appreciate you, and give him. Give him some big noise.
Another Michael.
Wonderful. Yeah, it is. How you doing, Owen Hythe? How are you, my good brother? Can you hear me? Let me have his YouTube open. Let me have his YouTube open. Owen? I don't know what's happening.
Owen Hythe, mute your TV in the background and unmute your phone so you can come through clear.
Okay.
My mic is on now.
Perfect.
Nah, still muted.
I hear you great. You sound great now. Maybe you can't hear us. Okay. One Hythe, he's going to work on that. He's going to fix it. Wonderful. Excellent. He's going to get that done. In the meantime, let's go to the next, which is One Hythe, he's going to work on that. He's going to fix it. Wonderful. Excellent.
Yeah, is it all working now?
In the meantime, let's go to the next, which is I hear you. I hear you great.
Yeah, is it all?
Okay, great. Okay, great. Okay, we're gonna give a shout out to this is FA men under class 7, 8, and 9. Give him some big noise for that. This is sent out to him in the week as well. Out to you and Black Alucard. I think he got his well. If not, we're gonna give this to him right now. Shout out to Black Alucard for the MetaNetter Magic class. A lot of MetaNetter orders throughout the week. Those two got it. I don't think Black Alucard got his. And we're gonna give him a shout out. Then we're gonna get his sent out right now. So, shout out to the brother Black Alucard for ordering the MetaNetter Magic classes. And here we go. MetaNetter Magic class 59 and 60. Give him some big noise, please. Okay, so let me do this. Is it boss? Boss fee. There we go. All right, you have men at a class 60 right now, and Scribe, go ahead and resend me 59, please. I gotta. It's in another file that I don't have time to look for any right now. So you have men in a class 60, and then men in a class 59 will be on its way in a moment. Shout out to Black Elucard, appreciate you. Who also locked down his Ren. Black Elucard sent his donation and locked his Ren down. So he will be one of the ones receiving. He'll be announced next week. He'll be one of the ones receiving his Ren for the Ren ceremony live at the Pathways of the Awakening. Let me go ahead and put him in the file. Make sure that it's in the right Ren file. I have hundreds of Ren files. I call this one Ren Pathway. Okay, it's in there. Shout out to you, Black Elucard. You are locked down for your new Ren. And next up, Nito Campbell. Now we're getting close to Nefertati. There we go. Shout out to Nito Campbell right here. Appreciate you, good brother. Shout out to you. And here's Nito Campbell. And I'm gonna check on Owen Hythe one more time to see after this to see if his mic and sound works good. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Give him a clap. He says, "Peace, everyone." Give him a hand clap, please. That's being wonderful. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Appreciate you. Okay, Owen Hythe, I'm gonna try you one more time. Can you hear me at all right now?
Can you hear me, brother?
Yes, I hear you nice and clearly. Can you hear me? I can hear you great. I don't know if you can hear me.
I don't know what the problem is. Oh, you can hear me. Okay. All right. Yeah,
Oh, wow,
now
it's
I
a
can hear
long
you.
way.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't know. I'm
good. You
having a
can hear
bad connection. All right. Yeah, I'll say this real quick. Yeah, I'll say this real quick. Yeah. I'll say this real quick. Yeah, I'll say this real quick. Your presentation was fantastic. Okay, and I appreciate it. Your presentation was fantastic, and I appreciate it. And also, all these young people that are your students are fantastic. And also, all these young people that are your students are fantastic. And they are the teachers of tomorrow. And they are the teachers of tomorrow. And also the breakdown. I knew it led back to Kemet, and that's why I knew I had to ask you that question. The breakdown. I knew it led back to Kemet, and that's why I knew I had to ask you that question. And I think you know me very well because I do ask questions that will help clarify things for other people in other areas so that they'll understand.
Absolutely. And yes, I knew that.
I love you, brother, and I love your whole movement. And the best to you, and I will always support you. I love you, brother, and I love your whole movement. And the best to you, and I will always support you. And I love your whole movement. And that Council on Nicaea was excellent. and I'll sign off because of this sound is crazy. But God bless all of you. The best to you. And Tehuti, keep doing what you're doing. Yeah, and also, just stay on top, brother. Hotep.
Tua, thank you, Hotep. Thank you very much for your consistent support and love. Tua to you. Tua, thank you. Okay. On to okay, see Nefertati coming up in Bella. We got the monster supports coming up. We got Nook, Panuk. I think this is the second of the night, or the second that I'm announcing tonight. Because this was actually given, I think this one was given before the pod class started. Shout out to Nook, Panuk. And we're gonna get Okay, Anu, could you read that one for me, please?
Yes, I can, Saba. $9.99 for Hotep Neteru. We here seriously with a star emoji. Ma'at with some sort of blue emoji. I don't know if that's a blue eye or what that is.
It's a blue eye. Thank you, Anu. Appreciate that. Thank you, Nook Panuk. And he gave 2 donations, which equal $20 or more. So give him a hand clap for this one too. Oh. Well, this isn't a donation. This is it's a WeTransfer. Right now, scroll up. There's what is this? Oh, Dr. LaRoche. All right, shout out to Dr. LaRoche. We have another podcast question to be added to the list. This is going to be a nice one. And shout out to Dr. LaRoche, who was actually in the class earlier. And let me go ahead and log this in here. From, what's the date? 8/10, really. From log and okay, shout out to Dr. LaRoche. And here's a question in from Dr. LaRoche, the great supporter, great doctor, actual doctor. Shout out to you. And he sent in this question here. And how about Scribe? Could you read that one for me, please?
Yes, $40 for Nile Valley Origin of Wrestling podcast. Thanks.
Give him some hand claps, some noise for that. Here we go. Who here's ever done wrestling before? Anybody here been wrestling lately? Let me come off the screen. Any wrestlers in the house?
Lately, no. Used to wrestle all the time, though.
Oh, man. Nobody near her knows any submission moves? No? Oh, here we go. Oh, ATEF has appeared on the screen out of nowhere. You must be a wrestler. WWF ATEF. What do you have?
Yeah, not recently, Saba. Just fighting ISFET.
Okay. Anu, you know any You know any wrestling at all? You've been.
I don't know too much wrestling. No, I know some submissions, like the rear naked choke, bar, guillotine. Just those ones.
Oh my goodness! Oh man! Oh my goodness! That sounds deadly. Rear naked choke. You're being choked while you're naked. Is that what that is? What the heck is that? The naked choke. Let's get into the naked choke. Oh man, that sounds lethal. Oh my goodness! I don't want to be putting that one, man. Save that for someone else. All right. So the rear naked choke. Dang, sounds horrible. All right. Okay. You guys been doing your martial arts. All right, we're gonna get into it, and that's gonna be a good one. That's gonna be good. Bella, you do any moves at all? You going any? What do you call it? The guillotine? What do you call it, Anu? The guillotine? What do you call it?
Yeah,
what?
Guillotine,
That sounds like a guillotine.
Yeah.
Everybody's being choked. Oh my gosh. Okay. Is he practicing those moves on you, Antu? Naked chokes and guillotine stretch? What the heck is that? Okay. How about you, Bella? You've been practicing any guillotines? Wrestling stuff? I don't know. It's gonna be an interesting class. How about you, Bella? You do any? Assume what's that Hulk Hogan ligament drop?
No wrestling on my part. So.
Okay. All right. Here we go. All right. So it's gonna be a fun class. It's gonna be good. I'm gonna get into all of that. Good question. Dr. LaRoche, appreciate you for that. I see you sent an email about it, but that's okay. I have the question in the Cash App. So shout out to you. And ATEF Remkem Ma'at, he's gonna read this in Medu Netter. Okay, Tefram Kema'at. And okay, it's coming up. Now I was just joking with you, Anu. I actually that's actually one of my favorite go-to moves. So I've been that's one of my go-to moves. I've been teaching jiu-jitsu since like 95 or so until I'm about 98. So I'm very familiar. It just sounds weird. Rear naked chokes doesn't sound too appealing, but it's definitely a good submission move, and it's definitely everybody always ends up in it. That I had to do that move to get my my food when I was on the land. Everybody always ends up in that move because they always seem to turn around when they're fighting, and I'm like, okay. That's like I said, you're giving me your neck, and so it's good. So thank you for reminding me of those old moves.
You knew.
Okay. All right. Shout out to who's this? ATEF Remkem Ma'at. Go ahead and read this for us, good brother.
It says ATEF Ma'at Tua Ishin.
Wonderful, wonderful. Give a hand clap for that. All right, and then back to back again with the good brother, consistent brother, ATEF. Nefertiti's typing a bunch. I don't know if she's typing moves in. I'm not sure what Krav Maga. What these? I don't know. She must be doing some capoeira or something. I'm not sure, but shout out to Nefertiti. All right, Krav Maga. Okay, shout out to ATEF Rem Kem Ma'at, $20.72. Could you read that first? ATEF Rem Kem Ma'at, please.
It says for Hotep Ma'at tuition.
And now blowing away the class. We got two ladies blowing away this class. The first one is this a question? I need Nefertatan to come to the. She's probably doing something else. I wish you could come to the panel to read this one. I don't even know if this is a question. What it is? I'm not sure what this is, but I'll get Bella to read this one. This one looks long, and it is a large. Generous donation to it to you, as usual. I'm gonna log it as a question, and then when I hear Bella read it, I'll see if it is or not. Well, first, for the largest support thus far today in the Tehuti pod class. Blowing the class away, we have Nefertatan. Go ahead and read this for me, Bella, because I think you have the second largest. Read that for me, please. It's long.
From Nefertatan, it says, to build on sound healing from the five senses class, this quest is for the Sekhem and duality within the emotions of mourning and joy, as the measure for them is similar. And she lists pages 7 and 73 of Budge Volume 1 picture sent in the Gmail. So is mourning actually empowering and required to evolve? ? And how, if at all, does the Matrix weaponize mourning against us as spell to greet one another? And then it says 88 LA 88 NN.
I need big noises, transformers. I'm going to decipher this tomorrow. Thank you, Bella, for reading that.
You're welcome. Go to you and
I don't play with pseudos.
Wow. Nefertatan, translate that whole thing for me tomorrow. That's sounds wonderful. We'll see where that one goes. And your questions always lead to evolutionary pod class answers. So I'm sure that's going to be one of them. Superhero 34 is here. You doing good, my brother?
Yeah. Working on a bit of heck. I didn't get the results I wanted. It works, but something I learned and was practicing something Brother Nookpoo dropped. He said counting meta-netter will rejuvenate you for exercising, and it works. Problem is it only works on one side, so my right arm has infinite stamina and my left is just normal. So
what
I'm
is this
trying to figure that
for
out.
outer body? For outer body?
Just exercising, trying to get that super strength, because people keep telling me they're lifting cars, and now I'm like, okay, now I gotta live up. And yeah, it works, but only on my right side, so I guess I gotta balance my energy out. So I can get my whole body to be able to do that. But
That is awesome. So you lifting cars with one arm? What happened?
No, I don't want to go that far until my energy's balanced, because I hear tell some pretty bad things happen if you raise your energy to that level when it's not balanced. You go boom. So yeah.
Okay. Interesting, but it's exciting experimenting, isn't it?
Yeah, it works. I just need to figure out how to balance my energy so I can go ahead and lift for pretty much 24/7.
And when you say lift, are you talking about exercising?
Yeah, I got some weights here, and I keep going back and redoing these reps. And I'm like, wow, I can just do this all day with a little bit of rest. I just need to count 1 to 10 in the metadata.
But you can only do it with one arm.
Yeah, for some reason, just the right side, it doesn't work with the left. So I gotta maybe balance my breathing and my energy or something like that, or just order more metanetter classes.
Wow, I may have to send you the Sidewinder. That's how I got my right arm got extra strength when I got bit by the Sidewinder venom.
I don't know if I'd survive that. I think you'd be fine, but I don't know if I'd survive that. I'd never been bit, so.
I've been bit 3 times this week.
Wow.
One of my entire fingers was in the mouth of one of my creatures because it couldn't aim right. It couldn't aim right, so it came out and swallowed my finger. But that's just my. I don't suggest that for anybody. So stick with the Nook Panook way. Don't get bit. I get venom for strength now. I don't know what happened to me, but I get bit and I get stronger now. So okay, all right. Here we go. We're going to go to Did I read Owen Hythe already? Shout out to Owen Hythe. Appreciate you. I think this is Owen Hythe's third today, is it? Wait a minute. This must have been from earlier. So I think this is the second. So we had the original question from weeks ago, and then two supports today. 3. This is the 3. Shout out to Owen Hythe. He is really demonstrating appreciation tonight. So we're gonna go ahead and read this. Let's see who's awake, who's alert. Oh, Superhero, can you read this for me, please?
Yes. 2772 for Master Destroyer of the Matrix.
Give Owen Hythe some big noise, please. 2772. Give him some noise. Okay. To a scribe. I see the. Let me put it back in the right file. I don't know what. What's this? Put it back in the right file. To a scribe. I got the. I got the class.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yes. Okay, shout out to this brother here, Eric G. That's it. Where'd it go? Shout out to Eric G. That's it right here. Okay. Well, Israel's self-defense. STATINS says. Shout out to Eric G. That's it. Appreciate that. $3.33 for SABA Tehuti. Okay. Shout out to you, Eric G. That's it. And let me see if that's saved. That went into the proper file. And boom, it didn't go into the proper file. All right, we had a few more. Who's this? Oh, man. Thank you, good brother. He's really consistent now. Tehuti Harakuti. Oh man, this is Metanetter order week, order day. Everybody, this is the most Metanetter classes ever ordered in one pod class. Wait, this is oh, this is the good brother Tehuti Harakuti. Shout out to Tehuti Harakuti. I'm gonna get Bella, read that for me, please.
Tula for letting me. Says 2572 for Medunetter class, number 46. Dua, great.
All right, okay, thank you, Bella Tua, for that. Give him some noise. Okay. Wonderful. You're doing great, Bella. You're hanging in there. I know you're tired. I know you're sleepy. You're toughing it out.
Yes, for you. And Nini, the part where you said thank you, and Tula, back to you.
Nini Uck. All right. Tehuti Harakuti, if you're listening, you have that class right now already. You have that class right now. This is Medunetter order day. We got another Medunetter order. We got Big Vapes. He's 5 away from having every single class. And here he is right here. We're gonna put him on the screen. Shout out to Big Vapes. Oh yes, let me see. There he is. Boom. Shout out to Big Vapes right here. Yeah, give him some big noise. And Big Vapes, you have the class already. Shout out to you. Okay, Bella, you did the same thing I saw Antu do earlier. I see the eyes slowly fading away. Hang in there. If you're too tired, just let me know. No problem. You came in and did what you could. I don't want you to fall sideways in the middle of class. So just let me know. Hang in there for as long as you can. I know you've been through a lot of things to make you tired lately. So shout out to you.
Cool, very much.
My goodness. Okay, here we go. Who's this? Who is this? Who do we have here? Hey, here's a new person I've never seen before. This is a very generous donation from a brand new name. I definitely need a reader for this. I need a reader, and that reader I think is going to be Antu. Oh my. Okay. Shout out to this new person. And Antu, I'm going to get you to read this, please. And then I got to come off the screen for just a moment. Oh my goodness. There we go. All right, shout out to this person right here. What is this name here? Lauren? What does it say? Go ahead and read the name and everything, Antu, for me, please.
Lawrence J. Gay sent you $30. Greetings, great Saba. I would like to thank you for your countless teachings, of which are priceless. I would like your expert analysis of the movie Last Dragon by Barry Gordon, as it is one of my favorite movies. I'm sure your perspective will be a journey of truth and love. To you and the entire panel. Humanity needs you.
Wow, give this person some big noise. The first support I've seen from this individual, and it's yours.
Brother Anu, I feel like I kind of stole your style a little bit with the sleeveless shirts, but I kind of have to today because my room is small and it gets really hot when I'm exercising. So
no stealing here, only echoing. I'm echoing Sabatuti. You're echoing Sabatuti technically too. He comes on here with these type of shirts.
yeah, I only have this shirt because the sleeves actually came off because I've been wearing this shirt for so many years. You can't even, there's a picture on it. The picture's gone. So I've been waiting for an excuse to actually have proper use for this shirt. So actually, while I was off camera, I think I figured it out. It's the breathing. You know how your nostrils switch sides? All I did was breathe through a different nostril while I was reading the meta-netter, and I got that recovery going. So hopefully no more excuses from now on. So everyone keeps talking to me about lifting cars, so I better start living up. Everyone else is doing it. I better start doing it.
Oh my goodness, I need to start doing that too. Lifting cars.
That's a good way to get like 1 million students. Everyone sees you lifting the car, they're like, I want to do that.
All right, we're gonna lift some cars. Rename. Oh, this isn't Medu. 1 second, this is mislabeled. This is oh my goodness. Ooh wee.
All I'm gonna say is it's a family tradition, so I'm trying to live up.
It's a family tradition. Your family.
Apparently, I asked about it, and they're legends. So now I have to live up to that expectation.
Wow, there's a lot of legends going on here tonight. Car lifting legends now. Oh my. Okay, let me go ahead and correct this title, and I think we're gonna close out after this. I think there's only 2 more supports, and they're gonna close out. We got beautiful Bella with a great, great consistent support, and maybe 2 more, and that's it. So I'll put from from August 10th, or relabel that. Okay, shout out to that new brother there with that question. We'll get around to it. It will come around. Yeah, Stranger is back in the house. Where's Stranger? I saw his name pop up. I saw Stranger. Stranger is in the house. Stranger is no stranger. He's the namer of the moderators. Shout out to you. Peace and love to Stranger. All right, I think we got a couple. Oh, Nefertiti. Hold on. Oh wait. Oh, I definitely have to save. Okay. One moment, but I have to save some. So sent to me for a question. I gotta put it in the proper file because this is very intricate. One moment. Where's my first question? Okay. B. And one moment, I have a picture here too. What's this? Oh, lots of stuff is here. Okay. How am I gonna do this one? Okay, shout out to Nefertiti. 1 second. Oh, good. It fits. Let me do this real quick. Boom. Boom. And shout out to the true studiers that send me questions, and some of these questions are reflective that there's some serious studying taking place for what I'm seeing in some of these questions here. This is called the section C. I have to break the question up into sections. Hold on. What's this? Another bottom piece. Okay, and after this will be I'm gonna read the next couple, and then that is it. This question is in 3B, C, and D. Okay. Okay, next supporter here in the Tutti Pod class. Check the PayPal. I will. Okay. TT, you hear that? Check the PayPal. If you can hear. I'll reset what I can do here, and we'll get up to thank you, Stranger, the namer of the moderators. Let me scroll up. Is anybody here?
Sounds like people are sending in papyrus themselves. The way these questions are posited.
Sending in what, brother? What do you say?
It sounds like people are sending in papyrus themselves. The way these questions are posited.
Yeah. Yes. If you see some of the things I get, you should see one. There's one question Annie sent, and it was the question was an answer. The question was almost as long as an answer. It was amazing. The question. Oh, what's this? Hold on a second. Wait a minute, everybody. Let me fix this. The question that Annie sent in this one time had more references than answers I could see given on other channels. The question had more references than answers. So shout out to Annie. Annie has given a great donation. And Annie, your background is being called beautiful in the chat. Shout out to Annie. Here's a large donation. I'm trying to get up to Bella somewhere in here. Shout out to Annie, 6372. And Annie, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, 6372 for dua for leading by example and for answering El Ra.
Okay, wonderful. Give yourself some huge noise, please. And Tanya has a message for you.
Forget that we the real champions around here.
Okay, and a stranger, let me send a message to get the PayPal updated here. TT, if you're listening, check the PayPal updates and check the PayPal for updates too, and glad you're safe. All right, we'll see about that, stranger. Hopefully it will come in before we close down the pod class. It should. The PayPals have to be manually sent to me to look at. Now for the second largest. Well, thank you, Annie, very much for that great appreciation.
You are very welcome.
Okay, and this is the last support that I see for the night, even though I know Stranger is in the mix in a PayPal somewhere. I'm gonna wait to see if that shows up on my end. But for now, we have the second largest this is actually the largest donation support of the night. And Nefertatan is the largest question donation of the night. This one here is not a question; it's just strictly support. Strangers giving hand claps, and this is from none other than the young lady in the room who is slowly fading into the Upesh realm, but hanging in there. We're gonna give her some big noises. And that is none other than, I think she has about 3 pod classes to go before the first part of her name is made public. But this is the one and only wonderful Bella. Large support. I can't even read this. Gotta close my eyes. It's too small. We'll get Bella to read that. Bella, could you read that for us, please?
Yes. Tua for calling me wonderful. You are very wonderful too. And Tua for letting me read it. It says 72 for King of Sex. 72 for King of Sex Magic, Henu. And then I put the finger symbol, but I thought of it as the finger of Tehuti. And then Met. Henu. Finger of Tehuti and Met.
Wonderful. Tua to you. Bella, appreciate that. Wonderful message, wonderful symbolism, wonderful everything. And you're very appreciative. You are excellent. So we're gonna give Bella some huge noise, transformers, all of that. This is the biggest non-question. This is the biggest just donation in the pod class for tonight, and Nefertatan is the biggest donation for a question. So give her some big noise, please.
Tiger Woods, you could have moved your left foot a little bit, 2 inches to the right, and the thing if you just moved the little golf head about a 5.5 centimeters, you would have had a perfect hit. You would have been Tiger Woods. Just give the guy the golf club, please.
The longest sound bite, the Tootsie Park class. Appreciate that. Wonderful, Umbrella. Appreciate the great support, and that number keeps popping up with one of mine at church. She sees it. That number keeps popping up. 72 is the weather. 72 is the time. 72 is how much gas she has in the car. It keeps popping up. So that number is definitely being generated lately. And Tua for that. Wonderful message with the finger of Tehuti. Appreciate you. Okay. Go ahead. There's a lag. Go ahead.
Well, Nini, for the part that you said to back to you and your networks, I like that she's been seeing that number. Tua for telling me, and Tua for all your support and kindness and care and all the things that you give to.
Okay, I think that's it. Nini Ook, appreciate your appreciation, and continue to strive and continue to do exactly what you're doing. You're doing great. Okay, I think that's everybody. I'm gonna scroll down. I see synchronicities popping up everywhere. To everybody, I'm gonna wait a couple more moments as I'm doing the closeout. Hopefully, TT can see the PayPal as everybody's closing out, and then we can announce strangers support and donation that I don't see because it has to be given to me manually. So we're to it, everybody, and we're gonna go ahead and do the closing words from everyone, starting with Anita. Go ahead and give us some great words. Whoa.
Okay, to our Hotep Henu, great Saba, to for this wonderful pod class and the depth that you go into to answer these questions, and making sure that you leave a trail from beginning to end for us to branch off at any moment to dig even further. So to for that, and for doing all that you do. Truly appreciate you and your walk. Henu, to everyone who supports the pod class and asks your questions and just supports this. And I'm very thankful for all of you, all the great Karu and Maru. Make sure that you also are tuned in to the House of ATTON. Subscribe there. Primordial Thought 9 will be giving I'm not sure what he'll be doing, but it's his turn. So he'll be presenting. So make sure you tuned in with us. Should be around 6 p.m. Central Time. I'm looking forward to seeing you all there. And yeah, everyone have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Sekim M. Arit, Murder Ka'a, Semu Hatu Natiru, Pert and Tetep. I obtain the power to do what pleases my Ka. May the hearts of the Natiru lead me. I come forth in offering. Dua.
Wonderful words. You say the men that are smooth as you speak English, so it's becoming a comfortable language to you. It sounds like it's your first language now. So Tua for the beautiful words, Tua for your appreciation, everything you do for the House of ATTON, and all that you're doing for the pathways of the awakening. Menkura, if you're still awake. I'm sorry, Scribe. Do you have the flyer is the flyer made yet for the pathways? This one coming up?
It's not complete yet, but it will be very soon.
Okay. I saw a flyer circulate. looked like the old one. The thing was Israel Hoyle, so I told him, man, he may not have gotten the message to send me the new the flyer. I sent a specific picture that I want, but that must have been the old flyer that I saw. Shout out to you, Annie, for everything you're doing for the Pathways of the Awakening, the organization, the structure. Shout out to you for much respect to you for doing your best to create structure around you, because it is really the only way that you can function. So keep creating the structure around you, and anyone in the vicinity has to be structured. If everybody had that principle, you would hardly ever be taken off a path. If everyone just you stick to the structure that you say you live by, and those around you have to adapt to that, because or they're the unstructured. And so Annie, I respect the structure, the vibration of the structure that you have. Everything you do is very structured. So keep on with that, and you're doing a great, just like a scribe. A scribe was very the scribal writings, the lines, the way they face the metadata are very, very structured. So you're definitely echoing the scribe. Good job, Annie.
Tua.
Wonderful, wonderful. And on to Anu. Give us some good words. Lead the class out with how you feel with your beautiful. I know you're going to do some writing from the Purim Haru. Take us out of here with some good words, Anu.
Hotel Marie, wonderful Saba, for another wonderful, fantastic class. I'm very appreciative of it. Hotel Marie to you. Hotel Marie to your networks for holding you up. Being you the Jed, being the hidden hands that sustain you. Hotel Marie to all of your children, all of your animals. I will definitely be interested if you bring the Habu bird one day. So we'll see about that. I remember you talking about that last class. Hotep Mary to everybody in the panel, all of the supporters, everybody watching the playback. Make sure to support our wonderful Saba Tehuti and the HOA. As Ani said, come to the Sunday class tomorrow, or maybe we don't know what Primordial Thought would do. Maybe it'll be a movie viewing. Who knows, a part 2. Everybody make sure to support Ani's past class on Sunday. Turn on your notifications for the HOA. Support our Saba Tuti. Tua again, Saba, for another wonderful class. I'm very appreciative of you and what you do for us. I can't imagine how much you do throughout your week, how you fit this in. So Tua very much. And I will end with these praises to our wonderful Saba. E Tehuti, E Neteru, Satau, M, Ua, and Neb, Inu, Hurt, and Tua, Tehuti, Bak, Nefer, and Nub, Tep, Benu, Imtu, Neteru, Ipu, Uru, and Nut. Hail Tehuti, hail Netters who row in the boat of the Lord of a million years, who lead it above the underworld, which is the Tuat. Tehuti, a hawk, beautiful of gold, with the head of a Benu, among those great Netter, the great ones of Nut. Justineb, Hotel Marie.
Tua, for your great, great appreciation. And I don't know how I fit it in as well. I don't know how I do it, but they say you got to get in where you fit in. I don't know how they say it, but I don't know. I honestly don't know how this is all done. It's real hiccup, real magic. I get to the things that I have to do, and it's actually not enough. There's not enough time in the day for the. When I look at the end of, I write my goal list before my day begins. I pre-write the goals, and it doesn't seem like it matches the hours of the day. So I don't know, but yes, I get it in, and I make it work through magic and hiccup. So for your appreciation and noticing that I do a lot. Thank you very much, Anu.
Ninu, Saba.
And on to and two with, I don't know how fast your hair grows, but you seem to you got more hair than the last time I saw you. So shout out to Magical Hair Grow. Words from you, Antu.
Tua, Hotep, Mary, Uncle Justineb, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Tua for your health, your life, prosperity. Tua for your Netzhertz, health, life, and prosperity. Tua for all that you do daily, your intensity that you have for yourself, for your family, and your students. Tua to your Netzhertz for all that they do behind the scenes and lifting you up as the EE. I look up to them very much, and I appreciate all of what you all do together. And for saving Anunai's Ka and our memory, Tua for transforming our life into Ma'at. I feel the best and the lightest I've ever felt in my whole entire life. So I'm very appreciative for your guidance to bringing me here. Your words are as fuel when it spits fire. Anunai's Ku expands with every interaction. And I will end off with a utterance to you. Anun Antu, Shestu M Ket, Tehuti Pert Netter M Oset Imens. Kutsen Her Out and Tehuti or Hetep Her Ma'at. Anu and Antu, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the Nether from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. Hotep, Mary, Uncle Justin.
Beautiful words, man. That it flows through you as well. Somebody was just, if somebody was to just tune into these pod classes, they would think that the Mandarin is people's like first language. You all speak it. It's not choppy, and so wonderful. Two for the great words, and two, and your greatest. I don't know if you could give your appreciation is very extreme. So, Tua for your great appreciation, and you seem to be consistent with it for years. It actually gets stronger. So, Tua to you for your beautiful words. I appreciate them, and look forward to seeing both of you at the Pathways.
Ninuk, and I am looking forward to seeing you as well, Tua.
Yeah. All right, on to the superhero 34, picking up cars with his left pinky. Go ahead and give us some great words, good brother.
Well, I guess probably the first thing I want to say is Anku Jasaneb to everyone on the panel, everyone who was on the panel, and everyone who will be on the panel in the future as well. And to everyone here for your teachings and setting an example. Like I said, and I've been trying to say more lately, it means a lot, and hopefully I can embody this name, a greater name, and all the great expectations everyone has of me, because it's everywhere I go, everyone has something great expected to me, so they can see something that I cannot. So I hope to embody that energy. Tua.
That's great. That's great. Everyone holds you at a high. Everyone holds you at a high expectation. That's good. That means you have to be a netter one day. You gotta reach it. So good job, my brother. Appreciate your appreciation of everyone. I like that you always in your closing you always include everyone for whatever it is that they may do for you subconsciously and outright. That's a great family vibe. So keep striving. I hope your left arm gets strong and continue the family tradition of lifting cars or whatever you're in. I look forward to that. I want that as a testimony. Man that comes to Tutti Pod class is now lifting cars, and we gotta put that. I'll put that in the intro. Make a video of that, and that's going in the intro. You lifting cars. going in
I'd have to do it live because everyone has these fake videos out here. So I just have to go to someone's house and just start lifting their car for them, show them it's real.
Okay, good, my brother. On to hey, is that an old classic shirt? Tefrem Kemal, what shirt is that you're wearing? Is that the teachings of MAAT.org?
Original. Original, Saba.
It's still shining. It's not faded. Nice.
It's a classic, Saba. It's the real McCoy.
Mine is in black and white.
Faded.
Mine is it looks like it's an archaeological find. I remember when mine was, I was like, oh, those used to be gold? All right, shout out to you.
What's up, great Saba? This was a great class. Definitely look forward to running it back. I faded out a couple times today. I've been real busy helping my mate get ready for her new adventure she got going on as we try to traverse out of this matrix. But definitely appreciate all the supporters, everybody that keeps this class going, all the questions people ask. That first question was super very important to everybody, no matter what religion, what walk of life. Everyone can benefit from that. So I hope everyone shows support and does what's important to them. Because if your life isn't important and you're not supporting that, then you're supporting a lie. So dua for everything, great Saba, to you and the Turks, to your animals. That's a great spider on your hat. I love it. Dua for bringing that out and showing us that. And yeah, definitely look forward to Primordial Thoughts class tomorrow. For Hinu, to you, great brother, I didn't see you today. And Hinu to everyone on the panel. Ani, Anu, and to Superhero 34, and Bella. And Superhero, ain't that how all the superheroes get strong? They got to get bit by something, right?
Maybe.
Hotep, great Saba. Don't be scared. Hotep, great Saba.
Hotep, beautiful words, Hotep. You always bring a great energy for the class, and I love that every week that you come on the pod class, you mention something you're doing with your family. It doesn't matter if it's your lady, if it's your children, if it's a family outing, but at some point in the pod class, you are always going to mention something about your family. It's a great natural theme of yours. You're more than likely not even trying to do so. That's just you're so family oriented that it's a part of your regular conversation. That's a beautiful thing, and we need more of that. So good luck to you and Shante on whatever this journey is. I wish her the best. If it's a business, job, career, whatever it is that you all are doing, definitely be the strong motivation in her life to keep to make it successful and to also rebound back to you. That's where it has to be, a circle rebounding back to you, the pillar. So tour for being a great family man.
Any great silent tour to you for your inspiration, and you're definitely a part of it because now she's doing teaching.
Okay. Doing teaching on Sundays? Or you talking about...
No, she's a teacher now.
Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, it's nice. All right. You can tell me more about that at the pathways. Great. Okay. Wonderful. Okay, thank you, my good brother. And on to who's next? I need to Bella is next. Bella, give us some great words. You're waking up. You're smiling. Give us some great words. Lead us out of here with some beautiful, loving energy of that which you are always full of.
To for this beautiful podcast, all of my love and respect to you and your netters and animals. To for your beautiful immortality and imperative, and for your beautiful Mary that you give I appreciate you very much for all that you do for me, do for your students and your family. So very, very much. I'm sorry it's a little short today, my words, because I'm just a little tired. But I really do appreciate you and have so much Mary for you. And yes, cool.
Nini Ook, and great job for being tired. I appreciate all the words. Tua, for your great appreciation. You show appreciation beyond a lot, and that's why you are mentioned a lot in here when it comes to certain things, because the Turks speak about you on a regular basis because of your beautiful energy that you bring. And which cat was that? Was that the Maine Coon? Which cat was that you had up like that? Was that the main half Maine Coon, half Tabby? Was that one?
No, he's sleeping somewhere. That was talking.
Okay, and I saw the picture of the other Maine Coon, in the snow background that I was talking about. I heard the story about that. Very interesting. So shout out to the Maine Coon cats out there. They're very rare. And shout out to you and Nana's communication about that cat. Child. Interesting. I appreciate your great words, Bella. Wonderful. I think that is everybody, right?
So to know for Nana very much. I love speaking to her.
Wonderful. Oh, and the thing happened again with the Facebook. That's probably why you're not. The lockout thing is happening. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. Very interesting. All right, shout out to everybody. Peace and love. Beautiful words. Tua Bella, Tua Tef, Tua Superhero, Tua Anu, Tua Antu, Tua Annie Pata. Whoever's in the background listening, Primordial. Tua to you, Gabriella. If you're listening, Tua to you. Nefertatin, if you're still awake, Tua to you. And Nefer Kepred, if you're somewhere in a room in New Pesh, Tua to you. And Tua to all the great listeners that are listening and couldn't make it to the panel for whatever reason, but you may be listening on. I hope everyone is safe. We're going to close out with it's an interesting time here, but we're going to close out with the affirmation from the good brother, ATEF Rem Kem Ma'at. And then I'm going to close out Big Screen. We're going to conclude another beautiful pod class. And I'm going to lay my head down and recover and rest and dream about pod class answers and rear naked chokes and all these weird things that I get questions for. All right, so go ahead. Go ahead. We're going to take this off the screen, and so that the affirmation can be done without that moving across. And why do I? Wait a minute. Hold on. Yes, that is everybody. Owen Hythe. Shout out to Owen Hythe. I wanted to hear some more words from him, but he was having that problem. Shout out to you. Shout out to Harassed Did, who's listening somewhere in the background. Shush Shayat, I hope you're okay. I haven't seen you or any interaction from you in a little while. I hope everything is fine. And same with Bijan Farrow. I saw an email way down on my email. I got to read that one. Shout out to you, Bijan Farrow. Hope you're safe and good. And let's go ahead and do the affirmation. Are you ready, Atef?
Let's go, Saba.
Let's go. I'm ready to go and rest. Boom. Go ahead, my brother.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki Ma'at. Un and S. Nintet Oset and Ma'at. Menhapapet and Ma'at. Her in Hu Kui. Her Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being surrounded in darkness, I come forth as conscious light.
Ooh, beautiful. Thank you, Brother ATEF. I'm going to go big screen and close it out. Peace to you, Ani Patah Ten Tehuti. Peace to you, Anu. And two, look forward to more classes from you all. Peace to Superhero on your very unique path to becoming the being that you're going to be in a very unique way. Peace to you. Peace to ATEF and Kim Ma'at for being one of the greatest family men, fathers, walking the earth. And peace to you, Bella, and your many seen and unseen appearances and manifestations and everything that you're moving towards that I see happening. Okay, wonderful. Let me go big screen and close us out, everybody. Peace, everyone. Shout out to you, peace. Yes. Okay, everybody, a beautiful pod class. What can we say? This was another event. It did go almost 11 hours, but that is just what we must do. The topics today, for those who just came in at the end: high cholesterol, Archangel Michael, and the Egyptian Ptolemy Psyops, memory removal Psyops. And these topics were covered very thoroughly, and everyone was well pleased and satisfied. Keep coming. Send in your questions, send in support. Oh, and stranger, if you're listening, contact me tomorrow. Oh, there it is. Well, hold on. Oh my goodness. I have to read this even though we did the affirmation. This came late. I always, stranger's always worth his due diligence. And so I have to show this. Shout out to stranger. Even though we've done the affirmation and everything, but it is not his fault. It is actually came in late on our end. So I'm going to go ahead and read this great super donation from the brother who is excellent. So stranger, we have your support. And what a great way to close the podcast with a last support after the affirmation. How beautiful is that? So here it is, stranger. And next week, I'm probably going to read this again because we don't have our sound man here. Stranger, closing out the pod class with the largest donation of the night, $100. The monsters are still here. Oh man, I gotta read this again next week. The monsters are still here. Looking, we are always thirsty. HO8 has the oil. Oh my goodness. Thank you, good brother. I'm going to put some sound on for you. You can put the last one on. Okay. All right, wonderful, everybody. Stranger, you are what a great way to end the pod class. First time we've ever done a donation support after the after the pod class. So stranger ends out the pod class with a good night, family. He drops the biggest donation. What do they say? You drop the mic. Shout out to you, everybody. It's another beautiful pod class. The energy, I feel re-energized with that last donation. So shout out to you. Stranger is definitely a legend. Appreciate you. It's been a beautiful podcast. Everybody knows that they should support, so keep on supporting. That's what keeps the level of this information the way that it is. Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, the oldest word on the planet for the quantum realm, or the SEKHET realm, also the oldest word for immortal memory, and it is the word for the ancient word for the weaver, the spider. You heard it first, August 10th, 2024. This is SEKHET, and you can ask your teacher one day, why is the word for spider the same word for heaven in the Meta, and see what he or she tells you. The answer you'll get here at the Tuti Pod class, and there she is, the biggest spider, looks like a bear on the hat, and she represents the SEKHET, the weaving. Appreciate you, everybody. Support the Tuti Pod class. We're going to be here for as long as possible. We're not just Tuti Pod class, but the whole movement is the House of Aten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Nitiru, the last on the planet to represent the actual Nitiru and that which the ancestors taught. The House of Aten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Nitiru. You all are beautiful. Get an exposure. You all are beautiful. You will be around for years and decades and pass this on to the youth, and the youth will pass this on to their youth, and we will move about. And when they find us thousands of years from now in archaeological finds, like they found our ancestors, what they may see